Hey everybody, thank you so much for your patience. We will be going live in just a minute. We are just finalizing some audio issues that we ran into unexpectedly due to a Streamlabs update. But other than that, we'll be good to go. In the meantime, enjoy the tunes. Okay, everybody, it is time. Thank you for tuning in. So far in the house, we have Mr. Ryan Schaddelee, we have Amanda and Jessica on as co-hosting. Mick will be on in about an hour, and Justin as well. In the meantime, we're going to be talking about concept art, practical effects, the approach to it, kind of like a good practices thing about the whole thing. So, without further ado, Mr. Ryan, tell everybody where they can find you. Alright, smart guy. Alright. Yeah, Outpost31productions.com. That's the studio website. Uh-oh. Alright.
Only Sal.
There we go. Alright. That setting was still the wrong one. Okay.
Testing. Can you hear Mandy now?
Alright, Ryan.
Come on.
No, you'll have to say all that stuff all over again.
Oh, great. Okay. Okay, so, yes, Outpost 31 Productions is what I call my studio, and that is outpost31productions.com. It's also Outpost 31 Productions on Facebook, or Ryan Schaddelee on Facebook, and Ryan Schaddelee on Instagram, and probably Twitter. I am aware that I have one, but I don't really look at it much.
Ta-da! So to kick things off, we're going to talk about concept art and practical effects, just like a quick pass about the approach to it, kind of best practices. Let me also bring that document out for our rest of our co-hosts so that they have it handy, because that would be good, wouldn't it? But yeah, Mr. Ryan, would you want to talk about like the pillars that we usually have this conversation on?
Sure. So when dealing with a project, and this is probably true for virtually any art project, what you're dealing with is time, money, and quality, really.
Oh,
Hey.
Mr. Justin
Oh
Adams
my
has
God.
entered the fray.
Hey!
Yes.
Oh my god, you're
I feel
efficient.
like you should have the lights off so you can make the most out of that LED.
That's
Good call.
Yeah, that's
Whoa! Oh my god.
I wanna go
That's
towards it.
awesome.
What's happening?
I'm gonna put Ryan up. Yeah, so quality, cost, time, right?
Yeah. I mean, kind of jumping right off the bat there, that's like, pick three, but like, we can get into that in a second. But ultimately, it's, I guess, yeah, I don't know. Figuring out how much time, finances, and quality will allow, I guess. I don't know. How much time you have, how much time they are paying you for, how much time you want to put into it as a personal endeavor versus an artistic, endeavor or job, we got $100. Well, you're gonna give $100 worth of what you think your time is, I guess, and so yeah, finances again, that kind of relates to that. Value. What do you think about value?
Value is a good one because it's like we talked about. So Ryan and I did a short presentation at Crypticon this past weekend about this stuff, and yeah, when it came to value, it's about the assets that each person at every point of the production brings in, the value of the work that's being done along the way. So maybe like as a concept artist, the value of the communication that you're putting across, right? That sort of thing.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Right now we're talking about dealing with like a collaborative effect or collaborative situation, correct?
Yeah, between concept artists and the people who actually fabricate the effects.
Right. So,
and sometimes there's overlap. Sorry, go ahead.
Everybody has, brings their own value to it, which makes the entire value, collective value much, much greater. But yeah, what do you bring? You got a lot of experience. You're really good at, say Sal, you're really good at drawing and illustration and ideas. Maybe whereas I might be more adept at like sculpting and molding. So there's two differences in value, but together they bring a much larger collective value. I don't know what I'm talking about. Sorry.
That's all right. We're just getting warmed up.
I don't like going off the stage.
That's all right.
We're just getting warmed up. It's all good. Mandy and Jessica and Justin, I actually linked the notes for that document in the chat.
Oh, okay.
Put it at the bottom of the document too, just in case. There we go.
Yeah, I was wondering, since you guys had a full house there, I wanted to know, if you took questions from the audience at all too, what kind of topics came up with them.
So when we did it, we did the talk first, and then we reserved 15 minutes for conversations, and people had really good questions. Maybe not necessarily about this particular process in and of itself, but there was some really great questions about how you manage yourself. Working on these things versus your, the hobby work, right? Because like I'm sure many of you guys can agree that when you're working on hobby, like personal work, you can noodle with personal work for 2 years, 3 years, no problem. But when it comes to client work, you'll have 2 weeks, or you'll have 3 days, and it's like when you're working against those parameters, I think that really dictates the way that you break down your process, right? So Ryan, tell us a little bit about that. Does your approach to how you're managing the workload change, whether between when someone's giving you a short amount of time and a long amount of time?
Yeah, it's hard because again, it also is very dependent on the budget. If
right.
I know what the budget is, then obviously this is how much time I can give you. For the amount of money you're. You always want to exceed the expectations, and quite more often than not, I can't allow myself to deliver a less than, something that I don't feel proud of. But then you kind of get screwed on that level too. You know what I mean? Because it's like I just can't. This is what you should get, but I got to do more because I just can't allow myself to. You know what I mean? Just personal standards. So yeah, it's hard. I mean, quite often I'm a very like last minute kind of guy, but if I get the chance, yes, I would love. If I had 2 weeks on something, oh man, and it also depends on the project. But you just gotta try not to kill yourself, and that's what I'm trying to, manage as well. Is a lot of these projects that I do require a lot of time and a lot of chemicals and a lot of, things that can kill you, or will in the long run.
Right, or catch fire.
So there's health hazards with what you're doing.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I imagine you have to wear masks or protective clothing sometimes too for it, right?
Yeah. And then because I'm in a building with a lot of other artists, it's I don't want to stink up the place if I'm using polyester resin, and like gas out like my neighbors, so you got to be very careful about what you do, and when you do it, and good ventilation, if possible. But anyway, back to yeah, it's just really hard to. It's really hard sometimes to gauge, when what's good enough for the budget. That's my. I struggle with that a lot. I could keep going on this, but it's like, well, this is good enough. As opposed to a personal project that you can work on forever. And be like, oh, I love it. And people quite often will see your personal projects and be like, oh, that's what he's capable of, or what,
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? And so that's what he's going to deliver for sure, and you know what I mean? Have you ever had that where it's like, well,
actually, this is something that Justin often brings up, is that, regardless of what they're paying you, always put in 100%, because if you put out something that's half-assed, and it's just because you got paid less and someone else sees it, they're going to think that that's the quality that, that's the bar that you work at.
Yes, well said. Right. Thank you. Yeah.
But it comes with a price too, right? Because then you're always expected to be performing at a high caliber.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You got to then reflect your prices on that, so that you don't feel like you're getting taken advantage of, or
of course,
or killing yourself. Yeah.
No. I don't know if it's the same for this particular industry, but at least for games, we've come across a lot of people that come in and don't know the iterative process. So when they're giving us work, they spend a long time on individual pieces of work, not realizing that the process is kind of an evolving one. So they kill themselves over putting out 100% on pieces that are not going towards, that aren't like the final product.
Like parts of the whole and not the whole, the big picture.
Yeah. So we value people's ability to put out great ideas and be iterative versus putting out 100% mastery on every single thumbnail and yeah. So I don't know.
Sorry.
The suspense.
There's so much to look at. I've never done anything like this before, so this is really fun and interesting.
Hey Ryan, so at Crypticon, one of the things that you wanted to get into, kind of as a case study about this stuff, was the contrast between The Shape of Water and John Carpenter's The Thing. I think that maybe would be a good way to kind of talk about this stuff on a broad sense, since you didn't really get to do a lot of it at Crypticon.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, has everyone seen The Thing?
Nope.
Of course.
Okay, good. We're in the right crowd. And there's Water.
Hell yes.
Yeah, like 23 times. So those are two very, very fascinating. Okay, let's see. The main difference between the two of those, I think, is the approach with the effects guys and the director. And The Thing, it was, John Carpenter obviously had a good script, and it was always going to be kind of like an alien hiding in a human. But they really never, I don't think they really figured out what the effects were going to be and how that was going to work out. And it was a 21-year-old Rob Bottin, special effects guy, who thought, what if it would be so cool if this thing has been like to like 100 million different planets, and it has all these, you know, biological like memories stored in its DNA, and it can access them at any time. So it really has no set form. It's an amalgamation of all these different creatures that it's imitated throughout its existence. And he pitched that idea to, you know, John Carpenter, and he's like, I think he hired Mike Klug, you know, to actually do some concept design.
Yes.
And took it to John Carpenter. And John's like, well, can you do this? And he's like, I don't know. I think so, you know. And John just took a chance on him, and he did it, and did it amazingly. Obviously, here it is, you know, I don't know how many years later, almost 40 years later.
Yeah, holy crap.
I know. And it's absolutely amazing. Now, in contrast to that, The Shape of Water, Guillermo del Toro is a very, very hands-on and artistic man, and he is a very specific director who has a vision. Mm-hmm. And so I think he knew exactly what he wanted. Actually, that's not true. I think he had a good idea of what he wanted, and then hired these artists to, you know, refine his initial sketches. You know, like, for example, it can't look too Creature from the Black Lagoon. It can't look too like the thing from the Monster Squad. You know, it can't. But it still has to be kind of like elegant and intelligent and majestic and godlike and sexy, I guess. You know, and so they had a year. That's a sexy fish, man. Come on.
Yeah, no, I'm laughing because those are all like the really nondescript adjectives that are used by like art directors and such when they're talking to you when they want you to make something. And you know, I design a lot of ships, and I hear, "Oh, just make it look cool." And it's like, well, can you be a little more specific?
Yeah.
Like, well, make it,
Can you make it a sexy fish man?
Yeah, but make it kind of elegant too.
I'm gonna be a fish man for Halloween, but a sexy fish man.
Yeah.
Just
yeah, that's you. That's you.
Yeah.
I don't know, or is that a lanternfish
So
cupping up a
that was
hairball?
you're actually wearing the first design for Shape of Water, and they decided to scrap it and go a little more detailed.
I'm putting feelers out in the chat just to see if anybody cares about spoilers, but it doesn't sound like we're going to talk a little bit like we're not going to talk too much about spoilers. But yeah, like what you're saying too, for those of you guys who have seen the movie, you guys know the need to make it compelling, make it something that you care about, making it also kind of scary, making it sexy. That Doug Jones butt. Yeah. Yeah, so you guys
Just
know.
Quit.
But yeah, they had a year,
Just make all
right?
the monsters sexy. Just episode over. We're done.
Yes.
Sexy Beasts, Part 2.
The new Monster Squad. Ugh.
Yeah. That actually was pretty. I kind of thought that was a great design, but anyway,
Yeah.
I don't say it's sexy, but
Yan says 10 out of 10 would bang. Oh, I think you read that, Randy. I'm just Damn. So yeah, they had a year.
Okay, back to it though. Guillermo del Toro, though, again, like he really he had over a year to just design the creature with his artists, and I believe they actually went to full prototype with a suit, and they scrapped it and started over. I mean, it was a long time to develop that suit.
Is that heartbreaking?
No, because they were probably all getting paid, you know, throughout that
Yeah.
year and a half that they were doing it, you know. So, I mean, I can't think of you know, there's a possibility of burnout on a project, which I've never, you know, we've all kind of probably experienced.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I mean on like the creative level, like where you put a lot of attention, and you're like, man, this is great, and you feel that you've come up with this awesome idea, and then they're like, nah, no, they just
Next.
toss it. You're like, what do you?
That's where the ego comes in too.
Ah,
Because
yes.
Yeah.
Talk about that, Ryan.
How many times have you thought, yeah, that's something? Okay, well, how about this? How many times? You know, the more times you do something, the better you get at it. You know, I've seen a lot of filmmakers who do like a short film and then they make like, you know, for example, Into the Woods, and then all of a sudden Evil Dead, and then Evil Dead 2. You know, they got like basically 3 chances to do their movie. You know, and Evil Dead 2, I think, is fantastic. You know, so it's like, well, you've kind of been refining the material for years. You know,
Right.
So quite often, if you can get out of your own way. And maybe someone has a better idea. But that's a good question, because it's like, how do you accept a good idea and not just accept the other person's ego, possibly, you know, trying to alter it to make it theirs a little more or something. You know what I mean? Like, there's a fine balance of trying to figure that out. Is it objectively, you know, a good criticism to do this or try this? Versus, you know, like, well, you know, a lot of corporate people will be like, you know, I don't like its face, or you know, like, there's a good example of, tangentially doing this story of Michelangelo, I guess, when he was done supposedly with David, the Pope who commissioned it, was like, I don't like it, the nose is too big, and so Michelangelo was like, screw you, and so he takes some marble dust and a chisel and hammer, climbs up the ladder, and like chisels and lets the dust out of his hand, and you know, climbs back down the ladder, and then the Pope is like, perfect, I love it, you know. So when you you know, trust your own instincts that like, no, this is pretty good, versus like taking constructive, good, collaborative criticism.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you're not getting paid to come up with what you think is good, too, right? Like, as soul-sucking as that can be sometimes, you know, it's really what the director wants and the AD wants and all of that at the end of the day. Like, you can make a case for it, but they can veto you anytime they're signing your paycheck.
It's like they hire you for your ability for vision and your eye and all that stuff, but it's like... It sounds like one of the things that comes up is the client won't remember you for your vision; they'll remember you for their vision that you made.
I have met a couple people who love the trade more than anything, and then things like getting hung, you know, like getting egotistical about like these minor decisions or even like projects is kind of like inconsequential in comparison to their love for the craft. They're like, this thing that we are making is something, you know, I love animation or I love practical effects. This is just the process towards that greater, you know, love for the whole craft. So like things like getting caught over like, oh, this character's ugly, or like I could do this better than that person. Those things become less important to them to
That actually kind of leads into not getting too attached to a design either, you know, or getting too emotionally invested.
Yep. You never know when it's going to get scrapped, right? Especially when you're working in a lot of movies. You know, it can be that could really be soul crushing. Like if you get attached to everything you do, and then when stuff gets scrapped, you know, how do you keep? Has that ever happened to you? Have you ever worked on something that you were super invested in, and then it got maybe scrapped or pushed to something else, or they decided to go with a different design that you didn't love as much? Like, have you let that kind of thing bother you? Was that a mistake that you made, you know, when you were earlier in the game,
or even now?
Yeah. Gosh, I don't know. I mean, not really. I'm trying to think of another example. Okay, well, here's.
Your stuff's just too good.
I'm just not at that level yet. You know what I mean? Like everything I do, they're like, "This is what you're gonna get." You know, like
right.
I'm trying to think of though. Okay, here's a good example. I think maybe of what you're talking about. Like in American Werewolf in London, Rick Baker did not want a four-legged werewolf, but John Landis absolutely insisted on it. And Rick was like, okay, you know, I guess we'll do it, you know, but it's not how I would do it, you know, like, or want to go with it. But he did it, you know, and it's cool. Now it's iconic, you know, of course, but, you know.
Right.
I guess very similar to what you're saying, you know. It's like, well, whatever, I guess this is what he wants to do, so I'll make it as good as I can with what your parameters are.
Right.
Kind of set a visual trend with that after that came out.
Yeah,
yeah, for sure.
You know, I watched American Werewolf in London back in August when I was working on stuff ready for conventions, and I watched Thriller earlier this afternoon when I made my Kickstarter update. And it's really cool to... What's that? Oh no, the long video, like the 15-minute version or whatever it is.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
And it's really interesting to see how the stuff that was applied for American Werewolf in London was repurposed and in a lot of ways updated, I think, for Thriller. Do you know much about that stuff, Ryan? Because that was Baker
really.
too, right? On the zombies and obviously Michael's makeup.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to do a wolf, and so when you get to a kind of a creative level like Rick, and he proved himself with American Werewolf in London, John Landis was like, let's turn him into a werewolf again, and he's like, no, I don't want to do that, I get that, like, let's turn him into like a cat, a cat will, or werecat, so that's why it looks like a panther.
More panther-like, yeah, with the whiskers ripping out of his lips and all that.
Right. So. That was very similar effects, yes, but not effects, but you can absolutely tell that Rick Baker has no interest in, as an artist, kind of, oh, I like what you did so much, I want you to do it again.
Just do it again, yeah.
And again, and again, and then you get pigeonholed or typecast or something.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, good for Rick for, again, being a collaborator, not a collaborator contributor, not a craftsman like you were saying before, or just like, okay, like,
yes, Matt.
do whatever you want, like,
right. Matt saying, interestingly, I'm a huge fan of the four-legged werewolf myself, like more or less just a huge wolf, much like old mythology. Yeah, I like both, and I think I think they're both applicable depending on what the overall containing story is. Yen's also bringing up Wayne Barlow's Fantasy Monster Encyclopedia Werewolf with human hands. Ooh, I gotta look that up. Good old Wayne Barlow. Hey Ryan, so I think this is a good segue to get into the 3 types of directors that you usually deal with, right? The 3 types of clients, rather.
Yeah.
Let's go for it, bud.
Well, there are 3 types. Typically, these are the kind of people that, like, at least I have dealt with, is that people who absolutely, and this kind of goes with, like, Guillermo del Toro, they know what they want, absolutely know what they want, and then how to describe it. Even if they can't give you a person, like an absolute, they still want your collaboration, your contribution, but again, they know what they're looking for, Now, another type of person is those who don't know what they want or how to describe it, complete opposite of that. Like they'll know it when they see it or something, which is terrible. It's not terrible, but it's kind of like that gives you more freedom and opportunity to be creative, but it can be very maddening or frustrating. And then similar to that, though, is the one that just gives you full creative freedom, and they just like respect your work, love what you do, and just go nuts, do whatever you do, like, well, what do you? Can you give me like just a little direction? Like, no, you're the expert. Just do what you like to do. Just do it. And I'm like, well, how about like a word or a color? You need a color. Sort of a direction, like there's advantages and disadvantages to all 3 of those, types of people. And I'm not sure which I prefer the best, because sometimes, again, like the first one is like, you're kind of a craftsman until you figure out what they want to do. And then the, full creative freedom is like, you're a crazy artist, and, but then quite often that person will turn into the one that's like, you do something, it's like, they look at it and like, no, I don't know. I'm like, you just told me you did full creative freedom, like it's like,
Yep.
Ryan Matt just brought up a good point in the chat. He says, at least I found those are the worst. I don't know what I want, but I'll know it when I see it, equals just draw a bunch for free so I can get all of these different things, but only pay for the one that I like.
Yeah, that's the problem.
How do you deal with that when you've run into it? Or have you run into that particular type of thing where they want all these iterations and...
I really haven't, to be honest, yet. I mean, most of the things that I've done have been either low enough budget where it's like, this is what you're going to get, or you know, a couple times actually.
Do you mean that like in the way it's spelled out in your like in your contract, where you'd be like, okay, you get 10 iterations or whatever?
To be honest, most of the design work that I do is not in a contract.
Oh,
you know, yet. Yeah, and I don't do a lot of design work, to be honest. There's one story about a guy who wanted a mask for Home Shopping Network. Like, it was a joke for like a Black Friday mask, and he had a sketch, a weird little sketch of what he was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I don't know, man. You know, that's not really practical to do. You know, and so I did, I think, like 3 drawings. And then like 3 massive sculpt reworks to get it to where he wanted. And it went against what I thought was design wise.
Design savvy. Yeah.
Yeah, like I didn't personally think that it was as good as it could be, but it's what you wanted, you know? And so I'm like, okay, man, you know, like, and that's kind of a weird thing too, you know, because I feel like, have you ever let go of like a piece of artwork that like, you're not, I don't know, but that's what you want, you know, but it still reflects you, you know, and you're kind of worried that like they might judge you on that or something, but it's not.
Or it becomes the big thing that you get known for. Similar to the making the, you know, kind of half-assed stuff, probably.
Yep.
Right. Right. So anyway, that was an interesting process, and the back and forth with that really taught me a lesson that yes, I do need to, you know, budget in like design time and talk time and, you know, negotiating, not negotiating, but every email and every phone call you have and every back and forth is your time, you know, for a project.
It's also important, I think, to like, I'm wondering if you know, notice something similar too, like having that communication with people that you're going to potentially be working with. You kind of get a feel for whether or not they're going to be comfortable to work with.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can tell right off the bat, I think.
Yeah, usually you can tell within like the first minute of conversation.
Matt,
the first minute of on-topic conversation.
Yeah. Matt said, this is pretty good. He says that one of the things he tends to do is have his clients, or at least suggest that they make a Pinterest board for their idea. So even if they can't describe it, they can at least show you something like it, even if it's a little bit spaghetti on the wall. I find for myself anyway that helps. Have you had that situation for yourself in your process?
Absolutely, that's right. I forgot about this music video I did about almost a year ago, where they wanted like kind of a Bigfoot-esque, like monkey sort of creature that had to look like kind of desperate, but not evil, but dangerous. You know, these are all like.
Wait, is it the thing with like the tiny monkey?
What's that?
Amidst all the fur.
Yeah, the weird little monkey head and like this big.
Oh.
You know, kind of, it was for a Jeremy Messersmith music video, but the pictures that they gave me were all like. The main one that they really liked was a badly taxidermied spider monkey face. I'm like, oh boy, you know, that is absolutely impossible. You know, but that's what we really like. You know what I mean? I'm like, what if we did this? You know what I mean? So it was kind of a back and forth, you know, but like they absolutely like, you know, that was an interesting process as well. That was very, very back and forth, collaboration wise. You know, I do a sculpt and.
Oh, we just lost Justin. I thought he was roboting out there. I couldn't hear what he was saying.
I would do like a sculpt and then I'd send it back to him like, I don't know, you know, maybe the eyes are too big, or you know what I mean, like, and so that was fine, you know, like I appreciate, you know, collaboration, because again, you get kind of wrapped up in your own head sometimes, and someone sometimes needs to bring you back in, but
yeah. Kind of on a similar note, Matt's asking, do you ever hit that wall where your frustration with a project just ends up making you rush to the finish line, even if the project ends up not really being worth it to you for the portfolio, branding, or anything else?
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
That is a good one, which kind of ties into one of the big talking points that we had in our panel on Saturday, which is professionalism.
Oh,
Let's talk about professionalism, everybody.
Hooray!
Show up on time.
Show up on time. Yeah, dive into how professionalism affects, for example, the monkey situation that you just brought up. Like, what's the balance, would you say, between, you know, being the professional who gets the job done, but also being the professional who's establishing boundaries based on, you know, the pay, the time, all of that stuff? Like, how do you, like, what's for you, like, for yourself in your process and doing the work that you do, what does that look like?
In an ideal situation, I would be creatively satisfied while pleasing the client and making good money.
Show's over, folks. That's it.
Damn!
Okay.
Bye.
Damn!
Got him.
Boom! I think Justin's still trying to reconnect.
Complete mic drop.
But that's the holy trifecta, you know.
Yeah, no, that's...
Yeah.
And, you know, for everybody who's watching, whether you're an illustrator, whether you're a makeup person, a sculptor, any of that stuff, I would say that is a golden thing. And I believe that is Mick Strawn, who just showed up.
I believe you're right.
Hey, Mick, could you hear us okay?
Hello.
I can hear.
Hello, hello.
I don't know what this is.
Wait.
Well, as long as you can hear us, we can see you and hear you, so that works.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Let me
This
arrange
thing
the
has
screens here.
The Anvil Blacksmith.
Yeah, that's the group. That's the group that we managed that I told you about when we spoke.
Gotcha. Well, there you go.
Let me try to arrange these in a way that will make sense. Oh, this is dumb. It like puts like 3 at the bottom and 2 at the top. So I'm gonna put the hosts at the top and our guests at the bottom there. That'll work.
There you go.
At least until Justin can reconnect.
So, is this everybody, or are we waiting for another trick-or-treater?
Justin was in here a minute ago and then he got disconnected. So this is it for now.
Oh.
Hopefully he'll pop back in, and if not, hopefully he'll at least be in the chat for us.
He's got a
Here he is.
50-mile stare going.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, hi Justin. Welcome back.
Hi there.
Hey, welcome back.
You were roboting out pretty badly earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what was going on. Just running too many streamy things at the same time.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That's life these days. We stream everything.
Yes.
So, Mick, let me introduce you to everybody. So we've got Ryan here in the goatee with the family members behind him.
Nick.
He's got his
How's it
whole
going?
family on the stream here.
Yeah. You mean mounted? You mean mounted up behind you? Got it. Okay.
Yeah. They're showing their support. We got Jessica Fong, who's one of our admins from the group. She's in the Jack Skellington T-shirt and the creepy
Hello.
scarf.
Hello.
I don't know.
And the
could be
creepy
a-
scarf.
It could be a creepy scarf. We got Mandy, who's witching it up there in her skeleton
Hey.
cross room, and Mr. Justin Adams, who's the guy in the lanternfish head. I think the
The
lanternfish is having a hard time swallowing that, so we're just gonna have to deal with it.
That needs to be your new profile pic.
I am here in our lovely office/grandchildren bedroom.
Nice.
So
There you go.
you know, we have to do double duty. They do have some very nice drawings on the wall over there, as you can see the unicorn.
Yeah.
Of course.
I love
Concept
it.
art.
That
Concept art.
it's all, you know what? It's not about the quality of the unicorn as much as it is how many unicorns you have up on the wall.
There you go. So
Just saying.
just to get you
The
up
amount
to
of
speed
sparkle.
with where we're at, Ryan was talking about kind of like a remix version of the presentation that he and I gave on Saturday at Crypticon, which is kind of just covering the approach to like the business, talking about time, finances, value, communication, managing expectations, professionality, all of that kind of stuff. The kind of clients that you run into. Yeah, so right now we were just talking about professionalism, like managing getting the job done, as well as the boundaries that one has to establish based on, you know, how much you're getting paid, how much time you have to work on the thing, you know, the creative aspect. And Ryan, would you mind repeating what you said, because it was beautiful as your response to that?
best case scenario, obviously, is you are creatively fulfilled without killing yourself. The client is incredibly happy, and you're compensated accordingly.
Wow. I worked for so many years, and I think I only killed myself for 30 of them.
I know, that's the problem.
That is the problem.
How do we not do that?
Well, it's always going to happen, and I'll tell you why. Here's the thing. If you're delivering letters, when you get to the end of the street, you've delivered all the letters, okay? You do it to yourself, right? I mean, I'm a production designer. Let's face it. I cut a deal at the beginning of the film, and that's it. I mean, and yet I work my tail off for incredibly long hours every time I go out. And it's because it's about me. It's about my name on the film. It's especially if it's film, not so much if it's TV, because TV is more about paying for your house. But if you're working on a film, you can't stop yourself from saying that I can do more from midnight to 5 in the morning in order to protect my name and forward, and even though you don't crassly think of it that way,
Right.
It pervasive in the human nature, because you have something to say. If you were a grip, it wouldn't be a problem.
That's true.
Well, yeah, it's artistic integrity and
Well, I'll give you another example. I was working on a show down in San Diego, and it was a TV movie. And at the end of the day, the director turned around and said, "You know what? That set that we have going shooting Monday morning, I've been thinking about it, and I really would like to repaint it." And I had been telling him I wanted to repaint it from the start. And he says, "I'd like to go with a blue color." And the thing is the accountant turns around and says, "No, that's not going to happen." And the thing is if that had come up, there's 48 hours to the weekend to do that. See what I'm saying? And if it come up on a film, it would have been an absolute discussion immediately. It would have happened. But being as it was a TV movie, he says, let's put it this way. This TV movie is going to cost $2 million with everything from the time that we start filming to the time that we're done, promo and everything all in. He says, and you can bet that every minute of commercial space that's pitted against this thing, people are going to be spending $2.2 to $3.5 million per minute. And that's just the way it is. We don't get any latitude, they do. And you got to remember, where it is and what you're doing. Wow, I didn't mean to get on you guys.
No, this is great. No, this was actually a really good segue into what we're talking about.
I'm just absorbing everything you're saying.
Yeah. No, this is really good timing, Mick, because we were actually towards the end of the of what we talked about, aside from some of the things that are going to be overlapping with our presentation tonight. So let's just let's just jump to the top of that, shall we, guys?
I can kill any conversation.
Oh yeah. But it's good. It's with killing it with useful stuff.
It needs to be done. So right. We're in agreement. Next.
All right. Well, show's over, folks. Thanks for coming. No.
Yeah, we're all done.
All right, so let's segue into what the show was about tonight, about concept art, design, and practical effects execution. So as an intro, just to kind of get you guys back up to speed, anybody who's just tuning in, because I'm seeing some numbers kick up here, We have Mick Strawn, who's in the lower left-hand corner of the screen here. Mick has worked on Blade, he's worked on Mortal Kombat, and of course the Nightmare on Elm Street series. He's also has this great book called Behind the Screams, which is all about the Nightmare on Elm Street series, but we'll be talking a little bit more about that later. And of course we got Mr. Ryan Schaddelee, who's in the middle here. It's like a resurrected Vincent Price, which is, I think, awesome. Hello, Ryan. How are you today?
Oh man,
that's no fair because he looked up, he practiced the background.
Yeah, he's got the spookiest background.
He's got this thing going on.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
But
Well, you got unicorns.
yeah, unicorns.
Unicorns.
It's a little contrast.
Well, this is what my nieces do. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Well, hold on one second.
Ryan is a proprietor and owner of Outpost 31 Productions, and if you guys are fans of John Carpenter's The Thing, you know what that's a reference to. So you know we're in good company here. And of course, just to remind everybody of our co-hosts, we got Justin Adams, who's the man who's unfortunately being eaten by the lanternfish in the lower right-hand corner. We've got the Mandy, who's witching it up in the middle top, and we've got Jessica Fong, who's wearing the spooky scarf on the top left. And then there's devilish little me. Yes. So, so the whole point of this conversation is to talk about, concept art, the people who actually fabricate what comes from the concepts, whether it's mechanical, whether it's something that happens on set, whether it's makeup, whether it's prosthetics, so on and so forth. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about your history, guys. So, Mick, tell us a little bit about where you learned your craft. Were you self-taught? Did you go to school or other? And then when Mick's done, Ryan, you jump in with that too. Love to hear that stuff.
I was self-taught. I started in the early 80s, like 82, as a carpenter on sets, and I just moved from being a normal day-to-day carpenter to like wanting to do sets and doing something creative. And then the number one thing, the first thing
LA?
in LA, yeah, the first thing that I ever actually built was a 5-page resume.
Oh wow! So were you always creatively inclined?
You know the problem with doing something like that is in another 5 years, all of a sudden you realize you have to take the original 5 years off of your.
Oh yeah.
And it feels terrible. It's like, well, yeah, but that was totally freaking fiction. Well, yeah, but it was my fiction. The first thing I did in the business.
Yeah.
Storytelling.
Storytelling.
That's right. It's all storytelling.
That's true. What about you, Ryan? Were you self-taught, school, other?
Oh yeah. I I went through the whole 80s, gore and effects craze, and got into it pretty good until about 90. I don't know, when did Terminator 2 come out? That was when
92.
Was that
91,
92?
92?
91 maybe. And then Jurassic Park was what, 94?
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh shit. And so that really made me feel like I had pretty much, from the age of 8 to 18, wasted my life. Like, well, computer's going to take over. I'm screwed. So I went to, I went through a couple years of disillusionment there, and still did it. But then I went to film school, and then I got a degree in directing.
Okay.
Instead of make movies, I wanted to be in the movie industry somehow. I've always done special effects on the side, but I kind of redirected it until practical effects and CG figured out how to play together nice.
Yeah, which is, it seems like they're figuring it out more and more these days, which I'm really happy to see. I'm really happy to see the resurgence of practical and the need for it. So for either of you guys, and either of you guys could just jump in at any time here, what drew you into practical effects? And in that vein, what were some of your influences? Were they artists, films, other experiences that compelled you to want to jump into this stuff?
Who's going first?
This is pretty niche, right?
Oh, is it niche?
I think so. I mean, it's not like someone saying, "Oh, I want to be a painter." You know what I mean? Like, painting is huge. It's like I feel like practical effects is very specified.
Yeah, it was the purview of geeks and freaks, and I and started in carpentry, and I moved from carpentry to helping build a couple of houses with Peter Chesney out of balsa wood, so that we could blow them up with somebody standing right next to them. And from there on, I worked with Peter Chesney on and off for 30 years. Worked with him, worked for him, and I think that he helped me straddle the art department world. I also worked as a production designer with my sister, and I kind of learned production design from her and construction from my upbringing in San Bernardino, and from Peter Chesney, and Taslow Bauer, the special effects side, and that way I became a very specific production designer, one that was really good at dealing with effects and dealing with construction and dealing with horror and things that go bump in the night.
Gotcha.
Can I ask you this? Just to be clear in my head, production designer, then as a production designer, you're in control of, like, say, costume design, makeup effects, practical effects, art directing.
You get to kind of jump into everything. If you're an art director, you have a tendency, somebody's going to limit where you're going to go. The production designer kind of gets to stick his nose in everywhere.
You're like a liaison between, like, the, say, director or whoever's got the vision to the sub departments, right? And that you can manage. Is that?
No, it's even different. Right? It's even different from that. The production designer has to do with how everything looks. I mean, literally, everything that isn't acting, and everything that isn't a light is my purview. But I can also get in and talk about, how the lighting is relating to the aesthetic that we have. And the thing that, it's easiest to explain it this way. We all know that something like Batman is production designed, right? Everything is production designed. Everything is made from scratch, right? Including the look of it, including lighting, the whole bit. Well, that's done by a production designer. I mean, he's the one that overlooks all of that. Right. But the thing is that's what's done on every film. It's just super apparent on something like Batman. See what I'm saying?
Or like Shape of Water. Back to what we were talking about before.
Right, exactly. Like Shape of Water. I mean, those are things where you see the production designer's hand in everything. But the fact is that the production designer's hand should be in everything on every film. On your location, on your wardrobe, on your props, on your special effects and what they look like in Christ, even how things explode. I mean, honestly, all of these things and I'm a pretty self-encompassing person. I want the whole thing to look like I want it. And the thing is you also have a tendency to be the one that becomes the sheriff of the look. And I mean, that might sound funny, but in the middle of a film, nobody gives a shit about anything but getting given shot, right? And a lot of times as a production designer, it's kind of your job to go along and say, yes, I understand, but that doesn't go with our overall effect that we're looking for the design of the film. Because it's really easy to get tired and just become a series of shots and, throw all that stuff that was in the production designer over your shoulder, that was in the production meeting over your shoulder. And so the thing that I've definitely noticed that we now have an army of amateur people that are amateur filmmakers that really don't understand this overall look kind of thing at all. And boy, and if you don't think that's true, sometime you ought to try and stand as a judge for a 72-hour challenge. Because it's the concept of when they look in the lens, they look at the person that they're looking at the person right there, at the actor, right? And the production designer looks in that lens, looks at the whole thing. So that's that.
I think a good
It has to
example
manage
of
many
that.
departments for that kind of stuff, you know, which
Right.
is, but then has to manage many departments in order to make that happen. Again, like you said, lighting, you know, props, construction, costume, you know,
and some of them,
effects, you know, snow, rain, lightning, you know, like all that stuff. So
he is the production designer in particular. I mean, I really would look over the effects and how the sets related to the effects. I would say, think of the junkyard scene in Nightmare on Elm Street 4. You know, this is before we did things with a lot of optics, because optics were your last resort because they didn't look that good. They were very expensive. They took a great deal of setup. Everything that's opposite of what optic is now. And because of that, you would do as much practical as you could leading to it, to the big reveal that you could do in an optical. But we were very short on time on Nightmare on Elm Street 4, and we did not have time to dump a lot of things to optics. So we were doing enormous sets, enormous locations, you know, so that we could just build them and shoot them.
Right.
Because
that like junkyard scene, like you said, like pulling out of that guy from,
right.
You know, that's still obviously with a matte painting, whatever. Like I used to have the making of Nightmare on Elm Street 4, like I don't know when it aired on VHS. I taped it, you know, I have it recorded on VHS.
Right.
Like 1990, maybe?
I lied about that. I'll tell you the real story about that. The real story about how that went. It went like this. Okay? Because you're there and you know what you're seeing, right? Okay? Does it follow this story? So we got up and they had a model that I had built that was just a model of where I wanted the cars placed and what the patterns were, right? And we built this part of the model, which was, you know, with them running around and stuff. And then they took the model and built the other model to the same pattern to do the optical. Now, if you look at it, the concept was that the way that it looked in the storyboard was it went boom, 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 and then there's the world. We're up above him.
Yeah.
It's
live action, models, and then matte painting.
Right. So they pull up like this, they pull up, we pulled up, and then we give it to them. We say, okay, it's going to go out to be a world. So in 2 weeks, they built a model and then gave it back to us in 2 weeks. And the model was basically the size of this bed, and it was rectangular, just like the bed, and that was what we saw. And they said, well, that's it. And I said, no.
Yeah.
This is not it. This is you. And we got into a huge argument. I gave them $15,000 out of my budget, and I turned it back to them and said, okay, guys, try it again. So now they don't want to make another model because it's very hard to match it into the other model, because you have to remember, this is not like today. You don't start from scratch. You start with what you got, right? So then they come out with what was called an interactive mat. So they put a bunch of lights behind it, and they blink the lights, and they come up, and now they had a matte painting, and you can totally see it if you freeze the frame. You can see where the model is, then you can see where the lighted mat is, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
And they returned it to us with another rectangle, right? And this time I just went ape shit bananas, and I started. and in the middle of the meeting, I picked up a Sharpie and started just drawing fucking circles all over the place. I said, you know, I don't care what you do, but when you're done, you're gonna have a circle like this, and it's gonna be a world. Now, one of the smart ass guys from you know, because one thing about optical people back then is they just wanted to make sure that you knew that they were smarter than you. You know, because you were the guys that made things, and we make, you know, these ethereal things that nobody understands, right? And I said, okay, what don't I know? And he goes, well, you know that if you came back like this and you kept going, it would take you almost 2 days to get far enough out at that rate of speed in order to see the whole planet. And, wait a minute. Are you using actual physics against me in an argument about a film that's about fucking dreams? Are you out of your mind? Here's what I want. I'm going to give you $20,000. All I want is I want it round when you're done. And finally they came back. And I might add this, that you can tell that they were pissed off. Because this last mat was probably one of the sloppiest mats you have ever seen in your life. It was right next to having been drawn with crayons by a 10-year-old. But you know what?
It worked.
I didn't complain, and it worked. But that was my own personal battle.
2 questions, if I may. Did Rennie Harlan directed that, right?
Right.
Was that storyboarded? I mean, like, was it not clear to like the artists who had to make that shot that this was what he wanted to see, or was that what he wanted to see, or was that what you wanted to see, or like that was you wanted to see? And Rennie Harlan was like, "That's cool." Or,
yeah, exactly, yeah? Exactly. It wasn't his problem. You know, the thing you have to understand about Rennie is it came on 6 weeks before we started filming, and he did a great job. Did? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
In other words,
how long were you on it before you started filming?
3 months.
There you go. Okay.
Wow.
That's very interesting. Okay.
Well, I kind of never got off of Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. To me, it was just 3, just kind of like we just kept working with stuff on 3, and then we did promotional stuff on 3, and then it became 4. You know, we had already been working when Rennie was hired. We were already probably 2, maybe 3 weeks into building the junkyard.
Wow. Yeah.
The junkyard by itself took about 8 to 9 weeks to build because that was all practical, and of course, if you go to do something like that junkyard, you know, in California where it doesn't rain, the first thing that's going to happen is it's going to rain for 2 weeks solid. So, you know, that was a slog. But, yeah, you know, you got to understand, Rennie and he did a great job of this. He kind of picked the things that he had to care about, you know? The interaction between all the actors and stuff was actually totally done by the actors. And a great job they did of it too. And Rennie and the producers kind of threw the actors together in several parties before filming started, so that they could put their thing together. But we didn't have a script anyway, so
oh man,
we had a 60-page script that had a lot of TBDs in it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what TBD is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
that kind of relates back to what we were talking about just before you got here, of like working with the certain types of people, and one of them being the type of client or art director that doesn't exactly know what they want, but they're willing to sift through millions of ideas of whatever you throw at them, and it just wastes a lot of time, and then there's cost involved, and you know, time just keeps whittling down and cost keeps going up. And
I think that you always have to remember this. The problem is in the end when your name rolls up, you don't get a caveat. You don't get to say it doesn't. My name doesn't go up, Mick Strawn, production designer, except for that one fucking set that the
right.
going to be blue, and we couldn't paint it blue because it was snowing and blah blah blah. You know, you don't get any of that.
Better if, you know.
Exactly. So you don't get that stuff, and
what I really wanted to do was.
So to a certain extent, you don't get the chance to do that. So you have to do your best.
Right. This is also what we were talking about before you got here. Was just no matter what, like try to put your 100% out there, because it is your name. No matter what the project is.
Yeah, you don't want to get known for half-assed work.
Yeah, and on that note, what are your guys' favorite things about working in and executing practical effects?
My favorite things? It's the only way to do it.
Just the work. I just like doing the work, I hate the negotiation. I hate the business side.
I mean, I was only doing effects and sets and stuff like that on a day-to-day basis up until about the year 2000, and by then it had completely changed. So, so I had no choice.
And Ryan, what did you say about the business side?
No, it's just my least favorite part.
The business
of it.
part, yeah.
Negotiations, yeah.
Yeah, and trying to figure it out and like dealing, the money and the. But this, can I ask you one more question, Nick? When you were talking about like how that shot wasn't working out, and you had to get 15 grand and then another 20 grand or whatever to like pay to get that shot. Mm-hmm. Where does that money come from? Out of your budget? I mean, like, or like out of the production? I mean, do you have to go to like the producers and be like, "Hey, it's not working," sorry, and then are they mad at you because it's like, well, why was this not communicated? How does the chain of command work there?
Yeah, I spent $1 million. I had a budget of $180,000.
Oh shit!
So,
oh my gosh.
Oh man,
well,
funny invoice to pass in.
At that point, I think that you have to really keep in mind that we didn't have a script. So you see, the thing is you have to understand how to deal with people. If you're sitting there and thinking to yourself, well, I could stick to a budget if I knew this and this and this, then what you do is you give them a budget and you say, except for this and this and this, right? And so you're not. The thing is you always leave yourself an out, because that's how creative people get things done. They leave themselves an out. Leave yourself a budgetary out. It's kind of the way that I worked in Hollywood for a long time. In that particular case, in Nightmare on Elm Street 4, which is a little bit extreme, let's face it, I kind of set myself up as being the hitman, and then I said, okay, guys, here's how it works. If you have a script that wants to limit this, then show me the pages. But you have to remember it was during a writer's strike, so there was legally no way to rewrite an incomplete script. So basically, the ideas that I would come up with and the concepts and so forth couldn't really be argued with without them having tools, and I knew they didn't have them. But I'm saying
it's gotta be maddening.
What?
Gotta be kind of maddening, to.
It's too fucking busy to care.
One of the things that we want to ask you guys is, like, so far where you've been with your career and everything, looking back, what would you say is a defining moment for you overall? Like, not just, the production stuff, but, for example, one of the things you mentioned earlier, Mick, was, working as a carpenter and then realizing that there's this whole creative side to it. Like, what would you say for you was, like, the moment that you guys just went, oh, yep, this is the thing. Like, that's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or that you would say maybe like had a big impact on your career as a whole.
It was an elevator ride.
Elevator ride. Okay.
Yeah. I had been working with New Line Cinema. I'd been working with Peter Chesney. We were doing the original layouts for Nightmare on Elm Street 3. They hadn't picked a director. And we knew how we were going to do the effects, like the snake, and we had been working on the bed with the tongues, and we've been working with all these different elements of it. And up until that point, I've been working carpentry or as a construction coordinator or an effects lead, or with Peter or Tazo, or I've been just working one job to the next. And I had worked on a show called Quiet Cool, and the producer's name was Jerry Olson. I got along with him really well. I was taking the last billing stuff over to New Line Cinema for Peter Chesney I got in the elevator, and Jerry gets in after me, and he says, I said, "Hey, man, I haven't seen you in a while." He said, "I haven't seen you in a while. What are you doing?" He says, "I just got hired on this Nightmare on Elm Street 3 thing." I said, "Really? You know, I just got laid off because we ran out of special effects work. You know what? I know you guys need a production designer. If you need to hire me as a..." And then the elevator started up, and I talked him into it by the time we exited.
Wow.
And it was only one floor.
Give the pitch.
4 floors. Okay.
It was a very slow elevator, I have to say. It actually took us a week and a half. But other than that, yeah, no, that honestly, you know, a lot of times you can kind of point to that one spot that changed everything, and I have to say that elevator ride was one. Anybody else?
Similarly,
yeah, what's up,
my escalator ride. And I know.
Like Donald Trump, right?
Yeah. But I was going down anyway.
Yeah, so for you, Ryan,
know.
what was like the big defining moment, would you say?
I think it's way back as a... Oh, man. I think it's way more like esoteric and like...
That's cool.
Like,
yeah.
It was just realizing, you know... I remember, okay, this is a kind of a whatever weird story, but like we had... It was like some sort of art assignment where we had to replicate something that, you know, maybe I was in like second, maybe even first grade, and had to replicate a picture. Like our assignment, our art assignment was to replicate a picture, and I got the Statue of Liberty, and I drew it, and I think I still have it actually, and it's pretty good, you know, like, but just that thought in my head. That like, oh my God, you know, like the things that I see, I can make my hand do. You know what I mean? You know, like, or it can channel. You know what I mean, from my head, and like I can realize what I'm doing.
Stuff.
And like, whoa, you know what I mean? And that was a big thing for me. I mean, it's not like we're not talking business, you know.
No, yeah. It's anything that like really has been.
And then my kindergarten teacher hired me to, but like, but it was very. That was just a big life changer, you know.
Yeah.
Like that.
So you were at Juilliard's at 8, right?
What's that? No.
Okay.
I was at a Lutheran grade school till like.
First grade. So hard. Yep.
But anyway, that you know, professionally, I guess, I don't know. It was a nice opportunity to get to work on my first feature that I knew was gonna get some widespread distribution or viewership, and that was fun. And to work with an idol, you know, Christopher Lloyd. I got to work with Christopher Lloyd, so that was.
Oh right, I've seen some of those casts that you've done of Chris. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Can I ask you this, Mick? I don't want to keep drawing this away, but like, were you responsible for hiring then like Kevin Yeager and Mark Shostrom and like Steve Johnson and stuff? I mean, is that under your responsibility to like hire those guys?
Oh, I'm curious about that. Yeah.
Yeah, usually we kick it all around. Yeah. To tell you the truth,
Did he work for you or under you, I guess, as your production design?
No, you know, here the funny thing about makeup effects is that makeup effects people are the first people hired on a film.
Thank you. They should be. Yes.
Well, no.
Why is that?
No. You don't understand. Makeup effects is a slow business.
All right, that makes sense. Okay.
It's slow, and the R&D is very difficult. And the next people that are hired are usually the mechanical effects people, and then you're hired, and then you're looking for your DP and your production designer, and then from there on, you have to hire your effects people first. I mean, in Hollywood, it's just well known.
Thank you.
You had to do it back in. This is back in the day. I mean, because particularly when there was fewer things that were catalyst based. See, a lot of makeup effects these days are more. I mean, literally back then you were waiting for different types of latex to dry all the time, and it just took forever. And then you had to run your cast in and out to get them to do the make. So makeup effects was always a huge problem.
So they were usually hired before.
Yeah. I've stood there so many times with all those guys as being the only ones, that start. But also you have to remember this is they don't need any structure. They don't need a stage to work in. They don't need. They all would have their own shops. They would be already set up, and all their work would be. The funny thing about makeup effects people is, other than Howard Berger on the Nightmare on Elm Streets, I wouldn't see these guys except for very, very rarely. I mean, and you would see them, and usually they were even operating shops that were doing several jobs at once. So you saw secondary characters that worked
exactly.
Like Nick, Mark, I was going to say William Forsh, and Nick Benson would be the people that you would be talking to.
These like assistants and stuff?
Right. You would be talking to us. I don't want to say assistants because a lot of times they would be keys, but they would be, so when you say Kevin Yeager.
Or the right hand, or maybe.
Right, because, I mean, Kevin Yeager worked occasionally on set for Nightmare on Elm Street 3, but then from then on, he was just so busy. And the same with Steve Johnson. Yeah. Same with all these guys. I mean, this is these guys. These were all small companies that you were talking about. And these guys were the heads of those companies. And plus, their stuff is only going to be on set for a very short given period of time. Most of they might spend, 4 months on a show, but it's going to be in a shop for all but 3 days of it. And that's even on pretty complicated things, right? Right? Yeah. I mean, it's funny. I had a guy come up to me while I was in Boise at some film festival, and he says, "Wow," he says, "I can't believe that you're here. I wanted to show you a picture of something." He showed me a picture of him in his pickup driving down the road with the mold of the snake, of the Freddy snake that he had driven when he was an assistant, that he had driven across town one time just as some assistant in some shop like that. So you have to understand how many people you're talking about. Some of these makeup effects companies, for some of these effects, they're maybe talking about 20 people to get off.
Of course.
And they're going to be represented after working for 3 months. 4 months, they're going to be represented for 3 days on the set by 2 or 3 people.
I was just wondering if it was if you hired them or if it was So that's fascinating to know that they were one of the first people hired. So
yeah, well,
I mean, I was just about to ask what your experiences and what you guys think about how someone starting out could get their name into the mix, start building those connections, start getting the
I get asked this all the time, and I don't know how it is today. I compare the entire structure of distribution is completely broken down. Netflix is taking the great middle out of filmmaking and putting it on Netflix, right? I don't think that the way things currently are. I mean, look, I went to see a movie the other day. I see movies almost every night at the theater, and it is virtually it's the Marvel theater. It isn't a movie theater. because you go in there and every other preview is for a Marvel film, right? And there's a reason for that. It's because the studios know they can put a bunch of money in that, and that they can make their money overseas because there isn't any colloquialism that they have to understand in order to sell Spider-Man to India, right? That's why they're released there first. So all these things, I think that I would relate what's going on now to what was going on in 1918.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because look at what you have. The equipment's completely new. Everybody just barely even knows how to use it. I mean, we went through in the 90s, up until the 80s, we had been doing things exactly the same way as they had in 1918. I mean, essentially, somebody could have walked out of off of the stage door in 1934. They could have walked out of the stage door, gone to bed, walked back on into our stage in 1984 or 85, and they could have gone right to work.
Right.
It's the same stuff.
I mean, we're talking like the George Méliès and all of that stuff. That kind of problem solving.
This is well, even our optics were the same. You know, our optics, we're eliminating a color, basically doing blue screen. We're eliminating a color, but they were projecting through the whites, through what were the blacks and the whites in their films way back. On Nightmare on Elm Street 4, I'll give you a perfect example. Nightmare on Elm Street 4, when you look at the cockroach scene, in the big cockroach scene, right, you see Freddy pull it up to his eye, and we're looking at his eye in there. Okay, that isn't even blue screen. That was actually... That's a rear projection, is what that was. And the thing is that means that you actually
talking about that scene.
Once they synced it, it was really great, because if you were, I was there. I wanted to see them actually sync the camera and the projector together, because it was really cool.
When the girl was like bench pressing and he like broke her arms, and then her arms formed like these like bug arms and.
Screaming Mad George.
Oh, that's a whole. Screaming Mad George is a book by himself. But yeah, in the scene just before he crushes it and he's looking inside, we're looking across her, you know, almost completely a bug now, and he's looking inside of it, and his eye, that's a rear screen projection. And the cool thing about it was to be able to look in the camera and see them sync it, and they would sync it with literally with a box with a little pot that had a speed control on it, and it was for the projector over there, and they'd look in the camera and until the speed was exactly right, and as soon as it was, you could see it coming. You know, you could see the frames start to build up, and then all of a sudden you would see it in there, and then you could roll.
Wow.
You know,
hey Mick, out of curiosity, let's talk about, for example, that effect with the cockroach. Was there a concept art that you guys were working from for that? And okay, so can you tell us a little bit about that part of it, so that any concept artists who are watching can learn from that?
In everything that you were talking about, everything that you're talking about here, this is how it's done professionally. They sit down, the director sits down with a storyboard artist and goes through all of the advanced, the more difficult things that we have to pull special effects together for, and camera effects and stuff like that. And the storyboard artist then sits down and picks with the director the over the shoulder 2-shot, and tries to give you a view of so that the storyboard is coming with the lens picked on it, and the width, and how far you're going to be, how much you're going to see of everybody, and the motion of the camera is all going to be in that, so that one of your most important people, and I have to tell you, one of the people that had a lot to do with how most effects stuff looked through the 80s and 90s was Peter Von Schally. And you don't even know who he is, right? He was a storyboard artist for just about every damn film, you ought to pull up his resume sometime on IMDb, and it will blow your mind. But these guys, and it's like, even as a production designer, I would look at the storyboards to see how much of a set I was going to put in, and to know where the camera was going to be dolling, and to get an idea of the flow of the sequence and what the general blocking was going to be.
Okay.
I mean, if you really understood it,
yeah.
After a while, you could look at these cartoons and you could see exactly what the layout in your head. You could see the layout of the set and where you would have to be, and how you would interpret what's going to happen. And the most important part is who you were going to hand off to for the stuff that needed to be pre-rigged for all that.
Yeah.
It's freaking crazy.
There's so many moving parts, and so it's really interesting to hear how that all kind of culminates into these, memorable experiences that we all have that we're asking questions about.
Well, the funny thing, I used to describe it like this. This is all algebra.
Yeah.
The thing that's funny about algebra is algebra is 4 functions, right? It's addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. The thing is that makes it complicated is as you want it to do more and more and more, it gets to be longer and longer and longer. And the thing is your job is, as a production designer, is to try and solve that, right?
Yeah.
You're solving
problem solving.
Yeah. Well, but it isn't a single problem. That's the thing.
Right.
It's all these problems at once, and they're not complicated. I mean, think of all the stuff that you have for algebra. It's basically these 4 simple things. There aren't difficult things in film. There's just a lot of them that have to happen at once.
Yeah.
Or they have to happen in a very specific order right here on this one single spot. Here you have your first AD standing right there, with the second AD feeding stuff in.
Yeah.
And that's how you got to think of your sets. That's how you think of what you're actually doing.
I think people coming into, but I mean, just throwing this back to the question.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me because people who are trying to enter into the industry and find connections, they tend to get really nervous and they try to show off their repertoire of things. But I've seen a lot of people get great positions because they heard that there was a problem and knew how to fix it, or knew how to be a good problem solver, and could see like the whole of what needed to be done, which was very
well. It's also about who you know and where you are,
right?
I mean, I'm in a position now where people are still sending me scripts and I'm retired, and I mean, next year I'll probably do a couple of films. But
try to get up and pull me back in.
Well, yeah. The thing is when I was in the middle of everything, I didn't know that what I did mattered.
Yeah.
Because I kind of semi-retired 4 years ago. My sister died in a plane wreck, and I had to close up shop and deal with my mother, and moved up to Washington. But the funny thing about it is, Richard Halliday said to me on the way out, "You ought to think about your legacy." She said this at my sister's funeral, and my answer to that naturally was, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then I look back and I realized that the 80s are totally in. I did all the stuff that everybody is still watching.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we were so excited to have you
and
on the show.
And that a lot of new shows are copying.
I mean, if you look at my Twitch channel alone, you totally got that video store 80s horror vibe. And you've seen my artwork, Mick. You kind of have an idea what I'm about. And yeah, that influence is definitely there. So it's truly an honor to have you here on the show to talk about these effects. On that note, there is a question I'm supposed to ask you about one of those effects, and it's the story about the pig. If you could please Tell us about the pig.
Have you heard me tell you the story about the pig?
Jessica told me to make sure to ask you about the pig.
Well, on Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Bob Shea said he came down to the set, and written in the script was that there was a pig on a table, and there was a meal that had flies all over it, and the flies were supposed to be creepy, right?
Yeah.
Well,
unlike the kind and gentle flies that we all. Well, socially adjusted flies. Yeah.
Here's the thing: only Hollywood has guys that wrangle flies.
Yeah.
And the guy that wrangled flies was really, really weird, and I had to go out to his place, and he had a table that was made out of plexiglass that he claimed had 10,000 flies in it.
Oh man!
And it was the most uncomfortable. I mean, I can talk through almost anything, right? But I had no idea how to answer that. I was like, okay, 10,000 flies. Why the fuck would you? But anyway, he was a very, very strange cat, and I said, well, we need to have a fly release. So he came.
A fly return.
And by the way, this is going to be a long story because there's a lot more to it than the flies. But so the great thing about the flies, just in and of themselves, is that in the scene he released 10,000 flies.
Wow.
So that we could see them with the camera, and they immediately just flew away.
Jeez.
Oh shit! How much did that cost?
Played this for 3 months. There were flies everywhere for 3 months. The only place that they weren't was on this pig. I don't know what he put on the pig that drove the flies away, but it was like amazing. But the other element was this. So here's the funny thing that you notice is that you'll notice that as she looks at it, and we get the shot of it, that the music is building, and all of a sudden the music cuts out, and then you hear the sound of flies. Because it just came down to a sound effect.
Yeah.
And somebody asked me at a convention somewhere, how did you get the sound of the flies if they had all flown away? And I said, well, we kind of went around the stage with little tiny mics and chased them like this.
I was just going to joke that you did do that, but you actually did.
No, I actually said it. Of course we didn't do that.
Good.
But anyway, the reason that she wants me to tell the story is that we had used a real pig because we weren't going to do anything with it, right? Mm-hmm. And it was just going to be a pig. So we literally the day before we started, we went out and we bought this enormous pig, Polynesian style.
An actual pig.
Right, an actual pig. Bob Shea shows up on the set. He goes, hey, you know what? I thought of something last night. I want the pig to bark.
Okay.
And we were like, okay.
The night before?
No, on set that morning. He had thought of it the night before. And he goes, no, I want the pig to bark. And we all kind of like went,
don't you mean oink?
Comedian. Anyway, so we're all standing there, and the shot is up, right? This shot, he goes, oh, by the way, I wanted the pig to bark, and it's like, okay, the pig to bark, and my prop master. Now, you have to understand, my prop master is like 4'6" high, older Israeli woman called Batia, and she was like full on Israeli. I mean, in the army from the time they're 6 until the time that they're like 22 or something like that. And she goes, so you want the pig to bark? And she reaches down and she pulls out this fucking knife. right? And she goes, I
Oh my
make the
God.
pig bark. And she pulls the pig up like this and just goes, pulls out this chunk of flesh, throws it on the ground, shoves her hand up inside of it and goes like this. So we just cut a hole in the table and the pig, and what you see is Batya making, and so that pig going like this.
Oh, it jumps at the camera, yeah.
Making it bark. So then,
Fantastic.
so immediately then we have a problem. That the first AD goes, okay, well, we might have to go in for a close-up on that, so we need you to put it in a box.
Oh no!
And we need you to save it, right? So go, okay. And this was like, it was like one of the first shots that we did on stage, right? And so we built a wooden box and packed it as hard as we could with dry ice and set it in the corner and completely forgot about it. We didn't go back and we didn't shoot it. And 3.5 months later, we are wrapping the stage.
Jesus.
We are wrapping the stage, and somebody pulls the top off of that box over in the corner, and oh my God, it was heinous, and it was everywhere, and exactly, it cleared. This was
did the flies come back?
40,000 square foot building in it, and we had all kinds of crews everywhere trying to clean everything up and strike it, and absolutely nobody could go into that building, and we finally had to I think we finally drew straws as to who was going to get in a paper hazmat outfit and put the full mask on stuff and get rid of this pig. Oh my God.
So did you get the close up then, or?
Well, I gotta tell you the truth. You ever heard of that? Well, the meat slides off the bone. It was heinous.
There you have it, folks. The story about the pig.
So
I've thrown up.
That
more disgusting stories like that, please.
Day of the Dead. Day of the Dead story.
The pig guts.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Forgot to refrigerate or whatever, but
Yeah, in Day of the Dead, there's a scene where there's a zombie on a gurney, and in this dream sequence, the zombie turns towards the camera, and the guts fall out of his chest cavity. Yeah, kind of a similar thing happened. They had a big bucket of pig guts or something, and someone forgot to refrigerate it, and then they had to go in and film that, and for that sequence.
I was filming Hercules in New Zealand for 1.5 years, and I got to know the guys from Weta, and I got to know Peter Jackson. He told me a great story about they had just finished Dead Again, is it?
Oh, yes.
Dead Alive.
Yeah.
They had just finished Dead Alive like 6 months before, and and they were telling the story. Peter Jackson, we were in Wellington, and we were up on the hill. There's a statue of somebody up on the hill looking over Wellington, and we went up. We used to go up there to eat lunch because we were in a series of meetings, and and we watched the planes would just clip this little piece of land, and Wellington's like a cove, and it's got these huge cliffs completely surrounding it, and the airplanes have to it's the most terrifying landing you've ever felt in your life. What they do is they basically get near there and then turn everything off and just whoosh.
Whoa. And
we're sitting on the spot talking to Peter Jackson, and the cool thing is the jets would just very silently slide in down, and you could see the tops of them as they're landing. They're right on. They would slide right past you.
Sounds eerie.
And he's telling me the story about that the set that they made for that there was so much blood and gore that they used in that living room.
Yeah, the lawnmower. Yeah,
right, with the lawnmower scene and stuff. That eventually actors started to drop through the floor, and they had to stop. They had to stop filming and refloor the whole
Holy
set.
shit.
Oh my god.
Because, oh my god, really?
Because people fell through the floor.
Oh my god.
It was so soaked. They used particle board, right? You
Yeah.
know? And they painted the floors, and like it didn't survive anything for. Yeah, there's so much gore in that film.
Yeah, yeah.
It's such a great. By the way, all I have to say to you is being chased by the organs of somebody is the most across the ceiling was one of the most hilarious things I've ever seen. It's a stomach chasing this one character
with a large intestine and a butthole.
Right, and the butthole,
Yeah, like,
which farted several times through the sequence. Oh god,
that is hands down one of my favorite movies of all time, and I'm so upset that there's never a behind-the-scenes documentary on that movie.
Here's the cool thing. He's rebuilding it. He's rebuilding that and Meet the Feebles, and
he's doing a 4K restoration. Is that what you mean?
He's doing a restoration.
Yeah.
A restoration of that Bad
Taste, Meet the Feebles,
and Meet the Feebles. Yeah, Dead Alive, and I can't wait. And you know he's got.
There's got to be some sort of behind-the-scenes footage on that stuff.
Oh, they got to do it. Oh, they got to do it because it's just so great.
Yes, it's so amazing. Oh, thank you for that little story though, because that is just a nugget of like information I've never heard before, and that's fantastic. So,
well, we had a couple of great meetings, but one of them was in a cafe, and somehow or other, what we were doing, and this goes with everything that you were talking about, we were having problems on Hercules. We were having problems with matching our digital stuff to the rubber stuff that was being made by K&B Effects. And so we were having a series of meetings there. And basically, you know, what happened was we were at the very beginning of all this stuff. You know, this was middle of the 90s, and there wasn't really any rules. I mean, not that many things had been done like that. And one of the problems that we were having was stretch. That when you're doing digital effects, you squash and squash and stretch, and it's such a natural part of it that everybody that you've got that works on it does it naturally. Okay. And the thing is we had to figure out how to get around that and how to stop people from thinking like that. To think that they're because one of the easiest ways to make a monster convincing is that, you know, the neck gets back like this, feels like it goes 3 miles away, and then comes in real fast like that. It's because they're just skipping frames all the way in, right? And that's the stretch part of it. Okay, so your proportions have to go back to normal in order to match to the fact that the next cut is of the creature grabbing somebody like this, and that's a puppet. Okay, and we had to battle it all the way through Hercules. It was very, very difficult. And the thing is that was just the beginning of a really long series of those kind of arguments. You know, I mean, the whole business was in the same discussion. But I do remember one time that we were just sitting around in a restaurant and everybody was talking. We had K&B, we had Howard. I think that I can't remember who. I think Nicotero was there, right? We had Howard Berger, Peter Jackson, Taylor, and me were sitting in a restaurant in the middle of it and talking about the shooting of the head going all the way around, the Exorcist shot, and how everybody had done it since. And everybody at the table had done it in a different way. And we were all like, you know, comparing notes on that. And I remember at some point in the middle of that, like just all of a sudden realizing, you know, that like when all of a sudden you start to think like the guy up in the corner like this, like looking, because everybody was just appalled all around us and had no idea what the hell was going on. It It was a really interesting discussion to be having there, you know?
Yeah, yeah, I would have loved to be a part of that.
I was a part of that. Man.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of reminds me of
love to replicate that.
The problem solving that you've been doing, Ryan, with your reverse reforming, regenerating thing that you were working on. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Can I just do this one thing real quick before we talk about that? One more.
Yeah, sure.
Is this the reason, by the way, that Peter Jackson was involved in Nightmare on Elm Street 5, correct? At one point in time? Or is it 4?
No, it wasn't 4. I don't know. I didn't make it all the way through 5.
I don't know if you guys know this, but
well, he might have. He might have, but you have to remember.
I'm just wondering how that happened, what the relationship was. How the hell did Peter Jackson get involved in the Nightmare series? So this is interesting.
I don't know. I was not there, but what I do know is that they had began to court him about distributing his pictures, and they had this, and they did have the property coming up. What was that little film? Oh, Lord of the Rings, yeah.
That little film.
I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, because that was.
I'm not aware. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
elaborate on that.
I haven't heard about it.
Yeah.
Something about a master of jewelry.
So for a good long time, they were trying to make relations, with him like that. So.
Okay, to keep this story short, my understanding is that he had an idea which I thought was fantastic, and I just didn't know how the relationship. You're right. It was Lord of the Rings. It must have been. But anyway, about how Freddy was some kind of weakling, and he was emasculated, and all these kids were taking sleeping pills so they could go into their dreams to beat Freddy up, kind of situation. And that is hilarious, and I thought that was such an interesting take. Anyway, obviously it didn't happen, but.
I have a feeling that was probably Michael. Why can't I think of his name? What is his name? I'll think of it someday. But yeah, that idea came up in Nightmare on Elm Street 4, and was passed on.
Okay.
Well, anyway. Just because it's such an open, that is such an open-ended, huge concept.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It's really interesting. Anyway, I like that a lot. But anyway, okay. So, what was the? Where are we again?
So much. The question to you was.
I warned you that this was going to happen, right?
I knew this was going to happen.
Anything that I'm a tangent.
I've told the co-hosts that we're not ending on time, guys. That's not happening. So if you want to bow out, I think this is going to go on for a little while here.
Yeah, Mick, I might talk to you after this. Anyway.
Yeah, we can keep talking. I've got all night. I've got the only thing I've got going on is in an hour my Kickstarter ends, so I might just go hey guys, my Kickstarter finished, and we could just go back to talking about this shit. I don't care. I'm in it for the long haul if you guys are. Ryan, it seems like you're getting a lot out of this too. Mick, I hope you're having a good time as well. That's the important thing. If you guys are having a good time and you're willing to be here, hey man, I'm here. It's Halloween. I look like this tonight, so I took off my human face earlier today, so here we go. Ryan, the question to you, we were talking about the big conversation where they were talking about The Exorcist and how everybody's done their own variation of the spinning head thing. Yeah. And I'm this kind of reminds me of us talking about the big, the kind of a similar tangent, the regeneration scene that you're doing. You want to talk about that a little bit? Because I think it's awesome.
Yeah, so having taken kind of a break from, not a break from special effects, but refocusing or taking the emphasis off of being an effects artist in 94, 95, and being a director or a filmmaker, I didn't really get back into it until 2010, honestly. But I'm still reliving the biggest effects that that influenced me. I'm still trying to regurgitate them in different ways. So, for example, again, the face melting and head melting scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark. That thing is burned in my brain forever. And we just got the chance, and it's one of those things where they didn't ask for it, but it's one of those, like, could we do this? What if we did this? You know, because I want to do it. I want to try to replicate it. And we had to do it.
Do it with gelatin. It's easier.
That's what we did. That's what I did. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say the gelatin's a lot easier. Your melting temperature's a lot lower.
Yes, it is. So it just happened to work out that the gelatin recipe that I had melted great with like 3 heat guns, you know. So
nice.
Anyway, what we had to do, the script called for a guy getting decimated by a wood chipper, and all his body parts and blood is coming out of the nozzle of the wood chipper.
The blower end.
Yeah, the blower end. And you see then it, you know, hitting this puddle of blood. And it's about a serial killer who cannot be killed, where it's a parody of, you know, like there's nothing can stop this guy, you know. And so the last shot of the movie is a hand that comes out of the puddle of blood, a skeleton hand that comes out of the puddle of blood, and then all the material, the flesh material, reformulates over his hand, you know, like that. You know? So like it's like this, and I had all the like bone structure in there, and all the tendons, and you know, a flesh-colored exterior and a red-colored interior, and we just hit that for like 35 minutes, and boom, it just melted away. So then it took about 30 minutes, and then boom, it just whoosh, you know, like in 3 seconds reformulates. So that was kind of a you know, just one of those things where I've always wanted to replicate that, you know. And to me, okay, this can I be a little bit tangential, because
no, not on this show. Are you kidding me?
No. But like, okay,
and Mick's opened up a tangent box.
What I love about this stuff is the magic about it, the illusion.
Yeah.
You know, I like pulling one over on someone. You know, like that is really what I like about this gig. You know, and how do they do that? That's how I got into it, because I just didn't understand how they did it, and I wanted to figure it out. So it's nice to.
That's actually a really good segue for something I've been meaning to ask, since we're on the Let's Ask Questions about specific things, and we're talking about melting things and how did they do it. So, Mick, I would really love to hear about the melting bicycle scene. I know you and I talked a little bit about it in chat, but for the people who are watching, it's actually something that's come up in conversation quite a few times about the melting tricycle from Dreamwarriors.
It's so much easier than you'd think. I mean, basically what we did is we made the tricycle out of PVC pipe, and then we fed through it. We fed cables, kind of up through it. You know, that little plate that's down there.
Yeah.
We drilled a hole there, and it comes to its final scene. We cut to her. It comes to its final mark, and then we cut back to it, and now it's up on a platform that represents the floor, and we have cables, you know, aircraft cable built into it, so that the cable is going through every tube in it, and one wrapped around the wheels themselves.
Oh, okay.
And from underneath, we just start turning on winches.
Yeah, okay.
Winch, right, and you just see it suck down. And
then with the sound and the steam and everything else, it creates the...
Well, and steam was just, you know, the really typical old-fashioned AB sprayed in from 2 sides.
Wait a second. So you used the cable to pull it down, but what made the PVC soft?
Well, we didn't have to worry about it. We used the 20 schedule PVC, and literally all we had to do was just put
so it was just
a really powerful winch. You're just literally just seeing that winch down.
Oh, Jessica just fell. You okay, Jessica?
And Mandy's just gone.
Yeah, Mandy typed to us in the admin chat that she was fading. She's had a long day at work and stuff like that, so she was like, I don't want to interrupt the flow of conversation. So, Mandy, everybody say good night, Mandy. Good night, Mandy. Thanks for being here.
Hey, good night, Mandy. Thanks.
Yeah. You're right there, Jessica. Oh, she's muted. All right. I'll just assume she's okay. So yeah, so it was actually flexible then. There was no actual melting involved.
Right, none.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Just literally just winched it. we had, as far as I can remember, we used 1/4-inch cable and just winched it down to the floor, and it did a really good job of destroying itself.
Yeah, I mean, just physics took over, I guess, from what you're saying.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow, I'll have to watch that scene again carefully.
The thing is that all that stuff was we got to do that ahead of time, and melted many particles.
That is so awesome because quite often the hand melt thing that I was just telling you about, like we had to do that ahead of time for sure because I didn't know what the hell to expect. And it's not even a big deal. I mean, it's been done a million times. I figured it would probably work, whatever. But like,
I'm going to throw a little sweetener at you for that particular shot. For if you're doing that shot to do it in reverse for a resurrection, find points that you can vacuum off the fluid as it comes off.
Vacuum it up.
Vacuum it off of the, so that you don't see fluid
going like
because we had that problem when we did Freddy resurrecting on his face resurrecting on Nightmare on Elm Street 4, and what we did is the last take that we did, we had industrial vacuum all inside of where the head is sitting and stuff. We were vacuuming it off so that it would immediately go out, and that helped so much, and it made it look so much more, because the thing is think of how much better the
that's smart.
The figures of the art shot would have been if you didn't see all of the wax just running down. If you just saw it charred layer by layer and go in like this, and that's kind of what Freddy's looks like as he's resurrecting.
Right. I just watched Hellraiser last night, actually, and similar to melting and wax and gelatin.
First one.
Yeah, Frank's resurrection scene, fucking amazing.
Such a snooze, I swear. It blows me away that they did that almost in the same exact time that we did Nightmare on Elm Street 3. And I was like, I think that our artists were better than their artists.
But Bob Keane did Hellraiser and Dead Alive, right? Yeah. So he's got a legacy there.
Yeah, but the Hellraiser's kind of the second one got better. The first one, I mean, as a movie, I just didn't understand it. I didn't.
So Jessica Douglas says hi, and that she missed the pig story, but she's there. And she asked me to ask, what do you guys think about the effects in Cabin in the Woods? I feel like she's lighting a firework and throwing it in the room, but I could be wrong.
Haven't seen it.
You haven't seen it? Oh, okay. So there you go, Jessica. Nick hasn't seen it. What about you?
Yeah, your little firecracker went out.
Yeah, see what happens there?
What about you, Ryan?
It's a great film.
5 years ago? 6 years ago.
Or 4 or 5 years ago now.
Jessica says, oh my God, Mick, how can you do this to me?
I was busy 5 or 6 years ago. Well, people ask me a lot of times, did you see this film and that film and that film and that film? And the fact is that if you were working in Hollywood, you didn't see that many films.
Yeah.
Because you were busy working on the films that everybody, that were in your category,
Right.
I did not. I saw Nightmare on Elm Street 1 and 2 in a screening room down at Photochem in LA, so that we could start on Nightmare on Elm Street, so that we knew what they looked like in order to do Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
That's interesting. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, actually, from like a concept and production design standpoint, to keep that consistency? Like, I would actually love to hear that, and I think people watching would too.
There was no consistency. The first and the second had. We saw them, and then we were meeting because Bob was trying some. I mean, it was a pretty desperate thing to like really to do the third one as opposed to doing something original. Because if it was original and it was a hit, you were guaranteed, the hit would be big. But if you were doing a third, the thing is historically, the third of everything that had been done to that time had been a bomb, right?
Yeah.
And so we sat down to completely change it. We went to the screening room, we saw the film, and then we went back and we saw the first two films. And my first concept was is that these are dreams. We have a lot further that we can go. We need to pull it onto a stage, and then we can really mess with it. We can really expand everything. We can, because some of it we had already done, because as the script came down the road, there was some of it that was going to have to be on the stage, but in the end, I wanted to pull it all onto the stage so that we could. My description at the time was, I want to make it like a carnival ride that comes to your Walmart, right? Sits up in the parking lot. And then when we did Nightmare on Elm Street 4, I said, yeah, well, this one's Disneyland. But there were three things that concept-wise, first of all, the dream thing could easily get old immediately. And what they decided to do was to let Robert Englund become the character that Robert Englund does, he started to do the poses. He started to do the lines and stuff. And you have to understand, Robert Englund is one of the only bad guys in a lot of these films that was actually an actor, and a great actor. I mean, the guy was really good. And so he started to be able, they decided they were going to let him play, okay? And then somebody else came up with the concept that what we needed was we needed to give the kids a chance, so it was more of a fight.
Yeah.
And with that, the Dream Warrior concept came in, and that was Wes Craven's concept. Okay, so we had the Dream Warrior thing going for us. We're going to expand the sets. We were going to do it on a stage, and we were going to get really imaginative with it. And we had Robert.
Yeah.
So, but it was by no means a sure deal. The third film was probably guaranteed to make, half of what the original was, and we completely turned that around. And then we did number 4, and we double turned it around. So.
Right, and so that's kind of when Showbiz Freddy kind of really started formulating. Then, from what you're saying.
Exactly, it was, and it was very, very intentional. It was. We knew we couldn't do horror Freddy forever,
right?
Because what we needed to do was expand it to let. I mean, we made him a stand-up comedian, and everybody talked about it at the time. Freddy is going to be a stand-up comedian, and it's intentional. And the thing is it really saved the series. It saved the series from this. It saved the series in that it expanded the market beyond the normal people that would go to see a horror film.
Right.
Because if he had stayed just horror related, like this kind of thing.
Yeah.
That market would have been smaller and smaller, and very because let's face it, horror films back then, you were just barely above porn and right below lawyers.
Right.
For your status in town.
Yeah.
Wes Craven did porn before horror.
Well, exactly. The thing is that's we were trying to expand this, and in the end, I think we actually did, because I think that the huge expansion of the sets itself started to give it an adventure feel.
Yeah.
And that adventure feel with the group of kids then became echoed in It and Stranger Things and on down the line.
That's actually one of the things. Whenever people ask me about It, my first thing, it's like being in a haunted house that you're laughing at, but it's also creepy and scary because it feels like you're going through a haunted house.
Right.
So
well,
yeah, no, Dreamwarriors is actually my favorite in the whole series because of that twist and that flip, and also all the various inventiveness of the effects. Like even just from the the puppet one where the veins are coming out, and all of that's really just creative. I really liked how creative it was. It wasn't just Freddy chasing people around in their dreams and just stabbing them. It was very, very inventive stuff. Or down to like
with the hearing aid.
Yes.
Is that the one with the hearing aid?
With the pins, you were talking about that the other day.
Oh man, yeah, that scene has stayed with me for since I saw it.
Yeah, for me it's been that.
Aid?
Yeah.
No wait, I think the hearing aid was
5.
5?
Was it 5? Like where his hearing aid, he was messing with his deaf kid, and his aunt or something like that took a really long Q-tip and damaged his eardrum. And so he wore the hearing aid, and then it grew and kind of.
Oh yeah.
It got super hearing aid.
I so hate that when that happens.
Oh, man.
But one of the things I was going to ask in relation to what you just talked about, Mick, so that kind of outreach beyond just targeting the horror genre fans. Is that kind of what led to Robert appearing in makeup on talk shows and late night TV?
Yeah. In fact, a lot of that promotion stuff was done by a guy by the name of Kevin Benson, who also expanded the music on it and tried to get real bands in, as opposed to the typical, doing the faux band.
Right.
Music and stuff like that. He was bringing in Dokken,
yes,
stuff like that. And
oh my god, I got a good story about that. Anyway,
he did. He brought in all the elements that he did. The first one to start to do characters. Action figures and stuff like that. That was all Kevin Benson that started that stuff. And by the time that they sold off, they sold to Warner Brothers, the movie making, the promotions department of New Line, and all of their promotional lines and everything sold for 10 times as much as the movies themselves, as properties. So,
hence the funding for Lord of the Rings.
Exactly. Hence the funding.
Wow. Yeah. Think about it that way. Without Freddy, we wouldn't have Lord of the Rings.
This is similar to, or not similar, but this is a very interesting question in terms of the business versus the artistic side. Mick, did you want to get into the movie business? Or was this that just kind of happened to you? You know what I mean? Did you, you said you were a carpenter.
It happened.
It just kind of happened to you, and then it evolved, because it's a very different process for people who are like, I want to get in the film industry.
Yeah, I want to feed my kids. And,
yeah.
And the weird thing is,
I have a normal life.
I was just oddly good at it. I was good at.
But you had no ambition to get into the film industry.
Right. Absolutely not. That wasn't
okay.
You just needed a job.
Okay.
I needed a job, and you know what? In looking back, there were so many things that I did before I got into the film business that just leaned themselves towards it. It's because I was just terminally bored. I would do things. I went and worked on mines for up in Northern California. Worked in the assembling of mining these mills and stuff like that. I did construction. I did printing. I did art. I did graphics. I did all these different things, and I only did them for about 3 months at a time because I would get bored. And the thing is, I was really, really good at them. almost.
Well, if you figure it out, it's like next.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, you know, and the weird thing about it is I related everything to building, to construction in a weird way. It's like
problem
once you learn how to solve problems, it's an easy thing to move from one thing to another. And I think that anybody that's good at things understands that. You know.
Yeah. So it sounds like
agreed.
I was just gonna say. So it sounds like all of those experiences directly informed your ability to do this stuff. Like, and that's awesome. Because I'm a big fan of repurposing, you know, our skill sets. You know, a skill set that most people think like this is only for this. Like, no. You can figure out other ways to use that shit.
I mean, I'm going. There's a fan film called Vengeance. It's for Friday the 13th. It's a big fan film that's going to be filming coming up here. I've been helping the guys in the Seattle area, and I'm going to go first AD for them because every time that I worked with them so far, their first ADs have crumbled almost immediately, and I've taken over just because. And I've never had the actual title of it, but I don't think it will be that hard. They want to do 2.5 pages a day.
If it's all dialogue, no problem.
Well, I was telling them, I'm kind of used to like if I was doing TV, you know, it would be 8 pages a day. If we were doing a movie, it would be closer to like 4 or 5. So.
Wow.
So anyway, you got to keep moving. You know?
Yeah.
That thing about sharks moving in the water may be supposedly that's a myth, and I can understand that. So in that respect, we're dumber than sharks, aren't we?
Yep. Let me ask Ryan.
Wait, no.
Oh, go ahead,
Oh,
Jessica.
go ahead.
No, you. Please.
Oh no.
You haven't said anything
first.
in a while. I've been yakking a lot. Go for it.
I've been enjoying all the stories, all the hot.
No doubt.
I'm just gonna mute my mic, so go for it, Jessica.
I mean, well, now I'm curious what a day in the life of Mick and Ryan looks like. Like, what does a week, you know, what does a week look like
nowadays?
Yeah.
I get up in the morning. I help my wife by doing all of her helmets. Being as we have a small business, she paints orthopedic helmets. And go to Lazardo.com.
Lazardo.com. Okay.
Lazardo. Lazardo. And then I go play with my grandchildren. And then lately, I've been spending a lot of time. I wrote a book called Behind the Screams. I'm probably going to write a book. It's about Nightmare on Elm Street 4. I'm going to write another book about Nightmare on Elm Street 3. And I've been thinking about, next year I think I'll have a film to do, but I've been thinking about putting together a seminar based on teaching things that people haven't understood. Because the thing is filmmaking is becoming a hobby, which it didn't used to be, not to the extent that it is now, because camera packages are inexpensive. Hell, you can, the thing is this thing right here, this thing right here, this I carry around in my pocket. This thing right here probably equates to a $500,000 camera package that would have been used or rented through for the 4 months of Nightmare on Elm Street 4.
Wow.
And this has got more capabilities than that, and probably has actually clearer lenses. And the thing is in that respect though, there's an awful lot of stuff that that people don't understand that are getting these incredible camera. Maybe they're paying $50,000 and getting these great camera packages, and there's so many people making films.
Yeah.
But they don't have any of the things that we professionals are terrible about passing any information out. You know, I'll give you an example that just absolutely blows me away. These days, you know, if I see every fan film that I see, they take and they use cobwebs, right? And you see the glossy cobwebs,
Fucking hate
right?
that.
And they don't dust them down.
Yeah.
They think that cobwebbing is the final, and it's not. The cobwebbing is the beginning of a process. and I know that this sounds stupid, but I'm telling you that no professional would do a thing like that. You know, there's so many things like you have to think about what you're seeing in front of you. For instance, the source of the smoker. I always, in everybody's films, see the source of the smoker. You know, it's like, what, you just couldn't figure that out? I want to make it, I want, you know, crossing the 180 line.
Uh-oh. I think we're losing Nick.
Anybody else doing this?
I mean, you're. Oh, you know the 180 line? Okay, hold on. I'm going to explain the 180 line to you.
Okay, there he goes. He's back. Okay.
Here we go.
We were starting to lose you for a second there, Mick.
Oh, I wasn't. Okay, what I was saying is.
There we go. Okay.
That there are people that are not even. That are directing, that are not understanding what the 180 line is and why it exists.
Yes.
The thing is that we are making a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional object, right? And when we do that, there are rules within the two-dimensional that you have to bear in mind. And here's one of them. Here's my license, okay? You see this? You understand it, right? Okay, let me explain the 180 line with my license. You'll get it immediately. This is a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional me. Okay? And it works.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We lost him.
No.
What happened?
Come
He needs more
back.
unicorns.
I hope he knows. Ryan, really quick. What's a day in the life of Ryan like? Your work day, like your just really quick till Mick gets back.
Well, real quick.
Go! Activate!
I wake up, I freak out, I try to work, and then I cry myself to sleep. No,
We can relate.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Throwing some
I analyze my work and freak out. No, I don't know, man. It all depends on the day, you know. Oh, no,
Maybe.
but like it depends on the day. If it's an art day or if it's a got to make some money day, you know, where I do my corporate whatever job.
Yeah.
So anyway,
It's
in
been
a perfect world, I get to the studio and here we go.
Perfect
Hey,
world.
there he is.
There he is.
Did I come back?
You're back.
Yep.
You're back.
Everybody's saying Freddy got you.
Yeah.
You're about to get to the good part, and you were gone.
It's like, all right, here we go.
The really funny thing
Boom.
is,
Head's gonna blow.
I swear, I got it. I got my license out, and I looked at you, did my gag, and all of a sudden,
Oh no!
you were like,
Oh boy.
Oh no. It sound like you're getting sucked into the into the Tron machine here.
okay,
God.
let me.
Nope, can't understand anything you're
okay.
saying. Okay, wait. Yes, that's clear. Go!
Am I leaving?
You're good. I think you're good. I think your camera feed is behind your voice. Ryan, what are you doing?
Again.
So, you know what? So, for Justin and Jessica, since we're here and we have a second,
We are here.
it's one of my biggest takeaways of this is just how many overlaps there are between, like for you, Jessica, you know, as a game developer and everything, and running a game development company, and then for us as, you know, freelance artists and everything, how many overlaps and parallels there are between, you know, what Ryan does, what Mick does or did. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's very educational.
I mean,
sure. And
like,
go ahead, Jessica.
I'm fascinated by people that live and breathe this all the time. Like like the what is it called when you can like change the way that you speak to different people, right? Like depending on you know, family versus your peers, and just like hearing them, you know, talk about like how in The Exorcist the head turning around. Like one person brings it up and then all of a sudden everybody starts talking about it and talking about like ways in which they had problem solved it. And I'm finding more and more like people that I'm working with and people that like want this to be their long-term career. Like this is just their everyday. This is, you know, the thing that they talk about all the time. And I can see it in Mick and Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, definitely. Whenever I go to Ryan's studio, I mean, we talk a lot of personal, like, development and art and the whole, kind of like you and I, Justin, you know, talking about this whole art thing and the struggle and our approach and our mentality. Because a big part of our talk on Saturday was actually about that. It was all about, you know, managing ego, communication, responsibilities, expectations, accountability, and how that influences and affects the work that we do, how it's perceived, how it's managed, even how we price it, you know, stuff like that. Like, so yeah, it's just really, like you're saying, Jessica, it's like we're always on, you know.
And I hear these stories from both Ryan and Mick, and like particularly the one where Mick was telling somebody that this is the way that it needs to be done. And I thought about that, you know, like being firm with people that you're working with, especially like if you're in a producer or a director's, you know, chair. Like, I think about that and I'm like, that's actually, you know, being firm and knowing what you want. It's doing like a service to both you and the person that you're working with. Because if you get wishy-washy about it, or like you're like, I'm just going to be polite and nice and let this, you know, slide, and then that person has to end up redoing all of their work later. Like, I don't know. I like the.
I'd like to address two things about that, if you wouldn't mind. First of all, whose vision is it? You know what I mean? Is it the production designers or is it the directors? You know, like that has to make that happen. And that was interesting to hear because I always kind of assume that's the director's, you know, vision.
Well, there's also like the writer,
I always
right?
kind of assume that like the director is the master visionary, you know, like a
or the storyboard guy
type person. But it's not always the case, you know.
Right.
The person may come and be like, "That's great, let's do that." But at what point financially do you be like, "All right, let's scrap that vision"? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He just said that he added like $35,000, you know, to that shot of pulling out the guy from the junkyard into a world, you know, like, wow, you know, what? That's fascinating.
I don't know. He has to have like the big picture in mind, because if he's not firm, if he doesn't wrap it up, then it means more of the budget has to be spent later, either fixing it or potentially like. It's a hard decision to make. I mean, like...
Right. You know, but it's like, okay, I got this idea for an amazing shot. It's going to cost $400,000. Is it worth it? You know what I mean? Like, will that help sell the movie? You know, is it worth it? You know, like, I don't know. That's something that I struggle with a lot, you know, like...
It looks like the Windows update crash has taken Mick out. I don't know if it was a Windows update crash. I'm just saying it is because
now Windows is taking lives.
It is.
Oh,
it is.
no.
So Mick says good night while he deals with this. He's likely not going to be able to get back in time for the wrap up of the show and stuff.
Yeah.
So thank you everybody for tuning in. For those of you guys who missed Mick, he was in here a second, but the rest of us can keep talking. Like I said, I've got the whole night for this, and the only thing that I'm going to interrupt this for is at 11 o'clock when the Kickstarter ends, just to be like, hey, the Kickstarter finished, yay!
Mm-hmm.
By the way, for those of you guys who don't know what I'm talking about, I'll link it in the chat. I'm doing a Kickstarter where I'm combining coffee and creepy shit, and Ryan and I are going to be making a mug for this thing. There is a creepy skull mug that's in the Kickstarter that one of the unlocks was to add that as an add-on for the Kickstarter, and yeah, that's going to be happening. So you guys will be seeing, in progress photos of that happening and all of that fun shit. All right. Anyway, that was my obligatory. This message is brought to you by Cloaks Coffees.
When you guys were talking,
Sal, it's really shitty.
What's that?
Your connection is so spotty. Like it's like a frame every like.
Am I roboting?
Yeah. No, your voice is fine, at least to me.
Your voice is fine. It's
but
just,
the video.
Your video is crap.
Mm-hmm. We're getting nice stills. So you check the guild hall chat.
Okay.
It's okay. It's like I'm watching VHS or
right.
Something.
VHS.
But
stop motion animation cell.
Yeah, it actually seems to be better on Twitch. For some reason, it's choppy on Appearing.
Let me reload Appearing then. That shouldn't interfere with the stream.
It's a little bit better. But anyways.
Oh, right. I forgot that it cuts them off too.
And it seems like in the larger film aspect, you have to consider the functionality of like a lot of different teams or factors, and then you've also got to consider budget and time, and then if you're dealing with something like if you're on one of those teams, say you're like Ryan, you're on this, like you're dealing with the same sort of thing, but it's like it's become more micro, where you're dealing with like materials, and someone says, hey, I want to do this, and you'll know like when it comes to like physics, like how like certain materials will react with gravity and heat and force, or how certain types of pigments will react with this or that and the other. So the limitations of certain things. And so it'll be up to you to stand firm and be like, no, this is the way it must be. And like how Sal was mentioning, how it falls into play with like, as an illustrator, like I'll have clients talking to me about the things that they want. They're like, oh yeah, I want this and I want that, and I want the image to look like this and that. But I'm the one who understands. Well, also, but I also understand composition. You know what I'm saying? Like I understand flow, color balance,
right? Like
also what sells better, and so they don't. They're just like, yeah,
you're producing it for.
Exactly. So it's like I know what's going to pop better when it's a little icon on Amazon.
Yep.
Or what's going to grab your attention in the bookstore. And so
with the makeup in a wide shot versus a tight.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's like I understand the physics of my limitations, but they don't. So I have to like stand firm on my things. Be like, no, dude. Those ideas will not work. Those colors you want will not work. These will work, and so on and so on. You know, and it just seems like we all have these things. Like, and I'm sure Jessica, you got the same thing. Like doing what you're doing. Like you understand the physics of your operation.
Yeah. What were you saying, Ryan, about the job?
What you're saying is that like, I feel like half of my job is like educating people onto like what I have to do and the materials that I use to make that happen. You know, a lot of people are like, they just don't get it. And it's not like I'm trying to, I'm not trying to pad a account, because nobody has money. No one ever has money, you know, to do stuff. So I'm not trying to pad it. I'm trying to say, like, dude, what you're asking for is ridiculous. You know, if you want it to look real, and again, I guess I'm coming from a perspective of photorealism. I'm prepared and I feel pretty able to deliver photorealistic, you know, you want a tight shot or a wide shot on this makeup? You know what I mean? I think I can do that, or a prop. But it's like, whoa, you know, sometimes they'll be like, that was way more detailed than I ever thought was necessary, you know, or possible. And other times they're like, you know, well, kind of wanted more, but it's like, well, let's discuss that. What do you want? You know, like, how is it going to be shot?
Well, what you're saying about money, like our friend,
you know, and stuff. But like, I know what you're saying. It's like, it's just, it's an education process, you know.
Yeah.
And like, can you charge for that? Not really, you know.
Nope. Well, our friend Drovey said something about money real quick, like about it, like even when they have money, they don't have money.
Oh, yeah.
And I kind of do a little bit of guidance for young illustrators and talk about how to help them with their money issues and getting money from clients. And I learned that oftentimes people do have the money for the things that they want to work on, but their priorities are shifted, right? So they're in like a loss mentality. And they're like, oh, well, what am I going to lose to get the thing that I want? You know, like, how much am I going to lose? What's it going to cost me? You know what I mean? And
right. What am I spending? Not like what am I investing?
Getting them right, and getting them to a mindset of investment, that you're working together to create their vision, to create their dream or whatever they're working on. And you know, there's little mental tricks to like get them to see the positive side of that same situation.
But not even tricks. I mean, like, I hate to say this, but like, it's like, at what quality do you want your, you know? Oh man, it's maddening to me sometimes. You know, like at what? How good do you want your stuff to look? You know, like, where do you want it to go? You know, what
well, sure, but getting them excited. That's kind of what I'm talking about, tricks. Like getting them passionate, excited about their project instead of in the fear-based thing. Like, oh, what's this going to cost me? It's like, oh, how awesome is this going to be?
That's about what's possible. Sure. Jessica, what were you going to say?
Right. Oh, yeah, sorry.
When you start to enthusiasm, then all of a sudden they interpret that as freaking price lowering. You know, because you're interested in it, and so you know, like, you're going to do it for, I don't know, cheaper or something.
Sorry, Jessica.
I think this has just made me think about the like directive change that we had in the last year for our studio, because we were asked a really hard question by somebody. You know, are you making a game or are you making a studio? Because if you're making a product, you're going to think about it from a very business sense in a very immediate way. You need money to get this singular product out. That's it. You bring on people onto your team. You don't care about their, you don't care much about their well-being because they're going to be on this project just once. Whereas if you're making a studio, you're making an investment into your team. So you're bringing on people, training them, getting them used to your branding, your canon, your world, how you work, and in the hopes that they, after this project, will continue on with you. And in the long run, that's like what we wanted. But that meant we had to be super transparent with the people on our team. Like any financial decision, anything that we kind of do, we just want to be transparent with them. Because if they like what we're doing, they'll be there for the long haul. And those are the people you want to be working with. if there are clients, I mean, this is like really tough for people to figure out. Like, if there's a client that's presenting you with like $500 for a small job, but they're just god awful, they're not somebody you would want to work with. Sure, you get paid the $500, but now that person's gone. You just, you know, you're not somebody you want to work with.
And your $500 are probably gone too, because bills.
yeah, but if you've got a long-term client or somebody who's willing to grow with you, then that investment will look really good. But that just means, you know, you have to be like transparent enough to know, like, are my decisions and the way I think and the direction I'm going, is this somebody that's gonna like that and somebody I want to work with and be with in the long haul?
This goes back to the question that Mick was asked about, you know, what's your legacy, right? And how that affected him. It's like what you're saying sounds very similar, but the advantage I think, you know, that we have is that we're starting that conversation a lot earlier in life, which I think is really awesome. Sorry, I think I interrupted, Jessica.
Oh no, I was done.
Okay. Oh, by the way, Drovey, aka Jessica Douglas, Ryan wants to know, is that skeleton always hanging up there, or is it up there just for the stream, or is it up there for your Halloween decoration?
This is always my apartment. Yep.
Awesome.
All right.
I like that.
So it's not easy to pick a background to this. So.
And is it fake, or are you breaking the law right now?
It could be a medical skeleton.
Fake. But I have a real one.
Really?
So I can see it.
I would like to see it.
I thought it was. I thought it's illegal to own a human skeleton.
No, I think it depends on the source and the distribution of it. I don't think it's illegal to own a human skeleton. It all depends on where you bought it from. Oh, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's gorgeous.
I love that.
That's very cool.
Did you get that here in town, or?
I'd rather not say.
Okay.
See?
Just kidding. My ex-girlfriend's dad was a doctor, and when he retired, he had it in his archives. And he's like, "You want this?" I'm like, "Yeah." But he had no story on it, you know, or whatever. I don't know anything about it.
Jan wants to know, is it locally sourced? Is it grass-fed?
Yeah.
Is it fair trade?
It's Kobe. Yeah.
Drovey wants to know, I love you, Ryan, and not in the creepy way. And she is also saying it is illegal to own certain human remains. Like, you gotta have the right paperwork and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like the license, where it's sourced from, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Well, I have to leave pretty soon, but I want to know where to find all of Ryan's stuff. Because he got cut out in the beginning, and I need all that information again.
Take it away, Ryan.
I wonder if I can just... I don't have it. Okay, so yeah. All right. Outpost31.com is my website. Otherwise, Facebook, Outpost31.com.
Outpost31 Productions.
Oh, yeah, Outpost 31 Productions. You're right.
Sorry.
Is it? Is that what it is? God, damn, thanks.
Oh my god.
I'm so bad at this. Anyway.
Okay.
Ryan Schaddelee at Facebook or whatever, you know, / Facebook, and Ryan Schaddelee Instagram.
And if you guys are curious about how to spell Ryan Schaddelee, it's on the screen on the right side there. Like, just point at me. Oh, wait. Nah, never mind.
I don't know where you're at.
I'm kind of becoming Ryan's Shannon, but we'll see. We'll see. There's actually some stuff going on that we've been talking about at Crypticon, where Ryan and I are probably going to be collaborating on a lot more projects and making stuff available online, but that's a little bit premature right now. But yeah, we had a lot of time to talk about stuff. Not with your Shannon, no. Just to clear up that reference for you, Ryan, Drovey, aka Jessica Douglas, has an assistant / business partner called Shannon, who basically handles all her online stuff, and like Jessica does the artwork, and then Shannon handles all the setting it up online for prints and all that stuff, and then like they have something worked out where it works out for both of them and all that stuff.
That's it. Ryan needs an agent.
Yeah, I need an agent.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I would be your agent if you would be mine.
I'm down with that. Sure, let's talk.
And someone else can talk me up bigger than myself. Anyway.
Yes.
Oh.
We'll
I feel like I can understand what your worth is more than mine.
Well,
What?
ditto, kiddo. That's all of us, though.
Right. And you.
Hey, and just so anybody's worried or curious, it is not illegal at all to own human remains in the United States.
As long as you didn't steal them from a medical
federal
facility.
law, right? But there are particular states like Tennessee and like maybe Georgia, I think I read, where they do have like a problem with like it's illegal to import or export human remains. But there's like a lot of discrepancy between what's considered human remains and what is like considered bones. Maybe it's just like a level of decay. I don't know. But so there you go. In U.S., there's no direct law saying you cannot own human bones. And Yen says, I've got 3 shovels and I know where the cemetery is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's perfectly fine as long as you don't get caught. Unless you're in Wisconsin. Then in Wisconsin, it's perfectly normal.
I've got 3 shovels and they where the lampshades are.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. So
I know where the barbecue is.
So I didn't get to ask Mick this question, but Ryan, I'm going to ask you this question. Would 12-year-old Ryan think what you do is cool?
Oh, man, I'd be totally high-fiving myself right now.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. I'm very, 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 very pleased to be doing what I wanted to do when I was a kid. You know?
Yeah.
I'm very lucky about that. I'm not, making a living, full-on living doing it, yet, financially, because Minneapolis, whatever.
Advertising, corporate, yeah.
Yeah. But it's what I always wanted to do, and I feel more at peace doing this kind of work, ironically, killing people and, making nightmares than I do at anything else. But it's, again, to me, it's all a magic trick, and it's all a art piece, and I don't necessarily see it as a final effect.
Yeah.
I kind of do, but I don't care.
Jessica, did we ever get to ask you that question when you were on the show before?
No.
12-year-old you?
Yeah, would 12-year-old Jessica
cool right now?
Yeah.
Or would you think they think you're a loser right now?
I probably think I was melodramatic.
May I ask, Jessica, I'm sorry, but are you a full-on independent creative illustrator, or what do you do exactly? Like, what's your?
Yeah, I used to do freelance. Yeah, I used to do freelance, and then my partner and I teamed up together to make our own game studio, and we're making our first game right now. Yeah.
And you're programming it and everything?
No, I do. I'm basically like the project lead and creative lead, and then my partner handles. So I handle like the actual project and development. He handles like studio stuff, business, contracts, all that back end. Yeah.
Cool.
See, you need to find yourself a mark, Ryan.
I run my own company, and it's I do illustration. I was freelance for a while, and I've incorporated myself. I think maybe for the last 3 or 4 years. Yeah. So yeah, of a business, but yeah, I don't know. I think I wouldn't be very cool to my 12-year-old me, because I'm not doing enough pop stuff. It'd be like he would be disappointed that I'm not doing anything involving G.I. Joe or Thundercats, Transformers, Silverhawks. Yeah, he'd just be like, Justin, what is this science fiction stuff? What? And not a single like Predator in there.
Yeah.
He'd be very disappointed that I was not doing like pop or just like pop culture superhero shit.
I think
You have the
12-year-old
time to
me
do
would
that
be
on the
like,
side?
why are you so complicated?
Nah.
I think that's what 12-year-old me would think about me now. About now me? Me now? Now
Now
me.
me.
Present me. Yeah, he's like, you talk lots of boring stuff. Just make cool shit. I'd be like, I'm trying 12-year-old me, but I need a Shannon to handle all my business shit so I can just focus on making shit.
It does give you good
Mhm.
peace of mind having somebody who knows taxes and law.
Mm-hmm.
Like my partner, I've mentioned a couple times before, but he wanted to be a lawyer, and he's got a knack for it, and I do not. I sit there and read contracts, and it takes me like a week to get through them, and he can sit, and read them through in like 15 minutes, and like it does give me peace of mind. Like it can be very daunting, the business and legal stuff. I always am scared, like, oh God, am I gonna, do something I'm gonna regret or have to pay fees for?
Oh god. Anxiety ratcheting up.
That's awesome, though. That's really cool. I've always wanted a buffer between the client and me.
Yeah. But I mean, that's smart though, because like I remember I was reading a thing about Darren Yao was talking about this, and he's like, yeah, I don't clean my house. He's like, I hire someone to clean my house for me. And he's like, I know that it will cost a certain something, but what that will do is it will free up my ability to produce more of what I need to do. Like, I don't need to spend my time cleaning my house. I need to spend time running my business. So I'm going to hire somebody to clean my house. And like Jessica, like you need to be running your business the way you know how, and let people who know how to do the other shit that you can't or don't want to do, and leave that to them, or hire somebody to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged thing too, because like even though I hire somebody to do the actual work, I still have to learn about it. Because
Well, yeah, you
I
don't
mean,
want to
like,
be like a dunce about these things, because then you get snowed.
yeah, exactly. I mean, like, I'm not recommending people like to partner up with like your significant other or something. I'm just saying, like, if you find a partner, if you find a partner, like, don't just like shove all the work on them. Like, sit down with them and like go through the contracts, because
I can't do the fun stuff.
having gone through a work for hire agreement, and like sitting down with him and like just reading it over the first time, I understand now when they go back to, and he mentions stuff about it and we talk about it later on, like, I know it. I know the gist, the theory of what he's talking about. It's just like with film, TV, any sort of production on something, like if you know a little bit about somebody else's trade, you know better how to talk to them and, not get,
Jessica, how long have you had do you have an agent then? Or do you just have a lawyer?
We have a lawyer, but I think...
Is there more than... You said we.
Oh, my partner and I. Because we're 50-50 in our studio, so his lawyer, he's our lawyer.
Okay.
Yeah, we have one. We also have like a CPA, just to handle our back-end taxes and...
Is that a monthly fee, or how does that work?
The CPA?
Yeah.
No. Well, the lawyer is only there when we need him.
Okay.
Yeah, most lawyers... not really. Like, the way he functions, if it's just paperwork, he'll give that to you for free. And if it's simple questions, he just answers those. The payment comes when he has to like actually sit down and like litigate or which is great.
Justin, is that where are you at with that?
Yeah, I've got a lawyer that I can get in touch with for whatever I need when I need it, which is very rare. I actually haven't had to use my lawyer except to look over my contract and just make sure that I drafted it properly. And then I have my accountant, but I only use my accountant once a year. But that's going to be changing because based on from talking to Seth Polanski, I'm going to change my incorporated to an LLC because I don't make over $150,000 a year. So
yet,
so it doesn't make sense to operate as an S corp.
Sure.
Because of like the way the taxation flows from the business through to you. So it's just easier to run as an LLC. But I think when you do that, you have to like file taxes like quarterly or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But once you get used to it, I'm sure it'll be fine. Or once I get used to it, it'll be fine. But yeah.
There's a lot of.
I would love an assistant though. I think that'd be great. Have like an unpaid intern to just sit there and like do all the client rigmarole back and forth, and just be like, look, here's my sheet of clients. I want you to just like run through them, keep it organized on Excel, and just like
periodically hunt.
Just keep that hunt and touching base wheel flying.
I was just saying, like, what you just said, Justin, reminded me of something, like, unfortunate that happened to somebody, but it's because they hadn't done the research and found a business partner or an agent or somebody that they really trusted. It could be transparent with how things were going.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know, Jisoo Art, what happened to her, but she found a business partner, and that business partner used her branding, Jisoo Art, TM, and opened up accounts in her name. So, or in his name. So he had, like, bank accounts, and he had, like, the Patreon account and different accounts where they were getting money. Something happened, and they split apart, and he retained those accounts. And there was, like, a big lawsuit, and she lost. So she had to rebrand. And that's just that to me is something very bizarre, right? Like, two business partners go in with one of them being the artist is like the brand image of that company that they had together. And just due to some like logistical stuff and things broke apart, and people didn't do their due diligence with like the legal stuff. And it ended in, a creative like us having to scrap their entire identity and start over. So, like, you have to like think. I'm not trying to like stress out everybody. I'm just trying to say, like, it's stuff to like be aware of and learn from. And I mean,
well, that's good. Thanks again.
You guys, the Kickstarter is officially over, and it is funded, and here we go.
Nice.
Thank you so much. Anybody who's watching, thank you so much for backing. If you backed it, if you didn't back it, thanks anyway. Yeah, thanks for all the support. Jessica Fong, Jessica Douglas, Ryan, Justin, pretty much everybody who's here. You guys have been really phenomenal support throughout this whole process. Marie, thank you. I'm not killing the stream. I'm just letting you guys know that it's officially over. Yeah. So Ryan, sounds like you and I are going to be meeting really soon about making some mugs.
And sugar skulls.
And sugar skulls, yes. Sugar. Oh boy. It's gonna be interesting. Yes, sorry to interrupt. But yeah, agents, accountants, lawyers, we need them. If anybody out there wants to be our intern, lawyer, agent, assistant, accountant for free, get a hold of us right away.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh. Yeah. stop the presses. I'm sure they're gonna be like, oh, I will.
Yeah, Drovey.
Or anything though? Like,
Drovey's like, oh wait, this is the Skull Ryan? Yes, this is the Skull Ryan. This is Ryan, who I did the presentation with at Crypticon on Saturday. Oh, I guess you didn't hear about that too much, but yeah, I did this presentation with Ryan on Saturday. I was kind of lightly on this stuff, but more from the approach side of things. And Ryan here runs Outpost31Productions.com. That's his studio website. Ryan does a lot of cool shit. Go check out his Facebook page. It's linked on his website. Pretty much all his social media stuff is linked on his website. So yeah, go check that out. Ryan's a very, very cool guy. I would vouch for Ryan any day.
As I would you, Sal.
Aww.
As I
You're
would
a good
any
man, Sal.
You guys, man. You guys.
You're
You guys
a
are
good
my
man, Sal.
you guys are my tribes. It's good shit.
You guys also seem like good people, Justin and Jessica, but
They are. They wouldn't be here if they
what you
weren't.
just do? That? No.
He's doing
Yeah.
Justin's
doing
very
gang
west
signs in
side.
here.
Yes.
Oh, thank you for linking that, Bestica. Which, by the
Yeah,
way, it's
yeah.
still Halloween here, so you're still Beastica.
Yes. We just got it. I just heard a trick-or-treater
Did
ring
you?
the doorbell.
Yes.
I ended up opening the front door so the trick-or-treaters will be dumping the whole bowl of candy into their bags that we have out there. We have a little display by the door here, and one of the trick-or-treaters came up and just took the whole fucking bowl. Asshole. Next year,
That's
though.
what you get for leaving it out.
Next year we're gonna do a haunt, and there's gonna be a chainsaw on everything. Little shits.
Good. Make it an escape room. Just, you know.
If you get out, you get candy.
So yeah, more questions for Ryan. More questions for Ryan. There's a lot. Ryan, bucket list.
Well, hang on a second. I'm bowing out. It's
You're bowing out?
just after
Wait,
midnight.
I have to bow too, but you can't bow at the
It's-
same time. Just...
Yes, you
Damn,
can. I have
that's
to.
harsh.
Yep. Hey, I gotta get up in 6 hours.
Damn, you should just break
So-
night. It's Halloween, dude. Go nuts.
Nah, no way. I'm up at 6. Take my kids to school. Well, not
Just
at
tell them to
6, but,
walk.
you know. Yeah. And then
Justin,
working.
hey, it was nice meeting you online.
Yeah, likewise.
Where are you in the country?
I'm in Brooklyn.
Oh, cool, man. All right.
Uh-huh.
Well,
All right, guys. Be well. Good show
night.
tonight. Jessica, Sal, Ryan.
Good show, dude. Thanks for
Cheers.
being here.
thanks, man. Nice meeting you.
Don't forget to add each other on Facebook.
Oh, God.
What's his last name?
Adams.
Or what's his... Adams?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. I'm also going to sign off. That was good. That was great.
Jessica, what's your last
What's-
name?
Fong. F-O-N-G.
And I can find you on Facebook that way as well?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, Jessica's fantastic. Yeah, I'm part of the game studio that her and Mark run, and working with them is just really great. Really good people.
He's our art generalist.
Yeah.
Basically, we have an art problem. We're just like, Sal, you free at the moment?
Yeah, I solve a lot of problems and do the, well, you know me, Ryan. You know how I work. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Yeah, so
right.
Jessica, always a pleasure. Have a good night.
Jessica,
Thank you for
thank
being
you.
here.
Really nice meeting
Yeah.
you.
Happy Halloween.
And I will talk to you sometime tomorrow so we can catch up on all the stuff now that my computer seems to not be a disgusting piece of crap.
Well, maybe not. I mean, figure out your Kickstarter stuff too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, that happened,
Yeah, I
didn't
don't think we
it?
have enough to go to do there, man.
Nah.
Might be a little busy.
Mm-hmm. All right. Bye, guys.
Well, I'm glad it worked out,
Good night,
Jessica, with your
Vestica.
phone and everything. So anyway, thank you. Really nice meeting you.
And then there were two. Wait, she's still there. Yeah, Jessica's great. She's just really great. Her and Mark are both very, very nice people to work with and work for. Carrie, I don't know if I fixed my computer. I did 2 reformats on between Monday and Tuesday, and it was still making a mess. What's that?
By the way, you were totally locked. You were completely, solidly locked.
Right now?
I see no video from you. Yeah.
Am I locked to the people online?
I have no idea.
Reload the browser. Let's both reload just in case it's like crazy crap. Alright, were you guys able to see me move around? You guys still hear me?
There we go.
Ryan up there, so I can be like, "Hi Ryan, it's a story of a guy named Ryan." No.
He was a
special effects guy.
There
was Sal who did lots of 2D. And together they made lots of crazy shit. Yeah, I see that work.
A 2 or 3 second delay on you.
Oh, if you're watching me on Twitch, there will be. But if you're watching me in here...
Maybe a 1 second delay now. You look cool, man. You look like a demon.
Thanks,
fucking...
dude.
Yeah! Yeah!
See, now you guys can see why Ryan and I... Now we're just going to start fucking around. So you guys are still watching us. You're just going to watch us fuck around and talk shop and whatever. So if you guys are still in for that, then... Great.
Are there still people? Can you see?
Dude, there's like 12 people watching.
12? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, 12 stragglers. Bessica says, yeah, or Drovey says, yeah, whenever I wake up, I change some of the rewards. Also, there's some recipes featuring Sal's coffee. Oh, right, because Drovey's doing a Kickstarter tomorrow. It was tomorrow, shit. Drovey is doing a Kickstarter called, my brain, Comforts. Tasty Comforts? No. I'm so sorry, Jessica. Creature Comforts. No, that ain't it. That's that claymation thing. Little Comforts. Thank you. And it starts tomorrow. And there's some recipes in there that have my coffees in them. Volume 2. It's art and cooking recipes and cookie recipes. And some of the recipes have my coffee in them. So that's kind of like a crossover.
Alright, keep answering. I'll be right back.
Oh shit, I have to banter on my own. Yes, hi, hello. Thank you for coming to my Twitch channel tonight. I really hope you've enjoyed this conversation about concept art and practical effects production. With us tonight was Ryan Schaddelee of Outpost 31 Productions and Mick Strawn, who worked on the Nightmare on Elm Street series. Alright, let's see. Am I gonna wait for people to buy coffee later? I'm gonna see how much I can play with to get additional bags just as a backup. The problem with it though is that if I get additional bags made at the same time, there's not a guarantee that they'll be sold right away, and I don't want to send people coffee that isn't fresh, right? Because like the whole idea is that I'm going to be going to the roastery, picking up the coffee, and like literally throwing it in the mailbox within the hour of it being roasted. So you guys are going to get it within 2 to 5 days, depending where you live, or more, I guess, for the international people, of when it got roasted. But my goal is for the mug, the coffee, the art stuff. Wait, shit, what was the funding ending at? Can anybody see what it ended at? Because if it ended at over 4,800 bucks, I'm gonna do a lot of sketching for the next few weeks. Because I'm gonna be sending everybody a skull sketch if it funded at 48 plus. So yeah, thank you so much for being a part of that, Mr. Ryan. You're back.
Hey.
I was doing the thank you. My name's TheDarkCloak. This was a talk about concept art and production designs.
Enzymes. That was absolutely amazing and fascinating, and I really appreciate the opportunity to discuss.
No, I thought it was really funny that you guys are just like
so grateful that like I was a part of it, man. That was really
doing
cool.
a pure geek out.
Yeah, this is really fun stuff.
Yeah, no, Mick's a dynamo.
Yeah, right.
So Yen says, okay, it ended at 45.51. 43 bucks. Okay, so we didn't hit 4,800. All right, that's good. That's good. I don't have to worry about my arm falling off from sketching skulls. Oh yeah, yeah, Jessica. Yeah, Mick and Ryan were just like, they went into peer talk mode, like, you know, names and all of it. So and so from that movie and blah blah blah. It was great.
Like weird or bad or?
No, it was good. It was good. It was good to see that you guys were talking the talk.
Cool.
No, yeah, it was a good show. It was a good show. I think we did well. The board of directors hasn't called me angrily, so our shares are probably going to go up tomorrow. What about you, sir? How are you feeling about the show? Aside from like having been able to geek out with Mick over effects people and things.
Yeah, I didn't. You know, I didn't want to totally, you know, overwhelm him with questions because I'm very curious, you know. But it was really fascinating to me to get the opportunity to understanding a lot of the production situations of those movies to get an insider viewpoint. So
especially
that was great.
The production designer role. I noticed you were asking a lot of questions about that.
Yeah. Like, what are you know, movies are basically the last of the hierarchical or almost imperial structural layouts of how things have to be, you know. Soldiers, sergeants, generals, admirals, you know what I mean? Like, it's got to be that way, you know. Everything has to... Similar to what one of the best things I've ever heard this described is Bryan Singer talking about as a director for the X-Men movies. He's like, I'm a funnel that all these unbelievable talented people and departments come through me, you know, and I just kind of say yay or nay, you know.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
And I've always thought of it that way, you know, and so, but this kind of changed my mind a little bit because, you know, they were working on the movie before they even had a director, so.
Right, that to me was like,
yeah, that can all change.
Like, whoa, no script? What? Okay. What I really liked was...
probably more often the norm than not.
Yeah. One of the things that was really interesting for me is, like, from a game development standpoint, I think just Bestica mentioned a little bit of this, was, you know, the process, how many parallels there are, because, you know, when you're making a game, you're still kind of doing the same stuff. You're taking a story, you're taking an intent, an idea, and then it's like the look, then how it's supposed to feel, like the gameplay, right? Like how fast the character moves, for example, when you're holding the joystick to the right or to the left. Like, that's all decisions that get made, right? It's not just accidental stuff. What's that?
Is she an artist or a programmer?
She's the creative. She's like the director of the whole thing. So her and Mark, her husband, are the two owners of the company. So she's like the creative director, and she's basically like the lead on the creative side on the project. Mark is, you know, handling a lot of the logistics and things like that. And we have a team of, I want to say, roughly 15 people. There's like 4 main artists, including myself and Jessica. There's animators. There's a couple of people working on animation. There's a couple of lead programmers. There's a level designer. There's some voice talent involved who aren't, I'm not counting them as part of the making team, but, you know, there's voice talent as well involved. What else? 2 writers. We have a public relations manager and a social media manager. So yeah, there's a lot. Oh yeah, Ryan, you gotta go look at her work. Her work is just fucking gorgeous.
I will.
Hang on a second. I'll link it to you in the Facebook chat.
We just became Facebook friends.
Oh, well then go look at her stuff.
I will.
What are you asking me for? Shit. No. Yeah, no, she's really good stuff. Like if we ever got a chance to work with her on like making a sculpt or some shit, holy fuck, man, it would be amazing. Because her work is very, I don't know how to describe it. It's got like a folk horror look to it, but it's also got a little bit of like a graffiti, a little bit of like Asian mythology look to it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Cool. Yeah, her Inktober stuff is a fucking hell. It's ridiculous. Yeah, she's great. Anyway, let's see. What else should we talk about? You want to keep talking, or do you have to go to bed soon?
I guess I don't, but
I'm not cutting you off. I'm just like, I don't want to impose on your time too much. If you're like,
I gotta go trick or treating. I gotta get candy. Oh boy. How do you? Are there still viewers?
Yeah, dude. There's more people tuning in. There's 2 more now than when you last asked me. No pressure or anything.
Are there still?
There's still conversation. Yep.
Unanswered questions.
Yeah. Anybody out there? Do you guys have questions about like sculpture, about makeup, prosthetics, about film directing? Ryan's a pretty kick-ass filmer guy. Maker person.
Well, so are you, but they all know you, right?
Well, yeah. Let's make this the Ryan show, not the Sal show, because it's always the Sal show. And every Wednesday, aside from these, you know, it's me. Look at my work. Look at me drawing. I'm so good. Telling me I'm pretty. You know.
Is this what you do? Like, is this a thing that you do? Like every.
Once a month, yeah. Once a month, on the last Wednesday of the month, we bring in special guests such as yourself to talk about specific topics. We've had productions where we were talking about like marketing. We were talking about someone's gonna start drawing. Awesome. Well, now I feel like I need to draw. Yeah. Sometimes we'll talk about marketing. Sometimes we talk about more esoteric. Or conceptual, abstract type stuff like failure and imposter syndrome and things like that. What else? We've had like 15 shows like this with various people. We had a comic show with Dan Fraga and Caron Grant. That was really good. This is the first time we've had a show with people who do, you know, the special effects stuff.
This is fantastic. I like this idea a lot. Would anyone out there, 12 or 14 people, be interested in seeing more of this? Then I would be, yeah.
Yeah, well, this is what I've been telling you. I think it'd be great if you did some streaming from your studio.
Yeah.
I think people would love to watch that. Do you know who Doug Stannett is?
No.
Doug does some really amazing sculpts, and he streams. And it's all very casual. So it'd just be like you just sculpting and talking about what you're doing, if you even want to talk, you know. Most of the time people like it when the person who's streaming, you know, talks and stuff. Let's see. Oh, right, there's a Monday stream and the X stream. Thank you, Drovey. See, now you're being my Shannon. Monday afternoon I stream with Jessica, Bestica, and myself. The joke is that there's Jessica, Bestica, and JessiCloak. On Monday afternoons, we call it the Monday Demolition stream because we do demos and critiques and stuff like that for anybody who's watching. Sometimes we'll do like specific topics and things like that. Other times we work on our own stuff while talking about the process as we're working. Oh, that's awesome! Thank you, Blake. If you hear this message, thank you so much for hosting us, man. Blake, sounds like Blake is out doing Halloween stuff, so he's hosting us right now. Thanks, 1B cool. Davis. Thank you very much. Art Oni wants to know if you've done any animated films. I've done some animated shorts, but Ryan, have you done any animated stuff at all? Like, even like stop motion shit or anything like that?
No, not since college. I took an animation class in college where we had to, you know, do like a maybe, I don't know, 15 or 20 second piece. And so I understand it in the cell frame, not digital way. But no, that's really hard. That's a really hard thing to do.
Yeah.
And you gotta be really motivated to do it. And I just, you know, while I love thinking about it as like watercolor, oil paint, pastel, charcoal. You know what I mean? Like that's an element to bring your art piece to life. I've never had the opportunity to, to realize that medium in anything I've ever done.
Yeah, when I was like 12. Like between 10 and 12, I thought, I want to be an animator or I want to be a comic book artist. And then I realized what actually goes into doing those things, and I got turned off by the idea really quick. And you've heard me talk about this before, Ryan, about, like, and some of you guys in the chat as well, that when I found the Making of Terminator 2 book, that's when I went, whoa, there's all these disciplines that come together. I think he's going to go get it. All these disciplines that come together to create these experiences. And that's when I really got fixated on the whole idea of creating experiences. Jovi, well, maybe you should move your raids till earlier in the day so that you can come stream with us. That's the one. That fucking book. That's the book. Hold on.
Oh my god. Is it still happening? Anybody still there? Should I hold this? It smells like mold. Hello? Ooh. That's from like 1990, I don't know. That's a good one. Oh my god. Oh. So good. Yeah, it's fantastic. Oh, boy. See, that kind of shit.
I was in that movie, Terminator 2. It's a summer blockbuster.
Do you still have the book?
I do, but it's buried behind some printer paper right now. but, Mr. Ryan, the makeup guy, I'm sure you have this book.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, all of that stuff. Like that book taught me so much about performance and how the performance sells the effect and how there's more than one way to solve a problem. Here you go, Ryan.
Oh, I don't have that one.
I bet you do. I bet you have the hardcover.
Of course I do. But it's at the studio.
What about this one? Yeah, I don't know why it's mirror image. I don't know how to flip it. Because of this stupid thing. Alright, so...
Oh, what was that one? The Secrets of Hollywood Monster Makers? I don't think I have that one, no.
No, I'll have to bring it to the studio sometime. Oh, shit. Alright.
That's a good one.
I'll show you yours and show me mine. Wait, no.
Yeah, I got
this
that one.
Yeah. I have it signed.
By who?
By Stan.
Really? Before he died? Wow.
I guess. It was kind of a weird happenstance thing.
Wow.
Here's another one. This is where I learned Core Zone.
No, I don't have that one. I don't have Dracula.
It's good.
But look, uh-oh.
I'm sorry, Drovey. I wish I knew how to, like, unflip it. There's some first issue. Holy shit, dude.
Yo.
Damn.
Damn,
All right.
girl.
All right. For you concept artists, you're going to be a little bit jelly.
Oh, no, I don't have that one. That's a good one.
This is a very, very good one. This is old. This is from 1982. I really lucked out with this book. Oh, it's not slobs. It's a Pirin. Unless I flip the. However, if I flip the whole screen, it's also gonna flip Ryan. So then you guys are gonna be seeing him backwards. Yeah. There doesn't seem to be a way for me to do that.
This is so fun. Oh my god.
It's like we're in a clubhouse and just showing each other books and shit. Alright. So, the other day, this local comic shop had a huge fucking sale where everything in these boxes were like $1.50, $2.50, things like that, and I scored a shitload of these things.
Oh, sure.
Dude.
Nice.
Classics. Oh god, the stuff in there is so good.
Oh shit. Oh
For
man.
those of you guys have any trouble reading it, it's Epic Illustrated. Really amazing books. Magazines, rather. But they're like books. I mean, they're really, like, thick. Amazing artwork. A lot of the people that worked on, like, heavy metal magazines, people like Glenn Fabry, Liam Sharp, the fucking Bees, Conan the Savage. This is the first issue. Have you ever heard of this? 100% true.
No.
Only two issues ever made. This is the first issue. Yeah, like a real fucking score. Unbelievable. You guys in the chat, are you guys entertained by this shit, or are we just kind of like having a little bit of a bookie wank fest here?
Well, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Aw, yeah. Dude. Nice. Nice. The only other time I've ever seen that is at Dave Barnhill's house. Guy who runs Super Monster City.
Dave Barnhill. Yeah, totally. I got all of these. All of these. And Tales,
dude.
I'm sorry. And Weird Science and Vault of Horror and yeah, all the others. But yeah.
Alright. Oh no, this is terrible. So, Drovey says that we're having a bookie wank fest and everybody's amused. Another one of these. Heavy metal. Sorry it's backwards, guys. It's because of the stupid webcam. Yeah, this is one of my favorite Simon Beasley pieces of art.
Sorry. Oh, that's so good, dude.
The
So
Beasley?
good.
The Fact 2 one? So good.
Oh my god.
So good.
Dude.
What?
I'm so pissed that I didn't even think about this at Crypticon.
Ah! Dude!
I
coulda
totally
had that
should have had this.
You could have had that
frickin'
signed,
autographed.
man.
I could have had this fucking autographed, yeah.
I just watched that last night while I was working on stuff. I'm fixing my fucking computer.
What a...
Here's
Not
another
you.
epic. I know it's showing
Nice.
up backwards for you guys, but yeah, Starship Troopers. I watched that yesterday, and you know what the thing that's yay, Harryhausen. The thing that's amazing about Starship Troopers is that it actually still holds up really, really well. All the effects in that movie are so well integrated. If you want to talk about that, Ryan, let's talk about that actually, as about successful effects integration.
Agreed.
What makes an
I
effect
feel like
successfully
in a weird way-
integrated?
Hang on one second. Sorry. Oh! Grab one more thing. What? Okay, so I feel like in a weird way, Starship Troopers came out in what, 96? Hello?
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. Wasn't it later? Like 99? Crazy shit.
97 maybe? I don't know, but it was... I still, like, in the early development stages of CG, Jurassic Park still stands up, and Starship Troopers still stands up. And I don't know why or how. I don't quite understand.
Yeah, because there's like those shots of the oversized beetles, you know, coming out, and there's like all this interaction going on between the soldiers and the effects, and everything's just working together, and like you don't get that that ghosted edge, you know, or the weird contrast. And you know what it is? Well, I think Paul Verhoeven is so good about judging how long to show the effect for, right? Because like there's that one shot where Rico's shooting down at the beetle before he puts the grenade inside its back, and like they do a long shot every now and then, these cutaways where he's like balancing on the beetle while shooting at it, and it looks a little bit rubbery, but it happens so quickly that your brain doesn't have time to register on how rubbery it may or may not be looking. Whereas a lot of movies, when you get that, you know, like when you have a CG monster pick up a live actor and then it switches to a rubbery looking CG actor, you know what I'm talking about? That weird rubbery shit.
Yeah.
It's like they show it for so long, it's just like the whole thing falls apart.
I think.
Please go ahead.
I can't think of another movie in that era that actually still holds up CG wise. Can you?
From that era.
From like, you know, early mid to maybe late 90s. What CG movie can you think of that works still?
Not the Scorpion, or not the Mummy Returns 2, I'll tell you what.
Okay. Definitely not. But I'm very... oh, man. It's very fascinating to me that I wonder why... you know, because Phil Tippett was supposed to be the visual effects supervisor on Jurassic Park, and then he kind of got like ousted because the new technology
came in and it solved a lot of problems.
Yeah, sort of kicked him out. So, but he was the visual effects supervisor on Starship Troopers, which was only like a couple years later. And I think he had a shit ton to prove. And he went apeshit on the effects for Starship Troopers. And I wonder if, you know, he didn't learn a lot from his experience with ILM, because it was not ILM, it was his company.
Right. Wait, so he was on Starship Troopers?
Phil Tippett was the guy on Starship Troopers.
He was? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you're probably right, because there is so much in Starship Troopers. Like, I don't remember it being that, like, that intense, like that good. I don't mean like that good a movie. I mean like the you know, we're talking about CG and stuff tonight, so or practical effects rather, and the integration of both of those in Starship Troopers. Like, I don't remember it being that good. Like, there's effects almost everywhere on that fucking screen, and the fact that there's so many. Like, you know, the big wide shots where you see all the insect things coming, and it's like hundreds of them. It's like, how long did it take to render that?
Right. At that point in time, with the computer technology they had, I mean, yeah, I'm very impressed. And it still holds up. So I have a lot of respect for Phil Tippett for giving it a good shot. I mean, obviously, the practical effects were augmented by Studio ADI, you know.
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
But
and some of that shows, but yeah. But you know, like there's even like little things like the shooting accident that happens in the camp. You know, where the lady like trips and like the gun goes off, and the one guy's talking to Rico, and all of a sudden like that cut happens so quickly and so smoothly. It looks so good. Let's see. Drovey says, everything I can think of is all puppetry, like Dark Crystal and Labyrinth and Blade Runner. Blade Runner is fucking amazing, but it's all practical, right? Like, it's all miniatures, and there's very little, even by those days standards, CG or visual effects trickery.
Yeah.
But yeah, from the 90s, right? You're talking about specifically from the 90s when... Was a Relic made in the 90s?
Was what?
The Relic.
It's possible. I don't know. To be honest, is that a question that someone's asking, or?
That's me asking. Because the Relic, I feel, is one of those movies that holds up. Let me look it up quick.
That's Ian Winston, right?
I thought he was only involved in the design of the thing. I wasn't sure if he was involved in the actual effects execution. I could be wrong.
I think so.
That's one of those movies that I feel doesn't get talked about enough.
The Relic.
Yeah.
You like it?
I like it. I like it. Have you not seen it?
To be honest, I'm not sure.
It's the one that takes place in the Field Museum in Chicago, and there's like that weird, I think it's called the Kumonga or something like that.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of aware of it. I mean, I am highly aware of it, I guess, but like I just kind of dismissed it as like kind of a, I don't know, isn't like Christian Slater in it?
No.
What am I thinking of then?
Christian Slater.
Are you sure?
Heathers. Interview with a Vampire.
Oh gosh, you're right. But who am I thinking of? The Relic. If someone's in it like that, like
Tom Sizemore's in it.
Kind of like Species or something, you know? Like why are you guys in this?
There's really not a lot of known people in it. There's a lot of like character actors and stuff in it, but not anybody that like really stands out.
Who's the chick from American Pie?
What?
Who's the chick from American Pie?
Oh, I don't know.
Is she in it?
Jason Biggs and those guys. Jennifer Coolidge? Shannon Elizabeth?
No. Well, who did you look up? Did you look up? The Relic.
Oh, I looked up the Relic. Yeah.
I don't know.
The main actress is Penelope Ann Miller, whoever that is. I don't know who she is.
Okay.
Linda Hunt, James Whitmore, Tom Sizemore, Penelope. Yeah, Carrie's on it. The Matrix, yeah, of course, the Matrix. Although some of the effects in the Matrix look kind of dated now. In the first one, let's just talk about the first one. Let's not even get into the sequels when they went bananas with some of the CG. Let's see, Babylon 5. Yeah, almost all practical stuff except for the spaceship stuff. I really wish they would like do a new version of Babylon 5 where they redo a lot of the like special effects with either modern CG or like miniatures, because I think it would be super cool. But one of my favorite things about Babylon 5 is that there's always something going on in the background. Similar to Starship Troopers, right? Like in Starship Troopers there was always stuff going on in the background.
And what does that tell you? You know, just attention to detail, right?
Yeah.
Always be aware of the detail, you know, and like what, and also upon repeat viewing, what can you pick up upon repeat viewing?
Yeah, exactly. And Starship Troopers has a lot of that. Like in those scenes where they're going through the like the aftermath of the battles, and there's all the like mutilated bodies and like bug parts, and like there's a lot of stuff that got fabricated for that film.
Fuck yeah.
It's insane. Carrie says, I think that's why Jurassic Park works. They knew what to use and when. I agree. Like the thing for me, like Jurassic Park for me is such a masterclass in how to create a performance around an effect to then convince the audience for the rest of the movie. And it's this. It's not when they arrive and they see the Brontosaurus and Sam is all like, whoa, it's a dinosaur. You know, it's not that part. It's the part where they go to treat the Triceratops. Because here you have this sick animal, you see its tongue, you see it drooling, it's blinking, it's breathing, and the actor goes and he leans on it, you know, and he's listening to the Triceratops breathing, and you hear it, and you share that moment. To me, that's what made Jurassic Park scene. That scene alone, because from that moment on, you completely forget that you're looking at effects, and you now buy into the idea that you're watching animals in action. And I think every time that I watch Jurassic Park, that scene with the Triceratops, like, always makes, like, it fucks with my mindset about the film. You know, it takes me out of the whole, let me watch this with my art analysis, you know, hat on. Obviously, all the other puppetry stuff involved, like, really helps. Like, the fucking, what is it, 3 stories tall T-Rex that they built for the damn thing. Like, right, you're right, and you and I have geeked out over this several times, but...
And that's like, I mean, a $2 million, if not more, creature, live-action creature that they made for that thing.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
And the fact that they brought in people who weren't even in the film industry...
Unprecedented.
Yeah, absolutely unprecedented. The fact that they brought in people who weren't even part of the film industry to resolve the issue of making this thing work. They brought in amusement park people, engineers, to come in to help them figure out how to make the T-Rex move in a way where it wasn't jerky. Because what they had was, like, if the T-Rex moved fast, it would, like, stop and then you'd get the wobble. You know, that very, like, unconvincing wobble that you get in a lot of practical effects movies where there's a monster and, like, it wobbles, you know? Yeah. And the speed at which that thing had to move, holy shit! I'm just amazed that no one got killed on set by that puppet.
Well, they also had to build in, similar to Starship Troopers, because they had scenes where they had a person in the mouth of their creature. That also was in Jurassic Park, but also in Starship Troopers.
Hmm.
And so how do you know that you have to rig, like, a possibly 200-pound person to your hydraulics without killing them, without, you know, whipping them around too hard to damage them, to, harness into this rig without messing up your, you know, art with the skin and the teeth and the, you know, it blows my mind, you know, like the logistics. But I know obviously it can be done because it has been done, and I admire the fuck out of those guys who figured it out.
So Drovey, I'm just gonna pretend you didn't say that, and it's all good about the Blair Witch Project. Oh, it's not really an effects movie. So Drovey brought up The Sixth Sense. That's a lot of really good editing. Independence Day. That's another one. Independence Day has a lot of good integration of effects and CG and all of those disciplines that were still relatively new at the time.
I suppose so, yes.
Oh yeah, Jessica just reminded me. Yeah, the spaceships were partially practical in Babylon 5. I remember I broke one. You never told me the story about when you broke one. 99% of the background was CGI for Babylon 5. Really? Like the sets, or none of the characters were CG though. I'm talking about like the fact that there was people in makeup, in alien makeup, with stuff happening in the background, like having conversations, or like there was like little stories going on in the background. And I've always been very curious about what the extras or the actors who were in makeup as aliens in the background were doing to create those performances. Like one of my favorites that I saw recently, it's like in season 2, there is an alien sitting with an Asian couple, and they're eating and stuff, and it sounds, and it looks, not sounds, but it looks to me, it sounds like in my head, because I'm making up these little stories while I'm watching these people in the background, but it looks like they're introducing the alien to us anyway, the alien to Asian food. And you can tell it's like trying the food, and they're like discussing the food, and then it looks like they're just talking about their day. And this is all happening in the background over like one of the serious discussions between like Sheridan and some of the other people. But those little things are the things that I really loved about Babylon 5. Let's see. Jessica says the sets were tiny, like that bit atrium. The flowery garden thing was only about 5 foot by 5 foot. Really? And the ring that had like all the people always walking around and about, that was a matte painting. Really? Holy shit. Cool. The ships were just a framework on wheels, and you can sit on them and roll around, and I was playing and ran one a little too hard into a wall and broke it, and Dad had to rebuild it. Ryan, I should actually introduce you to Jessica properly, but Jessica's dad worked on Babylon 5, and he was like the one of the guys for all of that stuff. Dewey. Yep. Okay. And Jessica, we Jessica got to run around on set and check out all the stuff, which is pretty cool. Also, all the computers were just one computer that they rolled around to inserts on the sets. That's amazing. So, Jessica, were you ever on the deck, on like the main deck, like the captain's deck, the command deck, I guess, and break things? Yeah, she got to break things on set. Okay, so the main viewing window in Babylon 5. Am I wrong that it was basically just like an empty black space in front of the window with some lights hanging on strings or fabric or something? Is that what it was?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, okay. She said.
You really want to know?
She said I don't care. I can turn my brain off when I'm watching it. The entire screen was just a black piece of fabric with holes in it for stars. Yes, that's what it was. All right.
Oh,
fair
yes.
enough. So, Ryan.
Yes.
Is your head real right now, or is this an animatronic?
It's an animatronic. Who said that?
I don't know. Who said what?
Is that you saying that?
If your head was an animatronic, yeah, that was me.
Oh.
I'm just trying to fill in dead air because I ran out of things to say. Oh, dude, yeah.
Cool.
Is that paint? Markers? Why is it so shiny?
It's a pen and a white marker. Yeah.
Ah, nice.
This is fun.
Trovy says it's an animatronic. See, look at that eyebrow. Sal said it. Your eyebrow gave it away. I try to talk Ryan into dressing up as Vincent Price in... Is that Scream and Scream Again?
Who the fuck is... Who says that?
Vincent Price in that movie where he's got the makeup on like a skull. I linked it to you earlier saying, hey, do makeup for the show, and you didn't do it. So I'm the only one sitting here at makeup, and it's, kind of weird.
No, I think it's the abominable Dr. Fives.
The first one?
I think the second, actually.
See,
I don't know.
Jessica says she's freaking out. She says, oh my god, he would be amazing. Do it. Do Vincent Price. You should just own it, man. I hope you don't mind when I tell you that you look like Vincent Price. Like
everyone, their mother says that. I get it, yeah. It's
good, man. Embrace it. Fuck it. People tell me I look like John Leguizamo, so,
Jesus. Alright, fuck it then. Let's go. You be John, I'll be fucking Vinny.
I'll be John Leguizamo, and you can be Vincent Price, I just need the little, silver tooth. Carrie's losing her shit. What? Jessica Douglas says Dream Team. In caps, by the way. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't in caps. All the other stuff was in caps. Carrie said what? In caps. Jessica says, Sal, I have a foster dog here that we would love purely because he has a snaggletooth. Ah.
Oh shit.
Please take pictures of him and put him online.
Oh man, this is fun. I haven't done a random drawing in a long time.
Well, that's good. That's good. I've gotten, he's a pug shit. Kid you not. Shit. What?
She's nizzles.
Sean says he's the ugliest dog he's ever seen. Hey. But I bet he loves like no other.
Oh, that's nice.
Speaking of dogs, my friend Bob Worth is looking for a foster dog for a little 7-year-old pitty. A blue-nosed pit bull. The people who have him are saying they're going to have him put down tomorrow if they can't find anybody. So that's going on. I'm going to post it on Facebook.
Oh, your mother.
Hold on, I'm posting this really quick. It's a nice looking dog, and I hate hearing that kind of stuff about people who are giving up on animals like that. It sucks. How the fuck do I crop this thing? Alright, so I just posted about this dog on my Facebook page. For any of you guys who follow me on Facebook, the person who's got the dog, or who has access to the dog, they're tagged in the post. It's Twin Cities Metro, Wisconsin, Iowa, whatever. If somebody can intervene, that would be freaking great. So. It's a handsome little dog. I can't take him on, unfortunately, I don't think. Anyway, back to this stuff. Let's see. Trovy says if she wasn't so far away, she would take that baby in a heartbeat. Sean would murder her, though. Yeah, this dog's owner passed away, and he's like, his name is Yoda, and he looks like Yoda, just not green. Aww.
Shit.
Carrie says, we adopted a dog with a comically large head. The vet, he's a friend, said she was the funniest looking dog he'd ever seen. Jan says, that's irresponsible, poor dog. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what the dog situation is. Bob just contacted me and said, hey, this dog is in danger of being put down, we need to find a home for it ASAP, you know, can you help? So I'm sharing it and all that. Hopefully something can happen. Carrie says, Carrie, mom to me in art foxes and ugly real dogs.
Nice.
We have a terrier mix that had long, matted, and tangled hair and basically shaved her after we adopted her. She's a cutie now.
Well.
Oh shit, we just got raided.
Oh no, what does that mean?
Heather! Oh, Heather, thanks for the raid. Raid!
What does that mean?
Ryan, put on your flak jacket. We're getting raided.
Shit.
Get down! Oh, raid.
Dude, I'm having a good time with this drawing, dude.
What are you drawing? Same one? Fleshing it out? Show it, bro. Show. Oh, dude. Like it. I like all the etching around his eye. It looks gnarly and wrinkly. Hey, Heather. Yeah, earlier we were doing the presentation with Mick Strawn, who was the art director, production designer, and effects guy for the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. And now I'm hanging out with my buddy Ryan here, who was also our other guest for the show, who is an effects professional himself. He does sculpture, he does art, makeup, and he's a filmmaker. And right now we're just hanging out and geeking out and talking shit after the presentation.
Is she joining the live
Ryan's
stream?
drawing. What's that?
Is she going to join the live stream?
I'm guessing she just got done streaming. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Let me see if I can share my screen and do some art. See if it'll let me do it. So I drove... Heather, I don't know if you saw that I've been having issues with my computer lately.
Is this a person you know from being online?
Yeah. Yeah, Heather,
Hi, Heather.
Heather's an artist. Hi, Heather. So I did a my Kickstarter finished on wow, I'm getting tired. An hour ago, my Kickstarter finished. It ended. Oh, thank you so much, Carrie. Carrie just linked your website. Thank you so much for helping me pull shit together, you guys. It's been a long night. We started off with the stream, and now we're just hanging out, talking about movies, special effects, talking about art, and just talking to you guys, just hanging out. So I would do some art on my screen, but unfortunately, because I just reformatted my computer after the big Adobe 2019 update and the Windows October 2018 update disaster, I don't have Photoshop running yet, and I don't have anything to draw on my computer running yet. So, but
Hey, Cal.
Are you telling me to go analog, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do analog. In a second, maybe we'll get my get my clipboard.
If you want to.
No, I want to. Where the fuck's my clipboard? Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Alright, let me get my sketchbook.
Motherfucker.
Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Guilt tripped me into doing art. Damn.
Well, you don't have to, dude.
No, I'm just kidding. Heather says, why are we yelling? Oh, it's because everybody's typing in caps. Yeah, yelling because it's Halloween.
It is Halloween. Motherfucking night.
Ryan, Roby says you should go see Heather's art. Heather, you should go see Ryan's art. You're both awesome.
Dude, I'm digging this kind of, this is kind of fun.
What are you going to do for the back of his head?
Nothing.
I like that he looks kind of like, what's that movie poster where it looks like trees, but it forms a skull?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, actually. I don't know. I just like...
Yeah, go check out the link, Heather.
This is like... I never really do this kind of stuff, and then when I do, I'm like, yeah, it's not too bad, Like, it makes me feel better about myself, I guess. But, like, I don't know. I like
dude. Alright, I'm gonna draw that zombie that you have on the wall up there, on the right. Just to warm up.
That one?
Yeah, him. I like his expression. He's all like, I don't know what I'm doing up here, but okay.
I want to show you a drawing. I know you've never seen this, but hang on, let me find it.
Yeah, earlier we were showing off art books and making of movie books while we were talking about practical effects after after everybody left. And now we're just hanging out talking with you guys and talking about special effects and movies that, you know, have like really good special effects or that still hold up after all of these years, like Jurassic Park, The Relic. Oh, you know what's another movie that holds up really well for that? Cronenberg's The Fly with of course Jeff Goldblum. Holy shit, that movie.
What?
Also, Heather wants you to know that your creatures are fantastic.
That what?
Your creatures are fantastic.
Like bees?
No, like the ones on your website.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I appreciate that a lot.
And also, Carrie wants you to know that it's better than Not Too Bad. She says it's very cool, so shut your mouth.
This one?
Yeah.
Not too bad?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks. Considering, you know, it was done in
Good night, Heather.
15 minutes.
Yeah, dude.
On the interwebs.
So I'm just drawing. I'm doodling the zombie that's up here. Oh, you guys can't see my mouse. Dang it. The mouse that, sorry, the zombie that's in the top right corner of Ryan's screen there, that's what I'm drawing in my sketchbook. I'm just kind of doing my take of him. And I'll hold it up to the screen in a minute for you guys to see what I'm doing. Yeah, all my stuff is still in my bag from Crypticon. My clipboard that I usually use for drawing, it's a slightly oversized clipboard that I use whenever I'm sketching at my computer. It's in one of the totes somewhere. I haven't unpacked everything yet. I've just been so focused on getting my computer up and running. I needed to get my computer up and running for tonight's show. And I'm really glad that it worked, because holy crap, man. This update really broke a lot of stuff. It's a fucking nightmare. Remind me to bring the Thicker Than Blood comic over next time I go to your place, Ryan. I need to show you that. No, the Mike Plug, Simon Beasley book. So I think you'll love it.
Oh, here's a drawing I did, by the way, a long time ago. Not a long time ago, but...
Oh, dude, that's gorgeous. Is that all ink, or is there a pencil in there, too?
It's just a, yeah, just a pen.
Pen and white marker?
There may have been white in there, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's gorgeous. Is that based on someone that you knew, or...?
No, just an image I found on the interweb.
He looks like he needs directions to somewhere. Or like he's just hanging out in the shop waiting for somebody to give him a spare cigarette.
And a gross dude with AIDS.
Yeah.
I really wanted to show you one picture in particular.
So I'm sketching with ballpoint pen for now, you guys, and I'll show you guys on the screen in just a second. Jessica Douglas says, Jeff Goldblum is a sexy glue to hold things together. Carrie agrees.
Alright.
Drovey wants to know, or Jessica Douglas wants to know, Ryan, which white marker do you use? I'm having a devil of a time finding a good white marker. Did you say a devil of a time?
Heyo. Well, these are what I'm using right now. I'm not saying they're amazing, but...
Oh, the Liquitex ones. Sure. Oh, and the Faber-Castell. Okay. So Liquitex paint marker and the Faber-Castell Pitt artist pen.
Not saying it's amazing, but it's not terrible. It's not trouble. Oh, god damn it. I really, really wanted to show you this picture. whole series on this. Oh, here we go.
Hey, could you move? I'm trying to draw that. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Just trying. You're fine. You're fine.
Take the way.
God damn it! It's not this one either.
Notice, but this is an art stream. Okay. Yeah, sometime I'll do a stream from Ryan's studio so you guys can see his workshop, like his actual studio workshop with all the shelves full of effects, critters, and sculpts that he's done. Does really amazing work, and he's a really good guy. So I 100% vouch for Mr. Ryan. He's a very nice dude.
It's nice of you to say, Sal, and I think you're a very, very good guy as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't be hanging out with you. What?
What? I thought you were just hanging out with me for my body. Let's see.
Wish I could find that picture.
Almost done sketching the background zombie there.
Probably in this one, but I just can't get to it because there's so much bull crap in the pages.
Your zombie up there kind of reminds me of what's that character's name? Deathlock?
Tarman!
No, not Tarman. In the middle reminds me of Dr. Tongue. Oh, that's good, dude. That's some really good etching you're throwing in there.
I love the tree aspect of this, or like the, I don't know, I love the explosion of
Texture?
Anyway. Whatever the fuck is happening here,
It's kind of like those scenes from the Swamp Thing comics where he's like reforming from the ground.
Right, but just compositionally, I like, if you can see this for a second, like this black line exploding into this, you know, I don't know, compositionally, I'm just wanting, like, I don't know what the hell
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's like the concentration of texture, the composition is relying on the left, and it's kind of exploding towards the right, and it's like kind of loose and a lot of movement. It's legit, brah. It's legit. Here you go. I think I did his head a little bit too big, but... Let's see.
Nice, dude. Nice.
Carrie says, oh good, a dueling impression. Jessica says, Sal, I have a serious question for you. What do you think about the chilling adventures of Sabrina? Well, I've only seen one episode so far.
I think the more important question is the Hill House.
Hill House is fucking phenomenal. I love it.
You've been watching it?
I finished it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we watched it a couple of weeks. When I got back from LuxCon, I finished it with Mia.
I haven't even started.
Oh, so good, dude. So good. How far are you in that, Jessica? In Hill House? No, and Jessica's watching Hill House as well. I think she was like 5 episodes in the last time the last time that I talked to her about it. Yeah, I'm really tempted to do that. I think it's gonna... Carrie says, "I don't go off topic." Which topic? About wait, Carrie, you want to hear my impression of what? Sabrina or... Sabrina, okay. Alright, so I've only seen the one episode, the first one, and so far I like it. Not sure how I feel about the main actress yet. I think she's interesting. Like, she's interesting to watch. She seems like she's got a lot of stuff going on. I just hope they do more with her to that effect. I liked the creature, the brief glimpse that we had of Salem.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, right. So I like the part where they show a cloud in the sky, and the part where she walks. That was a good part. Oh, and the part where she like had hair on her head. That was fantastic. Let's see. Oh, here's something that's interesting for you, Ryan, since you're a sculptor, actually. Going back on topic for a minute. Have you heard about the controversial copyright lawsuits happening around Sabrina? Drovey just mentioned it as well. So, at some point in Sabrina, in the series, there's a statue of Baphomet in it. And the Church of Satan is suing Netflix about copyright. Because the statue in the show is practically lifting the design of the one that they erected in, was it Detroit? Is that where they put that one?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's interesting. That's it. Because it's interesting, because it's like, you know, it's a religious institution suing over copyright of the sculpt. And whoever they hired to sculpt it, yeah, like how much they derived from... Oh, right, the Satanic Temple. Sorry, I get them mixed up. The Satanic Temple, not the Church of Satan. Satanic Temple. Yeah, they are two different things. Who's their lawyer? I don't know. Who's their lawyer?
Probably a dickwad.
Probably a what?
Just kidding. Sorry. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Are you still there?
I'm still here. Hanging on by a thread.
Is anyone else?
Yeah, people are still watching.
Oh my god. That's awesome. Thank you.
Jens says, or Mr. Pointy Tail himself. I don't know. I doubt it. I mean, that would be really interesting.
Yeah,
but
I really need to find that fucking ET.
I'm back in a second. I'm going to shut the front door because I don't think there's anybody trick-or-treating anymore. It's after midnight. If anybody's still trick-or-treating, then that's going to be kind of weird.
You think? Hello? anyone still there? Is it worth doing this? I don't know. Never done this before. I have no idea if anything is still going on right now. If anyone is still there. Hey!
I went and dug it up. I had to, just to show you that I had it too. It's a nice book you've got there. What's with the tie?
You want to see something incredible?
Yes.
Is it worth it? Is anyone still watching?
Oh yeah, people are still watching. Jessica says we're such nerds. But we're entertaining nerds, right? Right?
Read.
Drovey, you want to jump in here with us? You want to join us for a little bit? Since we're not officially streaming anymore.
Say what? Who? What? We're not officially streaming?
Well, I mean, we're streaming, but not like the show. Oh, dude! Holy crap!
Not sure if I can actually wear this, but
Oh my god! Don't rip it.
I won't.
Oh my god! It's so short on you now. Wow. Why does it only fit up to your belly? Dude, you're ripping it!
It's pretty badass, though.
Yeah, it ripped. Oh no.
Yeah, it did.
Oh no.
But who cares?
You're like, it got its 5 minutes of fame on Twitch.
Falling apart.
Holy shit.
But anyway, yeah. Terminator 2 from 1991 or 2?
Carrie says that is such a jacket.
Yeah. An epic era.
Then the era began. Aw, that little doggy you sent me a picture of. Beauty. It ripped. Rip. Jacket.
Oh,
He's probably got like 10 of them.
This is more for sale than anyone else.
Uh-oh.
Can I show you some pictures?
Yeah.
If anyone else is on, that's great, but like, I had a lot of fun with these pictures.
So just so you know, Ryan, there's been a lot of, Oh, dude! Fuck yeah! Killer Clowns! Nice. Nice. There's been a lot of outcry and demand for you to get a Twitch account so that you can stream. And I did send you a link on Messenger. Dude, that's great. Hold on, bring that back up. You bring it closer? Closer. Closer. Oh. Oh yeah, that's great, dude. Yeah, that's really lovely work. I sent you a link. I sent you a link on Facebook, Jessica. Ah, yep. Fright Night. Nice. Jessica Douglas has entered the fray. That's gorgeous, dude. I like that one a lot. Dude, you should cut these out and frame them, man. They're good. Hey, Jessica.
Hello.
This is my favorite.
Why is my camera all zoomed in?
I don't know. That's great. I like how he's kind of just...
That's E.T.
It is E.T. What's he doing?
That's what I'm saying. Wouldn't it be funny to like all these like people that you like, you know, oh, E.T., Gremlins, it's all nice, but like they're really evil.
Yeah, like what's E.T. doing? He's like the CEO of like a really terrible
kind of
company.
like getting off on like a kid's bullshit. I don't know.
Always thought E.T. was evil.
What is that? Oh yeah, yeah.
I like that one a
Silver
lot.
Bullet? No.
Howling.
Howling. Okay. Ryan. Meet
Sal.
Jessica Douglas. Jessica Douglas. Meet Ryan Schaddelee.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi, Jessica.
I'm just a hand, see?
She's just a hand. She's usually doing art on her stream on the counter that we're staring at.
Ooh.
Cool.
Do you have any of your stuff to show
find
off, Jessica?
I just finished that tattoo for that girl. That girl.
That girl.
I just finished the for the girl that I did that octopus tattoo for.
Oh yeah, okay.
She had me do a nautilus.
Oh shit.
It's upside down.
Oh yeah, I remember you were sketching that.
Remember?
Are you different, Jessica?
Yeah, this is Jessica Douglas, not Jessica Funk.
That's why I was saying which Jessica, because we're both named Jessica, but she's Bestica and I'm Jessica.
Okay, so you're Jessica what?
Douglas.
Douglas.
Here, I'll introduce you guys on
Douglas.
Facebook, because you guys should know each other.
Did you see the doggy, Sal?
I did. I was commenting on it, but you must have not heard me.
No, I had to mute the stream so that you guys don't get to hear yourselves through my screen. keyboard won't cut. Holy crap.
So Jessica's got quite a bit of background. I don't know if you gathered from what I was saying when I was reading the chat, Ryan, that her dad worked on Babylon 5 and a bunch of other stuff too. And Jessica's a pretty phenomenal artist in her own right. She's a fully independent artist and shows in galleries, does conventions, blah blah blah.
Where are you from?
All the usual stuff.
Or where are you located?
I'm in Utah now, but we were in California when Dad was doing all of the Babylon 5 stuff, and he worked for South Coast Repertory and a whole bunch of... did the Grove Shakespeare Festival. I'm trying to cut this with scissors and it's not working. There, finally. Okay. So there's her second tattoo to go with her first one.
Are you a tattoo artist?
No, she does traditional art, but
that's all watercolor.
Yeah.
It's she wanted a steampunk Nautilus holding on to a Victorian-ish frame made out of kelp.
That's pretty specific.
That is pretty specific.
She's a pretty specific lady.
So keep showing us them sketches, homeboy.
Yeah, I want to see the sketches. That's the whole reason why I jumped on, was so I didn't have to wait for the delay. Haha, suckers.
Oh yeah, because when we're streaming, there's always like a 5 to 10 second delay.
Feels like it's longer than that
between
lately.
us talking here and then people seeing it on the Twitch audience.
I don't know, lately it's felt like it's way longer.
Probably. Werewolf transformation?
Yeah.
That one felt kind of like
oh, you know those
American Werewolf in London.
The what, Ryan? Do I know the
shrunken heads that you've seen from
the ones that you had at the booth, yeah.
Yeah, before.
Oh, okay, so this is kind of like you concepting them. Did you draw those specifically for the sculpts that you did, or is that just kind of like, you know, you're into doing them? Oh, that one's awesome. It almost
Carrie
looks like a
says
critter.
she's still yelling because it's still Halloween there.
Good. Oh, dude, I like that one a lot. That belongs on a
Dude,
t-shirt.
that is so freaking creepy. Oh my gosh. There's something
Carrie
about
says,
the whole mouths.
It feels very long between when I type and when you can see it.
Oh, I like
It
the one at
does
the
feel
top
like
right.
longer than a few seconds. It feels pretty long.
The one on the bottom right looks cute. The one on the top right reminds me of the weird like samurai that's on Jack Burton's t-shirt and in Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah, I gotta agree. That bottom right one is really, really cute.
Thank you for looking at them, for fuck's sake. God.
That's good stuff, dude. It's cool to see your 2D stuff because it helps me kind of understand how you process your sculpting too. That one's cool. Looks like Justin.
Oh my god, it does look like Justin.
Does look like Justin.
Oh, that's good. Now I can't unsee that.
Oh, I like that a lot. Hey, he looks like fuck.
Not Justin.
No. The Reanimator. The dad. When the dad
Brain's
when the
not
dad comes
connecting.
back, the Reanimator, he's got that kind of face. He also looks like Jeff. Zombie Jeff. Ooh, I like him. He's fun.
I like his weird eyeball.
That's how my head felt over the summer when I was getting those cluster headaches.
Pictures?
What'd you say, Ryan?
Okay, hey, this maybe if this works through the interwebs, I'll show you how that worked out in a really interesting way. Sorry.
I'm gonna see if I can talk Ryan into streaming with us on the multi-streams.
Yes. That would be awesome.
I think people would be into watching you sculpt, dude. Like, seriously.
Well, and plus the little fast art is really fun to do. Like, quick little sketches and things. People enjoy watching that. Sal, I totally wussed out, and instead of doing an individual video for my Kickstarter, I just took the sped up video of one of my paintings and stuck some writing over it.
Okay. Well, that works. What the hell? Is that a... Wait, is that an effect?
Wait, you're going the wrong way.
So this is a practical application. Can you see this?
Yeah. Oh, it turned off.
I could see it till it turned off, yeah. Cat, will you stop?
Of that concept. Oh, dude, you're gonna have to send me that on Facebook. I want to see that, like, properly. Yeah. That's good.
This doesn't really work.
It kind of works. It gets a little prismatic and the glare a little bit, but no, it works. We can see it.
Yeah, the phone's doing the not gonna show properly. It's gonna catch all of the little extra pixel colors.
Yeah, are you able to show that online at all?
Am I able or willing?
Both. I think it's cool.
Oh, man. Anyway, thank you for even being interested in this.
Thank you for showing it.
I think it's cool.
Yeah.
I think you should do more sketches on stream.
I'm sketching some more. Kind of feeling inspired by Ryan's sketches. So I'm kind of doing a little, like, attitude zombie.
I'm totally inspired to do... I love this little guy. Like, I think this is really fun. And I haven't done anything in a long time, you know?
Yeah.
Drawing-wise.
It's really cool. I like him.
You're gonna have to, like, sculpt one and put it on one of your trees outside your house.
Yeah! I vote for that.
Thank you, Sal. I really do. I have to give you a lot of gratitude and thank you for even liking me.
Dude, you're fucking great.
Try to promote this kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah, no, dude, your shit's great, man. And you're, like I said, you're a great guy. So.
Thank you for even liking me.
Ryan is very, very cool.
I need to I feel the need to send like hugs or something. I feel like I just kicked a puppy.
I'm not trying to like emote or whatever, promote a...
Yeah, it's good, dude.
It's just one of those things. That's what... another question I wanted to ask Mark. I'm sorry.
Mick.
When I asked him about, like, did you ever want to get into the movie industry? You know, like, I mean, not really. And maybe that's a problem, you know?
Did you add Mick on Facebook? Because he's, like, super, super chatty and talkative and would probably answer all your questions if you added him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he would, but without a platform like we just had to ask him questions...
No, dude, just ask him. Like, seriously,
just
like,
ask him.
Every time we've interacted, we've ended up talking for, like, for hours. Even if it was just like, hey, Mick, here's the link for tonight's show. It just turned into, like, a 1-hour conversation, and we spoke on a call, and it was good. It was good.
Yeah, I have to, like, not message him unless I'm going to take a chunk out of my day. Because he's just fun to talk to.
Yeah. Neat tangents in such informative and fun ways.
Tangents.
Oh man, it was tangent hell tonight's show. It's kind of miraculous. So we ended up covering most of our questions sheet that we send the guests and stuff.
Yeah.
We ended up covering most of it before we even got to it.
Wow. That's cool.
It
I
was
mean,
pretty-
that's like useful and stuff. But
Yeah. Let's just say, okay, guess we're just gonna hang on and just roll with it. This is good. Yeah, it was really easy, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Easy is good. Easy is great.
Easy is efficient laziness for the win.
Ryan, Carrie
No
says
idea.
you have a
How-
nice vibe in the chat.
Ryan does have a nice vibe. He's very pleasant to be around.
Yes.
Also, Carrie wants you to know that she loves that you have so much expression in your creepy faces. And that she also wants to see more of your sketching. Yeah, exactly, Carrie. Carrie said, like we were talking about the other day, Sal, in reference to the kind of people that I have on my streams, also on the Wednesday night streams, it's like we're all in here just kind of working on our own shit and just talking like we are right now, actually, like very much like what we're doing right now. But everybody here is like very chill, just very chill people, very, very kind, very like, I don't know if gentle's the right word. We all have our own version of sass, but very chill people. Easy to get on with. So, yeah, add Mick on Facebook and ask him your questions, because I think he would have a good time talking to you.
I think that is absolutely a cool... What a nice thing to say, I guess, is what I'm trying to...
Yeah.
Carrie's super good people.
Yeah, Carrie is also not the type of person who'll blow smoke up your ass. So when she's saying
No.
she means it. She's
Yeah.
pretty much same thing. Jessica as well. Anybody in here who comes in here, they don't do the whole. I mean, they're my friends, so that should tell you something. Because I don't put up with a lot of like
trust you,
bullshitty
Sal.
people.
The first time I
You're
met
one of the
my...
first. You're one of the most. I gotta say, are we online here?
Yes,
Yeah, we're
we
online.
are.
You can say whatever you want. We're all friends.
Sam, I gotta say, like. Actually, I'm not sure how to verbalize this. I feel like it was energetic and cosmic that we came into each other's awareness.
Oh, I agree, man. And I think it happened when
I
it
know
needed
that
to.
sounds like ooh, like a weird word. But like,
Yeah.
But I do think that like attracts like, and I think that like, you're a really good guy,
Oh,
and I
thanks,
think
man.
that. But I think that more than that, I'm sorry, I should say you're a very talented artist, but more than that, you're a very talented person.
Oh, thank you so much.
And I think that's very, very, very more important than artistic ability.
Yeah, I
So.
get what you're saying. Yep, it's like the quality of the person and like the quality of being, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
An energy state or something. I don't know. How do you describe it?
Yeah, no, I could actually say the same thing for, me meeting Jessica here. I think...
What?
Well, I think I met you at the right time, you know what I mean? Like, where I'm at, what I'm doing, who I am as a person, like, all of that stuff.
Yeah, you said that you would hang out with me on Facebook because of my description of art. I do art all the time. Art. There's a lot of art here.
Yeah.
And that was essentially my entire description.
Yeah, but also you just seem really straightforward, and I like very straightforward people. Like, difficult... You never seem like a difficult person.
Oh, I'm totally difficult. Are you kidding?
Yeah, but you're difficult in a fun way.
So you're doing whatever you're doing right now is live, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And is this a 3D thing or is this a 2D?
There.
No,
Oh,
she's
yeah.
using watercolor. It's like
Oh,
way
wait,
zoomed
me?
in. Yeah, you.
Oh, yeah, this is watercolor. See? But, Sal, I'm really excited because I'm going to do the layers of resin and I'm going to start building it out.
On this?
Yeah, on this one.
Oh, cool. Tell Ryan about what you're doing with that, because I think he'd totally dig it.
I use art resin, which is the super clear resin. And so I'm doing all the background work. Oh, I guess she's upside down for you. So I'm doing all the background work, and originally I painted her whole face in and everything because I was just gonna paint her straight up. But once I finish, so I'm doing all the darks now, and then I'm gonna do maybe a 1/16 or an 1/8 of an inch thick of crystal clear resin. And then I have transparent watercolor ground that I'm going to go through and layer over it, so you'll still be able to see through it, but it's got it's like gessoing but invisible. And then I'm going to paint the next layer up, and then do another layer and paint the next layer up. So I'm going to build all of these skulls up.
Skulls!
And make this super deep. I'm really excited.
Are you gonna? So you're gonna put like reeds and
like a one-off art piece that you might want to then sell?
Yeah, I do these, and then I sell the originals, and then or some of them go into like galleries or museums and things, and then I do print runs. And I have a photographer who sets up a whole 3D studio and things.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, because normally I do like beadwork and stuff. On these too, and so you can't just like scan it because some of them are a good 2 to 3 inches off.
Yeah.
So we photograph them, and then we do print runs, and the prints really work out well because since we photographed them, they look like super 3D when they're all printed up. Plus, I have a really good printer, so. They are awesome.
So, what do you sell your prints for, just out of curiosity?
Depends on the size and the quality of the paper and if it's limited edition or not. I think the cheapest prints I have are like $25, and they're small, open edition prints. And then my really big ones can go up to like $75 for a print.
Oops.
And then the hand embellished ones are a couple hundred, so.
Carrie concurs. The prints turn out amazing. She has lucky to have a few. Sorry, Ryan.
What?
Oh, I'm just reading what Carrie was saying in the chat. The prints turned out amazing. I'm lucky enough to have a few. Yeah, I have a couple of them now, and I was actually going to say that the fact that you put gems on your artwork and then like the whole process that you do, it actually holds up in a print form. And it doesn't look weird.
Yeah, it really does. It really does. Well, especially since I started doing the resin too, but
yeah,
it really works well. But it's just because I photograph and not scan or anything.
Right.
I have to do this layer darker than what I normally would, since the top layers are the highlights and things. It feels weird because watercolor is usually light to dark, but I have to paint dark to light with watercolor, and it feels very bizarre.
That does.
Where do you live? Where are you based from?
Utah.
Utah.
Wow.
I'm up in Ogden. It's a pretty cool location too, because they've started getting super into supporting the arts, and they're opening a new center for the arts called the Monarch, and then they had like a I'm gonna call it a contest, but it was for a paid gig. But they had the streets, the crosswalks, and then the middle of the road on the streets. They had those set up for artists to paint, and everyone would submit their designs, and then the winning artist got paid like a $3,000
Did you get it?
Payment. No, I wish I had. Sadly, I did not. But the person who did, oh my gosh, they did such a good job.
There you go, Ryan.
But they're constantly funding artists and things, so.
Inspired by your sketchbook.
Does he have a little bitty mohawk?
Yeah.
It's great.
I like the
He's
mohawk.
got sass.
He does have sass.
I like it.
Now he just needs shiny and chrome teeth.
hate my webcam. It like one,
Have
it's
you
really
seen that
old.
movie?
Which one?
No. I live, I die, I live again.
Yes,
Oh.
Chrome.
shiny and chrome with the freaking silver
Okay,
spray paint.
can you see my body right now? Just, out of
Just
curiosity?
I can
your
see
like
you waving
chest
your
up.
hand.
Yeah.
Did you know? Did we talk about this? That in what I love so much about Fury Road is how much detail they put into every goddamn frame of that movie. But when they do this, and they're like, you know, I live, I die, I live again, you know, and they go like this. You know what this means? V8 engine.
Oh, cool.
Oh my God.
V8 engine. They're so locked into like, you know, cars and like they're like, oh,
That's
this is
brilliant.
Isn't it
That
brilliant?
is
Yeah, that
I know.
is brilliant.
Never would have thought.
That
I
is
just love the fact that you could pause that movie anywhere and have a work of art.
yes.
Oh shit.
Have you guys
Talk
watched
about,
the black and chrome version?
Yeah, talk about freaking storyboards.
Alright. I need to get hot sauce for my now cold dinner, which I'm trying to eat.
Hot sauce for your cold dinner. And then he goes running away to find the hot sauce. That's okay. I loved Fury Road though. I mean, it was just
Oh
so.
my god.
I mean, I already loved Mad Max to begin with, but what they did with that was just incredible.
Yeah. Understatement.
I know there aren't big enough words for that movie. I don't have the right.
Yeah, I really
vocabulary.
don't. And again, that movie is like the biggest punk movie maybe ever, and it was directed by a 73-year-old man. You know, like it's
George fucking Miller, yeah.
Yes, it just blows my
Amazing.
mind. And I love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, but punk isn't an age thing. It's a frame
No,
of
it's not.
mind.
It's an attitude, and that's something that absolutely I've realized and understood in my later years.
Punk is definitely a frame of mind.
Yeah, which I think you have. Or not.
I was totally a freaking 80s and 90s punk kid.
Oh,
We
what
had
movie
so
I
much
just
fun.
did that? Repo Man. Repo Man was a big movie for me as a kid. No?
Repo Man?
Anybody?
No,
Repo
I know Repo Man. I'm just
Like Jean-Claude Van Damme Repo Man? Wait. What the fuck did my brain just do?
No.
I don't know what your brain just did, but that was definitely not a Jean-Claude Van Damme.
What? I'm the Repo
I'm
Man.
thinking of like, I don't know.
Oh, that's a
Jesus.
line that he says. I am the Repo Man. And you're the or whatever he says in
God,
Jean-Claude
are you
Van Damme
quoting
accent.
Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Yes, I am.
Really?
What did he say?
I'm-
I'm the Repo Man.
I no longer feel
You
bad
ever
for
see
saying
that?
anything about the Blair Witch now.
Whoa.
Yep.
Fine.
I have
Fine.
seen your shame, Sal.
So I'm trying to eat my dinner, and in the chat I said, I apologize for chewing on the stream, you guys. I'll keep muting my mic so you guys don't hear me chew. And Yen says, we'll just pretend you're chewing on your human victims. And to that I say, fresh meat.
God. Yeah, and why did you have to encourage him?
Ryan's never heard me do this, so I'm going to do this.
My name is Optimus Prime, and I'm here to promote Outpost 31 Productions. Autobots,
Ooh.
transform and roll out.
Whoa.
Oh my
Holy
God.
Shit.
I'm so glad Sean's not awake to hear that.
Why would he
Yeah.
get excited?
Oh, he is such a Transformers fanatic.
Oh, that's good for me to know. I'll
even...
record something for you. How about that?
Oh, he just like for Christmas one year, I just got him an old Optimus Prime. He was just so happy,
Nice.
and I'm like, ah.
It'll be something like,
Never pick on
Good morning, Sean. My name is Optimus Prime. And I'm here to tell you to get your ass out of bed, transform, and roll out.
Oh my god. It was the movie, the first Transformers movie. That's what I got him.
ah, okay.
Because, you know, he loves Transformers.
I didn't like those ones. I liked the first
Actually-
one okay, but the rest of them were...
Well, yeah. I mean, come on. It's, you know, Transformers. Wait. The movie, like the cartoon, not
Oh, okay,
not
so the good one.
abominations that people are claiming is Transformers.
Got it, thank you. Thank you for saying that.
I
have much... My,
refuse to.
my respect for you is regained.
Okay, good, because I refuse to. Ooh, I like that one. Creepy eyes.
This
Oh,
we've been
dude.
hanging out.
Love
Kinda
that.
fun.
Looks like Yoda.
That's expressive.
Actually, it looks like, I think, the guy from the
The He-Man movie.
Twilight Zone, the movie.
Oh, yes, the
Yoda is-
gremlin.
Yeah.
From the side of the
Yoda
plane.
is the dog that we
But
recently
I think
rescued.
what I'm interested in is this line of like whether it's this way or this way. I like the idea of like, I don't know. It's kind of fun.
Really? You're sassing?
No, the gremlin in the movie
Sal.
goes
Oh.
right before it grabs William Shatner, or not William Shatner, John Lithgow's face. Was that
No, I was
Terror at
talking about
20,000
Yoda
feet?
the dog.
Oh, Yoda the dog.
That little dog we just rescued. That Sean says is the ugliest dog he's ever seen.
Is he sassing you?
Sean's always sassing me.
No, I meant the dog.
No, he's really like... I mean, he is the chillest dog I've ever seen. I've not heard him bark at all yet.
Wow.
I keep waiting for him to, and that's with trick-or-treaters and all my other dogs going absolutely apeshit, but he's just like, whatever. But, you know, he's got like the worst possible qualities physically of the pug and the Shih Tzu, so he's just kind of a little train wreck of a puppy.
Motherfucker. Puppy train wreck.
Carrie says, Ryan, please get an account and multi-stream the sketching.
Yes.
And what? Multi-stream?
Peer pressure, peer
Multi-stream
pressure,
is a
peer
thing that we
pressure.
do. When several of us are streaming at the same time, there's a service called multi-stream. And everybody could watch all of our screens all at once while we stream. And then we just use this for like us to talk. On our Wednesday night party streams or hangout streams, whatever, they're basically party streams. A bunch of us will be on at the same time with like a handful of us actually streaming, and everybody else just kind of hanging out and talking and you know, talking and discussing and talking shit. All right, everybody,
Oh, I
say
have
goodnight
to
to
say-
Yen.
Oh,
Yen is
it's so
scrambling for
weird.
the night.
Yen.
Good night, Yen. Thank you for tuning in.
I do have a couple of people who've messaged me and said that I'm not allowed to do multi-streams late at night on weekends. Because they said you guys ruin my ASMR vibe thing that I get when I'm bored and by myself. We just lost.
That makes sense.
Sal.
No, I'm still here. I was just shoving cauliflower
Food
rice
in
in
your
your face. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because, well, there's some people that follow my Twitch specifically to help them go to sleep, so
Yeah.
it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, when you're on
Having a
your own,
party.
and I tune in and you're on your own and you're just like in the zone and you're just like streaming and talking about what you're doing, it is very ASMR.
Yeah. So I'm not allowed to do group streams on certain days anymore, so people can go to sleep.
So I just saw the Headless Horseman that you posted.
Isn't that awesome?
That is fucking awesome.
Oh my gosh. The people out here are so cool. I mean, seriously. Talk about going all out for a costume.
I just tagged you on the post so that A, you could see the thing that we're talking about, and 2, you could add Jessica when you get a chance, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan, basically, someone dressed up as the Headless Horseman and rode their horse through downtown. And they, like, got super detailed on the attack and everything. It looks amazing.
Oh, you took this from your car?
No, I didn't take that
Oh,
picture.
you didn't take
someone
this,
else
okay.
did. Yeah, someone else did.
Keep adding to this, and it's dumb. But should
Which
I?
one?
Let's see, let's see. I don't think it's dumb.
I like it. You just need to make a forest of these little dudes peering at people.
Alright, I'm inspired to do forest face creature as well, so I'm gonna do one. Do a little.
Do it.
I certainly have a style, don't I?
You do.
Yes.
At least with drawing.
Oh, you got a style with sculpting. What are you talking about?
Maybe so. I don't know.
Oh, you got a thing.
Oh, thank you for not promoting, but pushing me to draw again. This is so fun. I know I can do better.
So, get a Twitch account. Was it Twitch? Yeah, it's Twitch. I was about to say Twitter. Get a Twitch account and then do fun sketches on the stream. That's what I suggest.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think that would be the best choice, personally.
Is that what you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do little, like, super fast, like, I don't know, how long does it take me, Sal? Like, 5 to 10 minutes a piece?
Yeah.
The little skulls and galaxy things and...
Yeah, about that much, but when you really get into them, sometimes like 20 minutes, which is still ridiculously fast.
Yeah, these little, like, 5x7 things, I'll do, like, I don't know, 8 to 10 of them a day, and they're really fun. And enjoyable.
That's all you do.
Yeah, all I do is this. I've got like my studio all set up, and you know, I do the Kickstarters to fund the print run so that I don't have to print on demand, because honestly that sucks and it raises the prices of the cost of the prints when you print on demand anyways. And then I just send to different galleries all over the world, pretty much. And right now I'm kind of like crazy overbooked on commissions because everyone has really good ideas and I really want to do a bunch, like all of them.
Yeah, well, how do you manage that?
What way do you mean by manage?
Like, how can, like, say you have accepted, like, 4 or 5 commissions, and then, you know, the 5th and 6th come in, and, like, what do you say? Hey, I can't get to it till...
Yeah, I usually tell people...
2019, you know?
Yeah, I usually tell people how far I'm booked. Yeah. Right now, I am booked until... Let's see. There's the big Raven one until... Yeah, December of... 2019, next year. And so I won't accept any more commissions until I finish this year's worth of work. But I also have to balance it between my personal stuff, because that's what goes into galleries, and my Kickstarters, and I used to go around and be a guest at conventions, and that took up a lot of time, but I don't do that anymore, so now it's just fitting in everything. And then I do a lot of... yeah, I have Shannon. Shannon's amazing.
Yes, sir.
We have got to figure out what she's doing.
Yeah, basically, I mean, that's the thing. When we sit down with Mia, that's one of the things that we're going to talk about is how we can be producing stuff, putting it online, you know, selling it, all of that stuff. Things that are collaborative, as well as, you know, stuff that you do yourself, like the creature busts that you have. The ones that you had displayed, the shrunken heads. Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm the least consistent person in the world, but you can't just vanish for a month and then come back, and you know, if you do that kind of thing, you'll lose steam and you'll lose long-term collectors that way. But I mean, the gallery owners usually send me whenever they do open calls for different shows and exhibits they're doing. And then once you get on one gallery's list, they usually share their artists with other galleries. And so you just kind of spread out from there. And lately, museums, especially the contemporary art museums, have really been into expanding into the things that normal people like, not just the weirdo, artsy-fartsy, why is this toilet worth $10 million type stuff.
Right.
So it's actually easier to get into them. And you also have to not think of your art as fantasy or science fiction. Because if you do that, you kind of run into that whole stigma of, oh, you're not actually an artist.
Oh, the
You're
fine
just
art
an
thing.
Illustrator. Yeah.
I fucking hate that shit.
So apparent with filmmakers too. If you do a genre film, like say, I'm trying to think of an example.
Well, like a Marvel movie?
No, Hereditary.
Oh, okay.
For example, and they're like, "Oh, it's so good, it transcends the genre." Like,
yeah.
You know, I mean,
Right,
come
or
on.
something like Mother, right?
Transcends the genre, you know what I mean? Like, if a movie is good, whatever the fuck it is, I don't know. It doesn't I don't know. Like Get Out. Like, also, Get Out is a good example. You know, that movie is fantastic as it is. You know, but well, it really transcends what it's trying to. Like, no, come on, man, own it.
It's just a
Own
good
it.
movie.
It's a fucking horror movie.
Right, but a lot of these people, that's their bread and butter, is being able to say all this artsy-fartsy stuff.
I know,
so
I get it. Marketing and blah blah blah.
yeah, so I mean, the easiest thing for me is that honestly, all fantasy is literally religious art. I mean, when you get right down to it.
Oh man.
Every mythological creature, every fantastical creature has come from a religion base. And so I went off from that and used that to build with the museums. And that got me a couple of shows for things like, there's a show in Italy called, can't pronounce it in Italian, but basically it was Apocalyptic Visions.
Just shake your hands while saying Apocalyptic Visions.
No, it had this really cool name, and I can't. I'd have to
Visione
look up
Apocaliptica.
Yeah, something like that. I have to look it up again to look at it. But I mean, literally, all I did was put in a bunch of fantasy artwork. But since monsters and zombies and all of that are apocalyptic visions, there you go. You can get into any kind of serious show on the future with that. And then I get into, like, the Springville Museum usually has me in their spiritual and religious art exhibits. And it's literally dragons. But
Do you have a lot of dragons?
oh yeah, I got a ton of dragons. Are you kidding? Dragons are like a #1 seller for me.
Yeah.
But
and again, it's all you do, right? Is is art.
Yep.
Wow.
That's all I do.
That is fantastic to me. I can't believe I'm talking to people who, like you, Sal, and you, who all you do is art. That is gives me so much hope. Anyway, yeah.
Well, and the internet has really like changed things because yeah, because I mean, when I was younger, there was no internet, and oh my god, like trying to get into a gallery then was just a nightmare. I mean, I have so many rejections from galleries back then. But with the internet, it's a lot easier to build your following and show the galleries, hey, you know, I'm a viable commodity. You're not going to be taking a chance on me. You know, it's a surefire thing. So.
Well, especially these days now, where the internet, like, is part of the marketing, right? Because you could say, "Oh, I have however many viewers on Instagram or Twitch," or like, it's a factor.
You can, but I generally don't because I forget to pay attention to it.
Oh, right.
And also, the number of people watching you does not necessarily translate into sales.
That's true.
You know, I have fewer viewers than a lot of my colleagues, but I have better sales numbers because the people who follow my work are more...
I was going to say they're more loyal. You definitely have a loyal following.
Yeah.
A loyal and very engaged following, or community, really. I wouldn't even call it a following. I would say you have a community.
Like Carrie there.
Yeah, Carrie, Beth, you know, all of those people.
Lala.
I
think I know like a bunch of my community is a good word, pretty much by name, because I talk to them fairly regularly. And then when I did conventions, you know, I would bring...
Conventions?
Yeah, I used to do conventions. I don't do them anymore. Last year was my big last one. That's how I know Mick, because we were both guests of honor at the same convention.
Where?
And it was a con called Fan Nexus up in Spokane that sadly kind of pilfered out, but it was like me and Mick and Walter Koenig and who else was there? There was a surprisingly like diverse group of people.
Is Walter Koenig as cheeky as he seems?
Okay, well, I would love to answer that, except Walter fell in love with Tucker and would not stop coming over to hug Tucker, because I let him hug Tucker.
Give Ryan some context. Who's Tucker?
Oh, Ryan, I have a service dog because I have mobility problems, and Tucker is a standard poodle that's been trained to like help me balance and not, you know, fall down stairs and stuff.
Okay.
And I had him at Fan Nexus with me because he goes everywhere with me. And Walter apparently is a huge lover of poodles.
When you say Walter Koenig, are we talking about like the guy from Star Trek?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chekhov.
Yeah. Okay. Chekhov. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. And Tucker's like super well trained, so you know he's pretty chill, and you can get right up in his face, and he'll just like wag his little stubby tail. And I guess Walter's poodles don't do that. They like if you try to get in their face, they get like really pissy. So he kept coming over whenever he'd see me and walk over to say hi to Tucker. So I'd love to say that he was cheeky, but he honestly could care less about me.
It was all about Tucker.
He was talking to Tucker and just, he was all about the Tucker.
That's nice, though. That says something about him, though.
Yeah. He's good people, though. I mean, he's pretty nice, and he seems to have really nice assistants that help him out and everything, so...
That's good.
Like, they were nice. They talked to me while he was talking to Tucker. But I have a retired service dog who is more famous than any of us will ever be. He went viral. He's been shared like, I don't know, I think 10 million times now, maybe 20, 30 million. I used to have newspapers would contact me to do interviews about Zeus, my retired service dog. It was crazy. I'm like, really, guys?
What a world. What a world we live in now.
No.
Where it's like a pet cat needs an agent because they did something funny in a viral video once.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it was a good opportunity to educate people and, you know, get the word out that you can't just take a pet around and talk about, you know, the training and everything. But at the same time, Zeus is still this adorable little thing, so...
Yeah.
Gets lots of ahs.
Here you go. Here's my tree face guy.
Where's your tree face guy? I'm waiting for your video to catch up because it's like, there we go. Of course your tree face guy has a gigantic grin and is going to eat
Whoa.
the next person. That's terrifying. I love it. It's terrifying.
Love it!
Oh my god.
Well done. Well done.
It's going to eat people.
That's
thank
awesome,
you,
dude.
Carrie.
Thanks, man. Is Carrie taking off?
No, Carrie said, Carrie gave me a very nice compliment, and I'm paying attention, I promise.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point, Carrie. Definitely. Should I read what Carrie said, or you got it?
Huh? Oh, I've already clicked over to something randomly different. There's new submissions on Zox, and I keep staring at them like, wow.
Gotcha.
Can I show you this?
Yes. Oh shit! Rendering.
Oh no, the eye has gotten darker and creepier.
That's
and
awesome.
Bigger.
I like the it's got almost like a leaf shape to it now. The overall.
Yeah, like not a maple leaf. What is that? That leaf that everyone uses for fall.
Like Electro's face.
I know that I can do a lot more, obviously, to it.
Yes.
A ton! As you know,
That's
that you
cool,
can
though.
do every time you do anything, right?
Yeah, you just spend hours and hours noodling on it.
Right. But that was a lot of fun. Thank you for... I haven't done,
And Carrie
I haven't
says...
done that kind of shit in a long time. Sorry.
Carrie says, wow, now I won't sleep. Thanks, Ryan.
Aw.
That's a compliment in my book.
That's a
There's
compliment,
no
yeah.
emotion in that drum. Anyway.
But the eyeball is staring.
So scary. I want that on my
Staring.
ceiling.
Oh, man. You're so
Wow.
weird, Sal.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to scan this in.
Holy God.
Yeah, you're still weird, Sal.
I just wish my...
Sal, when are you gonna submit Zox things?
You know, now that all of this crazy month... Oh, you know what I should do is I should do my Inktober's as Zox things.
Sure.
No?
But I'm saying sure. I mean, you're gonna have to format it to that crazy long format. And none of them are crazy long.
I can make them crazy long, though. That's me clicking
Not
my
very
pen
good
thinking.
at sounding enthusiastic.
The thought sound.
All I'm gonna say is there's a black and white design someone just submitted for critique, and people are really raving about the black and white part. Just the subject matter's confusing them, and so you know.
So black and white does work. It's just a matter of okay.
Carrie
That's good to know.
says Sal is going to do Zox, please and thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. Yeah, it's
Go
ahead.
I have Zox news that I can't share, and it really sucks right now because I'm like, I want to just.
When
blurt
when
it
will
out.
when will it go public?
Honestly, I don't know.
Oh
You know
man,
them,
so you
eh?
might be sitting on that for a while.
Yeah, I'm sitting here on an NDA, and all I could say is I have Zox news, and that's all I can say.
Zox news.
Zox news.
Tonight on Zox News.
I'm glad that doesn't affect me, because I wouldn't sleep tonight! What?
Ryan, Zox is a company that is run by these three brothers that's like elastic wristbands, but they print artwork on it. And they are like crazy popular, but the best thing about it is the brothers actually pay licensing fees.
It's actually part of how I got to talking to Jessica. Because we were friends on Facebook for a while, and then somebody else tapped me about this Zox thing, saying, hey, you should submit, blah, 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 blah. And I went, oh, what is this Zox thing? And then I went to the website, and I saw Jessica Douglas is one of, and I saw the little fox, and I was like, wait a minute. Is that Jessica Douglas? No. So then I messaged Jessica like, hey, are you the Jessica Douglas on this website, Zox? It was a person called Jessica Douglas. Is that the same as you? And then that's when we got to talking about it. And it's been hell ever since.
Yeah. Yep. Total fucking nightmare.
I'm just like, look, it's a company that actually pays licensing fees.
And I was like, what?
Yeah, wow. Jump on it.
And yeah, they're I like them.
And then shortly after that's when I got commissioned for the skateboard gig, and then I got crazy busy, and I haven't been able to do it.
Yeah.
But
the only thing I don't like about Zox is the amount of people with no sense of copyright that just like, where did you get this picture from? From Google. Okay, well, that's not yours. People are weird that way, and it happens all the time.
Carrie says, okay, Ryan's Tree People on Zox, let's go.
Ryan's what?
Ooh.
Your Tree People would be a hit,
Tree
Ryan.
People.
What? Say again?
Your Tree People on Zox. The characters that you've been drawing. The kind of viney tree-looking people.
Oh, man. Because I am digging it, and I'm working on it still. This is really fun. Is this all you guys do?
Yeah.
Like, is this the thing that, like,
this is what we do.
Like, kind of like hang out and just draw and
talk shit.
I get glued to stuff sometimes.
Yes.
You get what?
Yes.
I get glued to my paintings.
Jessica gets glued to things, or she makes chunks.
Make chunks. Did you see the new chunks that I did?
Not the new ones, no.
Oh my gosh, cat, get out of my lap. They're like, they came out better than the terrible ones I sent you. Because I started using mold release, like actual dish soap and alcohol. But one of them, otherwise they're still kind of messy because they're still kind of bubbly. But this one, look at, let me get it. Look at how it's like you could see inside of it. Like all of that green and stuff, that's all the way inside the core.
Where'd you put it?
What kind of resin did you use?
This
it
just
was
art
lagging.
resin.
Okay.
It's just art resin. But it's like, I use less pigment than I usually do, so you can see all that light green is just in the very center of it. I really like how that came out. This one has too many bubbles. But it came out like really purple and swirly. That's kind of nice.
I'm not sure if it's locked on you, Sal, but like it's just a picture right now.
Yeah, it's lagging.
It's lagging.
It looks like from the Dark Crystal. It looks like
yeah, essentially
from the Dark Crystal.
Essentially, yeah. It's just
down shot.
Crystal-shaped molds with resin and cosmetic grade mica pigment mixed with alcohol dropped into it, so it's like all swirly and stuff. But speaking of the Dark Crystal, I'm gonna do a piece of fan art. I never do fan art, but I'm gonna do a piece of fan art.
I am shocked.
But look, Sal, look at this crystal that I've got to work with. Tell me that is not Dark Crystal beautiful.
Oh, I don't see anything yet. It's still lagging.
Oh my god!
Reload the appearing.
Okay, I'll reload. Hold on. Reload. boo, ba-doop boo. Now
There
can
we
you
go.
see me?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Isn't that awesome?
Looks like, is it hematite? No, what am I thinking of?
Nope. It
Totally
is.
iridescent. Yeah.
It is a piece of quartz that
Pecan.
has been coated with titanium and then heat treated to get the colors.
Wow.
Isn't that pretty though?
Mm-hmm.
Quartz coated in titanium and then heat treated.
Quartz, wow.
Yeah. So I'm really excited because I'm going to use this as the actual crystal. Then I'm going to do all the Skeksis around it and the beetles and everything. It's going to be so cool.
Okay.
I just, yeah, I saw that and I just couldn't say no. I'm like, normally I don't do anything that's, you know, not...
That one's gorgeous. That last one you had up.
This one?
Yeah.
This is just another chunk.
Yeah, makes sense. Wow, that's cool.
But you can really like see, because I was going with a more transparent
Mm-hmm,
effect. So you can really see like the way it swirls. Apparently, if I use white alcohol ink behind my colors, if I drop them in behind, it'll make the colors pop more and it'll make this like really cool kind of petri dish effect.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna play with that. My white ink is coming, I think, tomorrow or Monday. So I'm gonna play with that. These are just the test guys, but I like them. And then you saw how the ornaments are coming out, right?
I think so.
These guys.
Oh yes, those are great.
I put resin on them, so now they're all.
And they're each one of a
sealed and
kind,
shiny.
right?
Yep. Well, I'm doing matching, like I did the galaxy background
Yeah.
on the same piece, and then I cut it into two little pieces.
And then you resin
So
it.
I've got the forest, and got these dinky little unicorns.
Oh wow.
That's what that hematite violet,
Mm.
you know, that changes colors. This is just a couple of trees.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Carrie, because Carrie likes them, and I still think they look wonky, a couple of foxes. Little bitty foxes running in a forest. Only Carrie could find.
How much do you sell those for?
Usually not too much, like $40 for the set, for two.
The mutant foxes, says Carrie.
Is Etsy your main platform, or?
No, I don't go anywhere near Etsy. They take way too much fees. They're too much hassle. I just have my own website.
Oh, okay. Wow.
That's the other thing to think about as well, Ryan, for when we have our meeting.
My website looks like it's 9,000 years old. It's like it was made in the 90s, but that's
it does.
okay.
It's true.
It really
So if
does.
you're living doing it.
You know it's...
Okay, I just busted this out talking about the dark crystal real quick, and I'm gonna put it back. But
Am I gonna cry?
do you know what that is?
Is that a cross stitch?
Yeah.
Are you cross stitching the dark crystal?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Ah,
oh
dude.
my god! Oh my god,
Yeah.
that is gonna be so cool.
I just started, so it's gonna. Well, by
It's
just
gonna keep you
starting
busy through the winter.
What?
Yeah, that's gonna take a while to get through.
Yeah, but I've done 3 big ones, and it's not that hard.
Do you have any of them?
What's that?
Do you have any right now?
Well, here's the Evil Dead.
Oh yeah, the ones from the prints that you had at the show.
Yeah, but this is real.
That's the original.
Oh my god, look how beautiful that is. Oh, that is so gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
See, I love cross stitch. I used to have a license with a lady who was doing patterns, but she didn't make my minimum, so.
It's fun.
Carrie does cross stitch, does them on linen instead of on cross stitch fabric, and she says, "Wow."
You do cross stitch?
Carrie does, yeah. AZ Carrie.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
green.
do I. I do cross stitch too.
I don't.
Love it.
I knitting, crocheting,
Sounds like I
cross stitching. Nope. That's like
What
the one thing I don't
was I
do.
trying to get you to do, Sal? Was I trying to get you to crochet like a
Uh-huh.
Cthulhu or something?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
know.
that's right.
I always get them
Little
mixed up.
Tentacle things.
Crocheting is 1 needle, knitting is 2. No, it's the other way around, right?
I don't know. I don't do either of them. I
Okay.
do cross stitch and weaving and very basic sewing. Like, very basic. Like, I can sew a straight line and that's about it.
Oh, okay. I won't tell.
Yeah.
I was about to read what Carrie said, but I'm not going to.
What? Don't tell. She's crocheting a dragon right now. I told. Haha.
Okay, crochet is 1 hook,
hook.
knitting is
Yeah.
2 needles. Okay. Knitting needles,
works.
crochet hook. Got it.
That makes sense.
See, it's taken me this long in life to figure out that there's needles involved and 1 is 1 and 1 is 2. I literally have it on my website, however I do not knit or crochet in my bio when it talks about all the crazy shit I do.
I do like how this one came out.
That's great.
So
It's got a lot of
this
depth
is-
to it.
Well, this is kind of how I want them to be. Like, I want all of the color down here, and I want this part to be more transparent, and then I want to put the little Leviathan sculptures in the middle.
I think Ryan froze.
So, I think he froze too, because I have not seen him that still this entire stream. But, yeah, I like these chunks. And look, they're not as sad and demolished as the ones I sent you.
Yeah.
Did you see the sad little Leviathan belly sticking out?
Yes.
On one of them?
Yes. I wonder if I
Oh,
could
there was a
salvage any of that, like if I sand it off. There he is.
I don't know. I mean, you'd have to be kind of like tricky
Hmm.
to get to it, because it's not just like a chunk of clay. It's got like all these little fins and a little narwhal horn. It was super detailed, and then sadly got sunk into the depths of the resin. Oh well. Well, he's back, but he's not back.
Well, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get a pencil so I can sketch better in my sketchbook.
Well, Sal, I'm gonna bail on you because I have to get up early.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, I gotta launch the Kickstarter tomorrow.
Oh, right. What time are you launching it? 1?
Whenever I wake up, which hopefully is before 1. But knowing me, maybe 1.
So that'd
I'm
be
going for-
2 o'clock my time? Okay, I'll be around. I
Yeah.
think. I was supposed to meet with a client tomorrow, possibly, but I'm not sure what's going on with that yet.
Yeah, well, it's gonna run for, 8 days, but 8 days, 7 days, something like that.
I'll plug
I
it.
don't know. But
Oh,
I
wait a
will
minute.
be-
I just got raided. No!
No!
Blake!
You just got raided, you did?
It was then that Blake awoke,
It
the
was Blake!
Skeleton King.
Blake! I love you, Blake. You're awesome, Blake.
Hey, Blake, look, I'm copying your emote.
Has Ryan seen Blake's work?
No, he has not. I'll have to introduce
Oh my
Ryan
gosh,
to
that's right
Blake's
up his
work.
alley.
Blake says, no, you can't leave. Damn it. We just got raided.
Blake,
Oh,
take
shit.
take my
Yeah, good or bad?
place. Raiding is when someone comes over from their own stream and brings all of their viewers with them.
I don't know what that means. Okay. Well, thank you for describing that. Sorry.
Well, you have, so many people watching, so Blake just showed up in the stream with 8 other people. So it went from 10 people viewing to 18 people viewing.
We've been doodling
Is that
weird
good or
shit.
bad?
It's good.
That's good.
It's good. It's basically like, imagine all of us who are streaming are on pirate ships. And Blake just showed up with his pirate ship and boarded our pirate ship with all the people that were on his pirate ship.
And they brought all their treasure.
Yep.
You just made it sound awful by saying pirates.
Hey,
Just want
pirates
you
are
to know
kind of
that.
fun.
Not when they're boarding your ship and
No, I
raiding
suppose
your
not.
ship. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I guess
no, you
I
get
guess
it.
adding the they brought their treasure with them is
Are there
good
going to
of
be
it.
like visuals on the, like what I'm looking at right now, or no? Or
No,
if
they're
you-
on the.
No, they're just in the chat. Hey, Blake, and for anybody else who just raided, thank you so much for the raid. Blake, you're awesome, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm doing ballpoint pen drawings. Ryan is doing some inky stuff. Jessica's working on her resin and her mermaid painting, the evil mermaid with the skulls and stuff. And we just got done. Well, we got done a couple of hours ago with the Making Nightmares presentation with Mick Strawn and Ryan here, and we've just been hanging out afterwards after everybody left. But Blake, that link I just posted, that's Ryan's studio page for his special effects and prosthetics business. And yeah, he's got some really cool shit, dude. You gotta go look at it. I'll show him your stuff as well, because I think you guys would enjoy each other's work. Blake, the guy who just rated us, Ryan, he does a lot of really great inky work. Black and white ink work, very classical, very like the kind of thing you'd see in the old Dungeons and Dragons manuals, or
Like Frazetta in pen and ink.
yeah, heavy metal, that kind of thing.
Wow, well
Okay.
said.
I'm running away.
Yep,
Because
Jovi's leaving us.
I need to sleep. But I miss you, Blake. You're awesome. A hug, Taylor, for me. And now I'm gonna run away.
Thank you. Nice to meet you on the virtual world.
Nice to meet you
I
too,
hope to see you
Ryan.
again. Thank you.
See ya.
Okay.
Hey, Bob Smitty. Yeah, I'll link Ryan. I'll link it to him on Facebook. But yeah, right now we're just hanging out, talking about movies and just talking about art. You know, the usual. Ryan's doing some drawing because he doesn't often get to draw since he's always sculpting and doing makeup stuff, so it's kind of fun. Ryan, show the people what you've been doing. Yeah, Ryan's been making this really cool, brushy, wicked tree man face thing with the crazy eyes. I want it on my ceiling, over my bed. It's awesome. That inspired me to do this guy. It looks very mojo-y.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Let's inspire each other to do another one.
And not sleep. Ever again.
Yeah, great. I would rather do art and not sleep. Are we live to...
We are still live. The world is watching.
Oh my god.
It was then that Ryan realized everybody was watching.
The worm had turned.
Let's see, Blake says, to hell with client work, I just want to do that now. See, everybody's getting all inspired and shit. Let's see. Carrie says, I'll say it again, I would never sleep again if that was on my ceiling. You say it like it's a bad thing.
Shit.
Think of how productive you would be. Alright, you guys, anybody in the chat have a sketch request? I can doodle something out while I still have a little bit of steam left here.
Fuck yeah, I love this idea.
What, the sketch requests?
Yeah, is that a thing that you actually do?
Yeah, from time to time.
Fuck yeah, man. I would totally do that.
No, let's do it now. Just do it now.
Do it! Do it! Kill me off!
The Butcher.
Do
Ooh,
it now!
okay. Alright, Blake was the first person to mention something. He wants me to doodle a butcher. And so
what?
the butcher will be doodle. Ah, fresh meat. The butcher. I'm gonna do the butcher the way that I kind of see him in my head. I'm not gonna do him exactly the way he is in the games. So let me just kind of catch up my brain on what the butcher looks like. Because there's a Diablo 1 butcher and then there's a Diablo 3 butcher.
I don't think I can even compete with what's going on right now. I have no idea what the hell is happening.
The butcher?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
The butcher is this character from Diablo, the Diablo games. And he's basically a big demon that his whole thing is barbecuing people and eating them. And he's kind of a torturer guy, but his whole thing is making people into food. Think of Leatherface, but in demon form.
Okay, I don't want to do that.
He's got a little bit of a torture fetish thing going on.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Alright. Butcher, butcher, butcher. Oh shit! Blake's book is ready. When is it gonna officially hit the hit sales and whatnot, Blake? Are you only selling it on at the con, or are you going to be selling it online as well? It's in the web store now, and I'll be taking copies to Tucson this weekend. Awesome, awesome, awesome. You've already sold a few copies online. That's fantastic news, man. And if I can get your stuff at my son's school, then you'll make it over to the con. That's great, dude. That's really great. I'm really happy for you, man. Oh, wait. That's Carrie. Carrie saying that. Ah, the A's in the chat and the red fonts are messing me up. Let's see. Yeah, Carrie says, I'm kind of a theater mom. Their play closes this weekend, so I hope I can make it. Okay, that's what it was. Not that Blake was a theater mom. Like, wait, what? I mean, it might be true, but I don't know.
Whatever you're hearing, I cannot hear anything.
No, they're chatting in the channel. I'm just responding to what they're typing while they watch us.
Great, and I can't hear that.
I can't hear it either. It just makes you feel better.
Oh, you're visually okay.
I'm reading it, yeah. I can hear their souls engrossed in what we're doing. How about that? that work?
With every pen stroke, a little bit more of their soul gets absorbed.
Dude, I like this. Can you see? Is it worth even showing anything?
What do you mean? Show me.
This entire time I've been working on this. I'm not working on it, but like, I don't know.
Working on it. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, that's popping more. Bringing that texture out. Bringing those bumps out. Making the eyes pop more.
Mm-hmm. Whatevs.
That's good, homie.
Kind of dumb.
It's good.
I don't do this a lot, so it's kind of fun.
Yeah, man. I'm glad you're getting to let loose. Doing some of this kind of thing.
What are we doing right now?
I'm sketching the butcher. As per Blake's request.
Are people still online?
Yep.
Looking at this?
People are still watching.
Hey.
Especially now that we got raided. So if you want to do Carrie says, please show us Ryan. Yes! There's a lot of enthusiasm about what you're doing. And Carrie can yell for another 12 minutes because it's Halloween. Oh yeah, bring that closer so Blake can look at that. Yeah, Blake, check this out, dude.
Who's Blake again?
Blake's the ink artist that I'm going to introduce you to later on.
Okay.
And bring it closer.
Like 12 minutes tops.
Nice. And Carrie wants you to know, and this is important, she says it's not dumb and you're responsible for the weird creatures that will be in her dreams, Ryan. She hopes you know that. And Blake says, oh shit! I love it. Yeah, Carrie says, isn't that awesome? So by the way, the sculpts that you guys see behind Ryan's head here, those are sculpts that he did as well. Because that's what Ryan do. He do some badass sculpting and effects work, and he is really fucking good at what he does. And he's a really nice guy too.
Sal is a really nice guy.
I don't do nice, Ryan.
Oh, you do. Better than anyone.
Better than anyone.
That I've met.
Hmm.
Thank you for, I don't know. Thank you for, I don't know, hanging out and watching.
Thank you, man. Thank you for taking the time for being on the show and stuff. It's fucking
I
great.
understand what the fuck is going on, but like...
Yeah, no, this has been a lot of fun. This is like, we've been on for almost 6 hours. Streaming and shit. Yeah, dude, we should get you set up at your studio so you can stream sculpting and shit like that. I think every single person who's watching, if you guys can hear me, go check out outpost31productions.com and you tell me if you'd be interested in watching someone make that stuff online here on Twitch. Right now, go look at it. You guys tell me right now while Ryan's here, because I'm gonna get him on this Twitch thing, and I think he's gonna be fucking great. It's gonna be good for him.
I am freaking out right now, man.
In a good way, right?
I guess so, but like... I don't know. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, I'm freaking out a little bit. Artistically.
Why are you freaking out?
Because I like what's happening with what I'm doing right now. But
That's
also, but I also don't quite understand. Like, I put all you guys so much higher above me. You know, like you guys are better artists than me. You know?
That's bullshit, dude. You're fucking amazing. Come on now, you know it. You do it professionally, dude. Come on now.
Well, I do it professionally, but I don't. It doesn't. It's not like that means.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Or something.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like the whole journey never ends, right? Like, you're always getting better, you're always upping your game, there's always going to be new stuff to do, new challenges, and I think that's the way that, I mean, at least for me, like, and we talked about this in our panel, right? Like, about what's fulfilling, and for me, and I think for you too, like, what is fulfilling is having these creative challenges where we have a chance to, like, solve new problems. Because if we're just solving the same problem over and over, right? Like, as concept artists, as fabricators, as makeup people, it's fucking boring. It's gonna get stale. You know, figuring out how to tell a new story, figuring out how to design a new character based on the story that needs to be told with that character. Fuck, man, that's where it's at. Right? Am I right?
Yeah! Where I am. Kind of digging what's happening here. Ah, wait. Were we supposed to do a thing? Not supposed to, but like, I would love that challenge. But I just got lost in this right now, and I'm going to show you what I think is the better design.
Okay. That's okay, I'm sketching the butcher right now, or at least like a version of the butcher. Almost done, you guys, with my sketch. And I'll put it on my screen, on my camera anyway. So, Blake, you know that I've been having these issues with Photoshop and everything after the updates saga. Yeah, it sounds like Adobe 2019, the Adobe 2019 update. Oh, good night, Carrie. Say good night to Carrie.
Good night, Carrie.
She says, gonna sleep now and not have scary tree people nightmares. Good night.
Good luck with that.
That's great. But if you do, it's a compliment. Yeah, so I've been having these issues with Photoshop and everything, and it turns out that not only is the Windows October 2018 update a big fucking mess, the Adobe 2019 update is also a big mess. I was talking to Laura earlier today, and she told me that on the Mac, the Adobe 2019 update also screws up a bunch of menus and settings and stuff like that. So it's not something exclusive to Windows, which I'm both relieved and annoyed to hear, because it just means that, you know, we basically got a bad month of updates on these softwares. That's kind of annoying. So I'm taking a slightly unusual approach with the butcher here. It has occurred to me that we've never quite seen the butcher just like enjoy himself. Like, we've never seen him just cook his food and eat it. Like, he's always just, you know, yelling and screaming and chasing players around. It's like, when the hell does this guy have time to just, like, you know, barbecue something and just eat it? So that's kind of what I'm working on. I'm working on giving the butcher a little break.
Oh, Sal.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Sal.
Yes, sir.
Sweet chocolate-covered Sal.
Yeah.
Does it have to be chocolate?
Raspberry-flavored chocolate center.
I mean, yeah, sure. Kind of more of a cinnamon and caramel guy myself, but alright. No, what's up?
I feel like you have pushed me to do stuff.
That's good. That's good. I like to inspire people to push beyond themselves and be better than they used to be the day before. I mean, you know about the mentorship stuff that I've been doing and all that too. I think it all kind of goes into it. Just giving back, man. Giving back.
Okay, I'm liking this. Again, give me some feedback, but I'm kind of digging this. I'm stupid.
You know, I'm gonna ask you like to do ink washes and shit too. I think you'll be awesome at that.
Yeah.
All right, show me. Oh yeah, you're fleshing him out more. It's got that like frenetic energy. Not frenetic, but like static. A static energy. There's a lot going on.
Yeah. And this is something that like maybe we can't or couldn't talk about before, is creating an emotion for the character. Well, understanding the emotion of the character, you know.
Oh,
like,
sure, yeah.
You know, like that implies so much.
Yeah, actually talk about that from your perspective. Like,
is he like leprechaun? Is he fucking like, you know? It just it makes everything.
Does. From your perspective, actually, like as a makeup artist, when you know you have a character who's supposed to convey something, how do you approach that? Like, does that come into your design?
Well, two things that come into that idea are: does the person who's in the makeup have to emote, or should I sculpt a emotion into the makeup?
Okay, so that's like when you have the prosthetic with like the angry forehead kind of thing, like those types of things.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So like, you know, if the script calls for like, I don't know, a feral vampire, you know, like those types of things, then you're gonna sculpt it where the person who's, you know, performing the makeup or the prosthetic is basically gonna look like that all the time, no matter what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if we're only gonna see them for a couple minutes. What about when the script calls for it to be more flexible? Is that much more reliant on the performer, or is that something you still take into account when you're making your prosthetics and stuff for that?
Well, this is something I'd love to talk about with, you know, Mick. But what does it have to do? You know, is this straight up like just makeup, or like does that have to talk? You know, the function of the makeup is very important.
Yeah.
Like what exactly, you know, tell me, you know, like what, I will adjust the design and the makeup based on the functionality of the script. And like that's fun, that, you know, and I guess I get the luxury of, you know, as a low budget filmmaker or, you know, person, you know, to get that. Whereas, you know, Mick was talking about like how the effects guys were hired very early on, and the ideas were you you know, given by him and, you know, other people that, like, yeah, sorry.
That they directed it, basically, and it was just up to everybody else to execute it then.
Right. But it's so funny that it was not about the director, you know? It was about, like, the people who wanted to make the franchise.
Right, take the franchise to a whole new realm, I guess.
Oh, it's such a weird idea or thought process. I have a hard time grasping that, but yeah.
Yeah, because I get... And now I'm wondering, too, like, is there a little aspect of we maybe overemphasize the director's role, but at the same time, it's like we're not, because, like, who was it that you said that they act as a funnel for all the stuff that comes together for filmmaking?
Well,
was that Bryan Singer who said that?
Designer. What's that?
No, who's the guy who said the quote? Like you said, the guy's quote was like, he's a funnel for all the stuff that comes down.
Oh, Bryan Singer.
It was Bryan Singer, okay.
Yeah. The X-Men movies. I don't know.
Hey, Blake, when you have a chance, link me that book on Facebook, and later in the month when I'm in better situation, I want to grab a copy. And some of this stuff ties into what we talked about, you know, the whole problem solving. Again, it's all problem solving at the end of the day, right? Like you're problem solving how to tell a story. You're problem solving. I guess this brings a new dimension to it too. Is like, because you're problem solving what the franchise should be doing as a property. Like, where is that effort going, and why? Why is that effort doing what it's doing? For example, like the decision to make Freddy Krueger a bit more comical. Like the fact that that was all a deliberate thing to give Robert Englund some more room to play in, but at the same time, you know, give the character some more reach in the public eye, I guess.
Yeah, money.
No money, no Lord of the Rings. That was my big takeaway from the thing, that if it wasn't for Freddy Krueger, Lord of the Rings wouldn't exist. For Lord of the Rings as made by Peter Jackson, that is, more specifically.
Yeah.
It took me a minute. When he said that, I was like, wait, what? Like, oh right, New Line Cinema, duh!
That's why I was like so interested. I couldn't believe, like, I mean, there's a like massive documentary about like the making of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies.
Yeah.
And they brought in Peter Jackson, you know, to talk about it. And I'm like, what? You know, and I couldn't understand what the connection was between New Line Cinema and this, you know, like random guy who was making the best fucking movies in New Zealand, you know. I just didn't understand how that was, what the connection was. And I wonder if, he had a little bit to do with that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird how all these things connect to each other.
Yeah.
Alright, Blake, I'm almost done with your butcher sketch. You ready?
Sorry about the audio there.
It's alright, it's not that loud. I feel like I'm watching a cooking show.
I want some white.
And now you take your egg and you tap it on the counter just like this. Very lightly. You don't have to break the egg. Very lightly like this. Very simple. Place the egg in your butter. Nice and warm in the pan.
Wait.
and you put in your meat in your skillet. You after a long hard day of working as a butcher in your dungeon, just gotta prepare your meat. Sometimes the humans, they squirm around too much, and I'll smack them around good, you know. Make sure they're nice and dead before you start eating your food.
Dead.
Dead.
There you go. Very good.
There you go. Just like that. And then you chew your food and you enjoy it. Like so. There you go. There you go, Blake. He's got a mouthful of human burger.
Oh, lovely.
I'm not sure how clear that looks. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. Got it clearer. You know, I figured we never see the butcher eat. It's like, you know, he goes on and on about fresh meat and all of that stuff, but we never see him eat. You know, so I'd imagine every now and then he'd have to have a break to enjoy his own cooking. So, yeah, there you go.
Are you getting criticisms?
What's that?
Were you getting criticisms?
No. I'm just, you know, thinking about what I just drew. Yeah, because the butcher is, yeah, he's basically always depicted as big, angry, and mean. And I'm like, you know, at some point he's got to stop and eat. You know, he's got to stop and, he runs around with his big cleaver and a hammock. Not a hammock. What the hell's the damn thing called that you wear on your chest? Apron.
Oh, definitely a hammock.
A hammock.
It's the thing that you need to rest on. Yeah.
He needs. I bet he does sleep in a hammock. See, now I want to draw a pencil drawing of the butcher resting in a hammock. So there you have it. Thank you so much for coming to my sketch show. Right here on Twitch. And now it's time to eat another piece of chocolate. Today's piece of chocolate is brought to you by Skull. Skull, when you need chocolate. Hey, that's looking good, dude. Oh, I love that brow. Holy shit. See, now I'm wondering what you're gonna do with the back of his head. Yeah, I love the brow. You're gonna have to sculpt that, man. That's gonna be great.
Yeah, I really like the idea. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, no, it's great. It definitely has that forest creature feeling to it, like a forest. What are they called? Not a familiar. The other word, a forest. I don't know, things. Oh look, I forgot to adjust this again.
So Halloween, man, that just happened, huh?
Halloween just happened, yeah. Halloween's been over for 2 hours. For us, anyway.
Well, that was fun. I'm glad I got to spend it with you guys, whoever you are. Because I don't know what the hell's going on with this kind of technology. But thank you for popping my cherry on it.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, I'll have to scan these in and then post them on Facebook so you guys can see them better. Or, you know, I'll post them on social media in general. So, just to recap, I got the weird tree monster there inspired by the work that Ryan's been doing. The butcher that Blake requested. That zombie there is actually like a little study of the zombie that's above Ryan's shoulder there on his wall, the one on the far right. And then this little sassy zombie here is kind of inspired by some of the stuff that I saw in Ryan's sketchbook. So
I think we should call the stream, and then Ryan, you and I can debrief after I kill the broadcast here. But once again, I remain TheDarkCloak, aka Sal. Thank you so much for tuning in, you guys. And again, I'll reiterate, the Kickstarter has ended. The Kickstarter has ended. It was a smashing success. It's at nearly 4,600 was the final count. And make sure you guys go check out Ryan's work, Outpost 31 Productions. He's on Facebook. He's all over the place. He's on Instagram as well. I think, Ryan, you post most to Instagram, right?
I prefer Instagram because most of my work is visual, and Instagram is like, a picture-based app. Yeah. Yeah,
cool. So go check Ryan's Instagram out. Go give him a follow. And at some point in the near future, I am sure you guys are going to be seeing Ryan streaming here on Twitch, maybe in our multi-streams. And at some point, I'll get him set up in his studio so you guys can watch the work that he does, how he sculpts, and how he does his crazy madness. Till then, it's time for everyone's jolly fat red dude. Check this guy out, Ryan. Maybe you know what he's from, because I can't remember what he's from. He's so great. I love this dude. I like him because it's like he takes his hat off and he's so happy, and he's just so happy just being himself. You see him on the stream?
No, I don't. Sorry, I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, I'll show him to you afterwards.
Whatever it is, I guarantee it's amazing and happy.
He's great. Blake, thank you so much for the raid, man. You guys have a good night. Stay safe. Happy Halloween.
Boom. Thank you.